All right, I'm going to ask my colleagues to get settled, and we're going to go ahead and call the meeting to order. The time is 7:30 p.m. I'm going to move forward, but I'm going to ask the audience to please try to settle down so we can hear up here. So we're now to order for our regular meeting. Thank you for your patience, and I'm going to ask our city clerk to please call the roll.
Mayor Source.
Present.
Vice Mayor Bregenzer.
Present.
Council members Gordon.
Present.
Letterju. Matthias. Matulik.
Present.
Palmares.
Present.
Thank you very much. That's going to bring us to the Pledge of Allegiance, and I'll ask everyone to please stand and join council for the pledge. All right, thank you all. I will ask our audience, the noise carries very, very loudly. If everyone could please try to keep it down so we can get moving with the agenda. We did just come out of a closed session, so I'm going to ask our city attorney if we have a report out from the closed session.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Yes, the City Council did meet in closed session immediately preceding this meeting with regard to the following items: conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 549, 56.9D2, one case. Council provided direction to legal counsel with regard to that item, and there is no other action to report at this time. Item B, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 549, 56.9D4, three cases. With regard to those three cases, the council did provide direction to legal counsel, and there is no further action to report at this time. Item C, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, City of Vallejo versus Superior Court, First District Court of Appeal case, as listed on the agenda, pursuant to California Government Code Section 549, 56.9D1. Council did provide direction to staff with regard to that item, and there is no further action to report at this time. And D, conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, agency designated representatives, city manager and the human resources director, employee organizations, the Vallejo Police Officers Association, and the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 1245. There was no action taken with regard to that item.
Thank you very much. That's going to bring us to our consent calendar, and we're going to go ahead and open up public comment regarding our consent calendar items. Anyone wishing to address the council on consent calendar can sign up at the kiosk in the back or raise your hand online. And while we run the clock, and I believe we have a speaker, but I do want to set some expectations for our meetings. This is not specific to this meeting, but going forward, I'm going to ask my colleagues and our staff to please adhere to our parliamentary procedures as set forth in the municipal code. Anyone that speaks should be recognized by the chair, and we're going to use those parliamentary procedures to ensure that we have order in the meeting. And for members of the public addressing the city council, please address your comments directly to the city council as a body, and not address staff members specifically, or ask for any type of back and forth. The way that public comment is set forth in our municipal code is that our commenters are asked to address the chair and the city council directly. With that, let's go ahead and call our public commenter on our consent calendar.
Thank you, Mayor. Our first speaker for consent calendar is Ben Clausen. And Mr. Clausen, if you can state which item you're referring to before you start, that would be great.
Comments made by Councilperson Gordon at last week's
Would
meeting.
you mind, on the lower right of the podium, there's a little toggle. You can raise it up. That way we can hear you on the mic. Thank you very much, sir.
So what I'm addressing is some things that were said by one of the city council people last week in a meeting.
Okay, so this is only for consent items. So
Yeah,
it's
so
the
it's-
consent calendar is listed in the agenda.
Is there something specific on the consent calendar that you want to comment on?
Not on that calendar, no. I
Okay.
guess I signed up underneath the wrong thing.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you very much. If there's another item, this meeting is a special meeting, so we don't have a general community forum. But if there's an item on the agenda that you wish to comment on, you can sign up there on the back. We'll make sure you get up here. Were there any other commenters on the consent calendar?
No.
Any online? All right, are there any items that council members would like to pull from the consent calendar? And while I look, I'm going to ask the city clerk, did we receive a comment letter on item 6E?
You did receive a letter from someone asking you to pull consent. I think it was consent. I don't remember which one it was. It was one of the contracts. It was either D, E, or
D?
F.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and pull that and make that 6.1. And then we'll read that, if you wouldn't mind to read that in the record when we get into that item and share that with us. And then seeing no other items pulled from the consent calendar, do we have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
Yes, I move that we approve the consent calendar and approve the agenda, moving consent item 6D to 6.1.
All right, thank you. We can go ahead and vote on this.
That motion carries unanimously.
All right, thank you very much. That's going to bring us to our new 6.1, which is formerly 6D. And this is adopts a resolution of the City Council of the City of Vallejo approving the First Amendment to the Agreement for Legal Services between the City of Vallejo and White Brenner LLP and authorizing the city attorney to execute the same. And as I requested to pull this item, I want to turn it over with permission to our city clerk would you mind reading into the record what we received and who it's from?
Okay. You received a letter via email this morning to Honorable Mayor Andrea Source and Vallejo City Council from Pierre Washington, Mayor, City of American Canyon. I respectfully ask that the Vallejo City Council pull 6D from the consent calendar for further discussion. It may be prudent for the City Council to further discuss this item related to increasing the legal services contract with White Brenner to a new not-to-exceed amount of $500,000 per fiscal year. Sincerely, Mayor Pierre Washington, City of American Canyon.
All right, thank you very much for reading that. Now, I know we're in a bit of a gray area and that any specifics related to litigation on this item would need to be discussed in closed session, but I do see we have the Assistant City Attorney here. If there's any context or additional information you can provide on this contract and what might have been the concerns of the mayor in American Canyon.
This is the first time that I've heard from the mayor of American Canyon about this contract. I had no idea he had any interest in it. White Brenner is a law firm that has a particular specialty in California in a particular area, and that's water rights. And that's why we hired them. They represent us in a number of different cases. One of them happens to be some litigation that involves American Canyon. As you know, they sued us over a 1996 water agreement that we have. In addition, there's an additional 2 cases with them related to CEQA matters that council authorized us to file. Those are also ongoing. And there's one unrelated case currently that does not involve American Canyon, that is within their sphere of influence, but it does involve the city. That's a lawsuit that was filed against us by an entity called Jaeger Vineyards, LLC. So this contract's here before you this evening, frankly, because I made a mistake. There's a drafting error in the original contract. It should have been set up originally, and I thought it had been. This was drafted by White Brenner. In our communications, we talked about a contract for $500,000 for fiscal year, because they provide not just litigation services, they also provide advice to us on ongoing water rights issues, because they're an expert in that area. They have to help us with some water rights issues involving the county. They'll help us with water rights issues involving SQA, Slava County Water Agency. And as a general rule, they provide general advice to us on water law as those issues come up, and they come up quite frequently because Vallejo has, as you may know, some very, very good water rights. And they're so good that lots of other people would like to have them. And so we have to defend those. And this firm helps us do that.
All right, thank you. Questions or comments from council? So I think, given the limitations of this, I'm going to ask that we agendize. I know we have quarterly litigation updates, but that we agendize these particular cases so that we can discuss in more detail in closed session.
Absolutely.
And then I think we may be ready to motion on this item. Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you, Mayor.
I move that we adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Vallejo approving the First Amendment to the agreement for legal services between the. Did you catch that? My microphone was off, sorry. Brenner LLP and authorizing the city attorney to execute the same.
I am missing one vote. There we go. Motion carries unanimously.
All right, thank you. That's going to move us to our action calendar, and we'll go ahead and start the public comment clock for action item 9A or 7A, and I'll ask our city clerk to please announce this item.
Adopt a resolution amending fiscal year 24-25 budget to accept and appropriate $6,390,070 for operational funding for the Vallejo Homeless Navigation Center. This is step 2 of 2. And approving an operator agreement for the Vallejo Homeless Navigation Center with 5 key schools and programs for an amount not to exceed $7,041,049 for services through June 3rd, 2027.
All right, thank you very much. And I'll again remind the public, the sound carries very, very clearly up here. So even if you're whispering to the person next to you, it may be distracting to us. And I know I've been on the other side, but it really does carry. If you all could please help us out and try to keep it down while we deliberate on the item. And anyone wishing to address the council on this item, again, you can sign up at the kiosk and online by raising your hand. We will get our staff presentation. We'll do a round of quick questions from council if they have any. Then we'll take our public comment and we'll deliberate on the item. And we have our assistant to the city manager, Natalie Peterson, here. Do we have a presentation on this item?
We do, thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. Natalie Peterson, Assistant to the City Manager. And here with me, we also have Assistant City Manager Gillian Hain. And we are here to bring you an update on the Navigation Center and a contract for an agreement for the operator. Next slide, please. So before you tonight, we're going to go over a background on the Navigation Center. This project has been in the works for quite some time, so a refresher course. And go over the RFP process for the selection of the operator, give you the background on 5 key schools and programs, a overview of the agreement before you, an update on operational funding and the operational budget, a review of the program and the services to be provided. Then we will introduce and request 5 keys to come up and introduce themselves to you, and then an overview on the coordinated entry system by Racecourse Connect Solano and the Solano Interagency Outreach Team to address questions about the outreach that's going into this, as well as the referral process for the Navigation Center and the Broadway project. Next slide, please. So the Vallejo Navigation Center is located at 1937 Broadway. It's 125 shelter beds and is intended for individuals 18 and over who will be referred to the project through coordinated entry system. It's set up to operate as a one-stop shop, providing services and shelters to individuals experiencing homelessness, and will include individual case management and access for job training for the participants who are part of the program. Next slide. So the participants, as we discussed at our last council meeting, will be will be part of the program for 6 months, up to a year extension if they're working on their independent service plans. Those service plans are really going to be, again, individual specific, right? Everybody's coming in with different needs, different hurdles to housing, so they'll work with their case managers to really hone in on what their next steps are in their housing journey. It's anticipated to serve approximately 200 individuals annually. And one of the biggest questions that we receive is, are pets allowed? And yes, participants may enter with up to a pet with some rules. The pet has to be vaccinated and not provide a dangerous situation to other pets and or individuals at the site. Next slide. So we want to acknowledge our funding partners. We could not have built and operated this project without them. So we have funding in this from the City of Vallejo, the County of Solano, Cap Solano JPA, the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, California Department of Housing and Community Development, and our 3 healthcare partners who have provided operational funding, which is Kaiser Permanente, Sutter Health, and North Bay Health. Next slide, please. So the timeline. In fiscal year 2013 and 2014, PB Cycle 2 was going on, and one of the projects that was proposed and ultimately voted to move forward in the process was a project titled Help the Homeless. So the intent for that was to provide some sort of shelter for our unhoused individuals in Vallejo. In 2017, there was a reallocation of those funds. The ballot language was broad and did not have a specific project proposed. So City Council reallocated the $588,000 in funding to city staff to conduct a stakeholder workshop and identify projects. That stakeholder workshop was held in January of 2015, which began the process of exploring proven models and evidence-based programs that could be implemented to allocate the funding. And eventually those funds were reallocated to the purchase for the Sacramento Street properties, which is now the Eden Housing Blue Oak Landing project. So it did go to purchasing property for addressing homelessness. In September of 2018, the city declared a shelter crisis. In October of 2019, 5 Midway was approved as the site for the Navigation Center. In November of 2019, we received $6.2 million in funding from our healthcare partners. And then in April and May of 2020, there was a CDBG reallocation of $1.2 million to the project. Those funds at that time were reallocated because there was a timeline that the funds needed to be spent on. So they were reallocated to this project to make sure that we met the timeline so we weren't at risk of having to give that funding back to HUD. And then in 2021, April of 21, we purchased the sprung structures, which are the fun-looking teardrop-shaped tents on the site. Those have a 25-year pro rata manufacturer warranty for the membrane, so the canvas portion of the structure, and a 50-year pro rata manufacturer warranty for the aluminum structure of the units. Next slide. In August of 21, a new project team was put in place for the project, and budget revisions were brought before City Council. In November of 2021, the 5 Midway site was eliminated from the project. And a year later, in November of 22, City Council authorized for the purchase of 1937 Broadway Street for the Navigation Center. In December of 2022, the design architect was selected through our bid process. In January of 2023, city staff and city council members went before Solano County for an ARPA funding request, as well as Cap Solano JPA for funding for the project. In November of 2023, the design was completed. December of 23, construction bids were posted. Next slide. Which brings us a little closer today. In February of 2024, the contractor was selected through a bid process, and we also brought forward the amendment to the budget accepting the county ARPA funds that were given to the project, as well as the HCHAP funding that was allocated from Cap Solano JPA. In April of 2024, we held our groundbreaking ceremony and construction began on the site. In September of 24, the operator RFP was posted. In May of 2025, we received our certificate of occupancy, which brings us to tonight. We are bringing you forward an operator agreement, and anticipating that moves forward this evening. We plan to hold a ribbon cutting the week of June 16th, and doors will open the week of June 23rd. That is contingent on inventory delivery, but we are relatively sure that that can be here and in place to open our doors that week. Next slide. So the operator selection went through a request for proposals or an RFP process. That timeline was that at the end of September, we released the RFP. We had a roughly 2-week RFP submission timeline to receive those. In November of 2024, we had a panel review of the responses. That panel review consisted of members from city staff, Cap Solano JPA's Lived Experience Committee, and our healthcare partners, Kaiser and North Bay, both have representatives. At the end of that process, 5 keys, schools and programs, was selected to move forward in the process as they received the highest scores for the Navigation Center operator panel review. Next slide. So who are 5 keys? 5 key schools and programs are here tonight, and they're going to come up and introduce themselves and can speak very well about their programs, but some high-level facts is they were selected by the panel review as the most qualified provider that provided the desired operations of the project, including case management, property management, and shelter services. And they operate shelters in other cities, including San Francisco. They have a housing first and harm reduction principles that they implement into their programs and really focus on supporting participants to regain stability, dignity, and economic independence. They also operate multiple types of projects throughout the state, including transitional housing and permanent supportive housing. Next slide. Their case managers work with participants on stabilizing themselves on their journey to their next housing opportunities, and they ensure participants have the tools and support to rebuild their future by bridging the gap between homelessness and long-term housing stability. Next slide. So the operator agreement is attached in your packets, but some high-level terms of the project. This is a 2-year contract or agreement with 5 keys, which would ideally start tomorrow and last until June 3rd, 2027. We currently have funding for a majority of that term, but we have some options for council coming at a future meeting to get the remaining months. The agreement is for the provision of services and property management. It outlines the utility requirements, city required processes and operation specifics that we would like for them to implement at the program, indemnification clauses, our insurance requirements, and then other terms and requirements that are part of our typical agreements. Next slide. So their scope of work provides information and background on the supportive services that will be offered, as well as their program operations, which include their participant intake and orientation and assessment process, their case management and coordination, supportive services offered, behavioral health and emergency responses. It also goes over their site operations, including site management, security of the site, and community engagement and good neighbor policies. They understand that they are moving into the city of Vallejo and are going to have neighbors and really want to make sure that they are building those relationships with the community at large, specifically the community that surrounds them. And goes over their staffing and development, how they train their individuals and the resources that they provide for their staff, and their reporting and compliance metrics. Next slide. So, operational funding for the project. The operational funding needed for the 2 years is $7,041,049.40. That will get us 2 years of operations. We additionally needed roughly $38,000 for some additional fencing on site and Connex containers. And the gap between what we currently have secured, which is $6.7 million. The gap is $347,821.40 to include the operations, the additional fencing, and the Connex containers. The funding that we do have is from the opioid settlement funding that council approved last week to be allocated to the project, and the $6.39 million in healthcare funding and interest income from that funding. Next slide. So a potential funding option to close that gap is the city has $1.88 million of Home Investment Partnership Program American Rescue Plan funding, also referred to as Home ARP. This funding comes through the city's housing department and is allocated from the California Department of Housing and Community Development. The funding must be spent by September 30th of 2030, so it does have a longer timeline to be spent than the traditional ARPA funding. And next steps, if council would like to use this funding, is we would bring the request to the Housing and Community Development Commission and request that we update their home ARP allocation plan, and then bring the item before council for potential allocation and amendment of the budget to receive those funds. Next slide. So this is a high-level operational budget from 5 Keys for the operations of the Navigation Center. There's a more detailed budget with breakdown like per position and per the kind of larger buckets of funding attached to your agenda packets. The cost to operate the Navigation Center for 2 years is $7.8 million. 5 Keys is leveraging $791,000 towards the project in-kind staff time and other supplies that they're bringing with them to help reduce that cost. And so the city's portion for the funding, again, would be that $7,041,049.40. We've worked very closely with 5 Keys to get this budget as tight and as close as possible without giving up the really needed services that the individuals that are going to be coming into this need. So we were really weighing the how much bang can we get for our buck and making sure that we're really providing those needed services. Next slide. So the 5 Keys staffing is on the board. I'm not going to read through all of the names, but I do have on the next couple of slides some high-level overview of some of their key positions, really the people who are going to be boots on the ground at the center and what they're going to be providing for the city and for the participants that will be moving in. And that is all in Exhibit A as part of their job descriptions, are attached to the back of the scope of work if you'd like a more detailed list of their requirements. Next slide. I apologize, that black does not look good on the screen, but the ambassadors are really, the day-to-day folks that are going to be in the center connecting with individuals. They're responsible for interior checks. They have training in de-escalation of any potential conflicts for the participants that are there. They maintain site records and the duties outlined in their policies and procedures. They orient participants to the program rules and responsibilities. They really encourage and work with the individuals to engage in the activities and services that are provided. They respond to guest requests and questions. They support the center operations and ensure a safe environment for both the staff and the participants on site, provide crisis intervention, and assist in maintaining the cleanliness of the site. The intake and resource coordinator help create a welcoming and supportive environment for the participants. They provide administrative support across all departments. They manage the daily logs and update all necessary site paperwork, as well as create incentive programs for the participants. They update their information in their client files and maintain client files. They fulfill requests for clothing, hygiene support, and other basic needs from the participants. And then they create and facilitate group activities and event calendars. They create and facilitate the workshops, on-site clinics, and participant meetings, and they coordinate reasonable accommodations for participants that are coming in. Next slide. So the care coordinator supervisor obviously oversees the care coordination staff, but they perform, both groups perform participant intake and assessment. They oversee that. They do goal setting and development. So these are the individuals who are the case managers for the folks coming in. They provide referrals and linkage to the resources and services that are needed that may not be housed on site, or work to bring those on site for participants. They perform regular wellness checks on the participants, share information about available resources to participants and staff so everybody knows what options they may have. And again, help maintain those participant files. Next slide, please. So the janitor for the site is really responsible for making sure that the site is safe, clean, healthy for individuals to be there. They perform regular inspections of the facility, complete maintenance requirements, respond to participants' requests, and they clean all the interior and exterior of all of the spaces, both in the participant areas and staff areas. And then the maintenance and repair technicians, they do surveys of the location for safety, looking for any repairs or cleanliness areas that need to be addressed, perform scheduled maintenance, and perform repairs as needed for the site. Next slide. With that, I would like to introduce the 5 Keys Schools and Program team and ask them to come up to the podium to introduce themselves.
Thank you all. Welcome.
How's that? Oh, good.
Perfect.
Hi, everybody. My name's Elise Graham. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for 5 Keys Schools and Programs. I'm here with Brandy Marshall, our Director of Housing, and Kim Duong, our Deputy Director of Housing. We've been asked to share a brief overview of 5 Keys. First, I'd like to thank Mayor Source, Vice Mayor, council members, as well as Gillian and Natalie and Flora, who've been instrumental in helping us get as far as we have. So a little bit about 5 Keys history. Natalie covered a lot of the current stuff, but we were founded 21 years ago by the San Francisco Sheriff's Department as the first charter high school in a county jail providing high school diplomas for currently incarcerated individuals. Since then, we've grown to 9 different counties, 15 different jails. In Solano County, we're at Claybank, Stanton, and the Justice Center Detention Center downtown. In 2008, we expanded beyond the jails and started partnering in the community because we realized people get out and we want to continue to serve them. We want to keep them moving towards their diploma. So now we partner with more than 80 organizations and government agencies throughout California. In Solano, we're very proud to work with the Centers for Positive Change, both here in Vallejo and in Fairfield, as well as the YAC, the Youth Achievement Center right here in Vallejo. We've graduated over 240 graduates from our Solano County programs. Super excited. We have a graduation tomorrow with 6 additional graduates from the Solano County Event Center, so please come if you'd like. We've grown to do a wide variety of things beyond high school. So we've begun doing a lot of reentry, so in-custody case management and post-release case management. We do a lot of workforce training, job readiness, job development, reentry services, as well as extensive transitional employment in 5 different counties and Los Angeles City. So speaking specifically to housing, we began in 2018 when San Francisco asked us if we would be willing to open the Bayshore Navigation Center. A short time later, on December 26th of 2019, that date might sound familiar, it's right when we started hearing about this word about COVID, we opened the Embarcadero Safe Navigation Center. Within 3 months, we had our COVID lockdown. At that point, we were asked to ramp up and get ready to expand quickly to provide quarantine services, shelter in place for unhoused individuals during COVID. So by July of that year, we had hired 220 additional frontline workers, trained them, and they were providing services at 6 sites, including SIP hotels, the Moscone Center in San Francisco, and a SIP site in Oakland. During the pandemic, we served approximately 1,400 individuals each night. So today, fast forward, we manage 16 housing sites for approximately 4,000 individuals per year. These sites range from navigation centers similar to the ones that we're hoping to be awarded here, transitional housing, emergency shelter, medical respite, and permanent supportive housing, and we serve both TAY, transitional age youth, and adults. With your support tonight, we hope to bring these services to Solano County through the Navigation Center at 1937 Broadway. This opportunity is really exciting to us, not just because of the design and capacity to serve your local residents, but also because many of our experienced housing staff live in Vallejo, and they've been begging us to get over here. So they're very eager to serve their community. So this means we'll be able to launch the site with seasoned professionals ready to mentor additional new hires from the local area. As Natalie mentioned, we do a lot of training. We invest heavily in staff training. We focus on trauma-informed care, substance abuse 101, harm reduction, mental health 101, customer service, case management, de-escalation, CPR, and first aid. Our goal is to always create a clean, safe, and welcoming environment and to earn the trust of our guests by listening and responding to their needs. I want to pause and say we call the residents in our sites guests because we treat them like guests. It's a mindset shift. We also call our case managers care coordinators because we don't consider the people we serve to be cases, so we're providing them care. So it's a different view. So I just wanted to clarify so you don't think there's a lot of guests running around the shelter. So our goal is to earn their trust by listening and responding to their needs. We treat each individual with dignity and respect. And at 5 Keys, we tailor our services to each individual. We listen, we adapt, and we hold ourselves accountable to the people we serve. That commitment has led us to develop some of the most amazing partnerships throughout the state. We look forward to working closely with Solano County agencies, healthcare providers, and community organizations, and the neighbors and the neighborhoods right around the Navigation Center to build a strong ecosystem of support for those navigating housing instability. Thank you for your time and your consideration, and our team is ready to answer any questions you have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate you being here. Do we have any other staff presentation?
We do. So
Okay.
we have another slide deck. We'd like to invite Brandy Simpson from our SIOT team and DeAndre Richards from Resource Connect Solano to go over the referral and outreach process
Okay.
to council. Thank you.
Great, let's do that, and then we'll open it up to questions from council and then public comment.
If you can pull up that second slide deck, Manny, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is DeAndre Richard, and I'm the Chair of the Housing First Solano COC and the Program Director for Resource Connect Solano, which operates the coordinated entry system here in Solano County. And also, I'm one agency of the SIOT, Solano Interagency Outreach Team, alongside with Ms. Barbara Simpson, who you guys will hear from as well. I'm excited to have the opportunity to present to you guys tonight. These conversations, they're not easy, and there's a lot of details that go into this work. What I tried to do for the presentation in as less amount of time as possible is just address the questions and comments that you guys had last week at your city council meeting. So we won't cover everything, but I know I've expressed to city manager before we'd be happy to do a presentation on really what coordinated entry is and how we operate here in Vallejo. So what is coordinated entry? First, I want to quickly explain what it is. It serves as, like I said, for the coordinated entry system for all Solano County. It's nationwide in every county. It's mandated by HUD, and it's an accessible system that is one front door into the services. So, like if you see in the two pictures, folks would have to go to, back historically, folks would have to go to different agencies and different places to try to see if they're eligible for those services. Coordinated entry was created so that there was one door into these. So sometimes when folks have to go to the different placements, they'd have to do different intakes, different intrusive assessments over and over again. So coordinated entry allows for that to happen one time, and then we match participants with the appropriate resource. Go to the next slide, please. So there's 4 core elements of coordinated entry. There's access, assess, prioritization, and referral. A question came up last week asking, in the encampments in Vallejo, is anyone currently signed up for RCS? So between Resource Connect Solano and the SIOT team, there's 315 participants that are currently enrolled into those programs and on the housing queue. So I know the pit count said there's 727 sheltered and unsheltered, so I know there's a lot more work to do, but outreach is happening. And even at our access site in Vallejo at 908 Tuolumne, our Kaminar office, in the past 6 months, we've averaged about 82 walk-ins monthly, and we had 103 walk-ins just in the month of May. So access is that first core element, and that came up a lot. and how would we outreach to the encampments. The COC's outreach team is the SIOT team, and it consists of those 4 agencies that Natalie explained last week: Resource Connect, Can-Be, Opportunity House, and Fourth Second. Fourth Second is our lead agency in Vallejo for the SIOT, and they'll be leading the outreach efforts in the field and get individuals and families connected to services and to RCS at the encampments, so they can be referred to the navigation center right in the field. And I want to highlight the COC SIOT team emphasizes that outreach must be done in an ethical and humane way, and I'm going to let Ms. Barber speak more to the outreach and the program and scheduling.
Thank you, Dre. And thank you all. So my name is Barbara Simpson, and I am the Clinical Director of Mental Health Services for Fourth Second here in Vallejo. So Fourth Second and the SIOT take a proactive and compassionate approach to outreach by maintaining a consistent and collaborative presence in the encampments throughout Solano County. Fourth Second conducts outreach. Fourth Second conducts outreach every Tuesday and Thursday, building trust over time and connecting individuals to the critical services. As members of the SIOT, we participate in Vallejo Collaborative Outreach Days, occurring on the first and third Tuesdays of each month, joining forces with multiple agencies to offer a unified, whole-person approach. On the second and fourth Wednesdays, we collaborate with partners, again, in Vallejo, providing in-reach services either at Kaminar on Tuolumne or our office on Bear Island. Our outreach efforts focus on meeting people where they are, physically and emotionally, enrolling individuals into HMIS, making timely referrals to Resource Connect, and supporting access to housing, mental health, primary care, and stabilizing resources. However, as we all know, outreach is not enough on its own. We are seeing an increase in the number of people experiencing homelessness due to the severe shortage of affordable housing in the area, lack of emergency shelters, lack of funding of the existing shelters, lack of effective and efficient mental health housing, and crisis intervention. There's a cost of rising rent, which we're seeing, and the cost of rise in living. And there's cuts to critical benefits and safety net programs that we're also experiencing. And we are seeing this consistently and seeing these rise. These systemic pressures make it even more urgent that the outreach teams are resourced, are coordinated, and allowed to intervene early before displacement trauma and further destabilization occur. So our goal in outreach is not just to offer services, but it's to offer hope, consistency, and a path forward. Next slide, please.
Oh, that's good.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So Fourth Second and SIOT's approach to outreach is rooted in ethics, dignity, and in timing. So we believe effective and efficient outreach happens quietly, respectfully, and before the encampments are posted for cleanup. We intentionally go out in advance, not with the city, but on our own, to ensure that individuals have a chance to sign up for services before they are displaced. This action builds trust and shows that we are here for their well-being, not to exacerbate existing trauma. It's about giving people space, time, and real options. So in saying this, we are asking and respectfully requesting that the City Council implement a formal notification process that ensures Fourth Second and the SIOT team, along with other participating partnering agencies, to be notified at least 10 days in advance of any planned encampment cleanups. This would allow outreach teams to engage with encampment residents, and at the very least, 1 week prior to the posting. Early engagement is essential in building trust, providing critical support, and helping individuals prepare for a smooth and informed transition into the upcoming Navigation Center, Broadway, or other available housing and service options. So this strategic partnership would allow us to offer trauma-informed support, preserve progress made toward housing, reduce the likelihood of re-traumatization, and align with best practices and ethical, evidence-based research. Next slide, please. So as providers, it is our responsibility to maintain a clear and intentional separation between the outreach and enforcement. So outreach is rooted in compassion, trust, and voluntary engagement, while the enforcement is focused on compliance. When these two roles are blurred, it sends a confusing message to the individuals that we serve, and individuals begin to associate service providers, such as the SIOT, with displacement and punishment rather than healing. So this is especially important for those who have experienced trauma, institutionalization, or criminalization. When outreach is tied to enforcement, even unintentionally, we risk the re-traumatizing of individuals, damaging rapport, and pushing them further away from the services that we are trying to provide for them. Next slide, please. Okay. So as service providers, we must always lead with evidence-based practices, approaching each individual with a unique story, understanding their story, their history, and their trauma response. There is not a one-size-fits-all solution at all in the work that we do. Outreach is not about forcing, but it's about offering support, encouraging connection, and honoring individuals' autonomy. Some will choose to engage and others will not, but they must be provided with the opportunity to make that decision. So I would like to reiterate that SIOT and Fourth Second are not here to participate in the cleanups per se, but we're here to provide a pathway to safety, wellness, and stability, one that's always to be grounded in dignity and respect. So on a personal note, I am a social worker, and I took an oath to uphold the dignity and inherent worth of every individual that I serve on a daily basis. And I carried this commitment with me every single day when I step out into the field. I strive to be part of the healing and the advocacy and the steady support that gently reminds each person that we work with that you are seen, you are heard, you are valued, and you are deserved. You deserve hope, and you deserve the same opportunity as anyone else to grow and to heal and to move forward. So tonight, I urge you to join me in this commitment. Let's make Vallejo a city that leads by example, a city that chooses humanity, compassion, and equity for all its neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and to add on to exactly, the SIOT stands with exactly what Ms. Barber mentioned, and also wanted to point out that our COC SIOT team, we're leaning on the expertise of the Benioff Homelessness and Housing Initiative, and we're able to meet with their policy director, Mark Dones, at the homeless convening here in Vallejo that was hosted by Supervisor James and United Way Bay Area. And we're also partnering with Vallejo Together, the VA, the Vallejo Homeless Union, and other community agencies to outreach in an equitable and humane way, especially before postings of encampment suites. Next slide, please. So outreach is one way participants can access Resource Connect Solano. Another way is through United Way Bay Area's 211 system, which is accessible 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. RCS partnered with United Way Bay Area starting in March of this year. Before the partnership, before the partnership of March, those 3 months of December, January, and February, RCS averaged 39 intakes a month for participants who were unhoused in Vallejo. Since March, over the most recent 3 months, March, April, May, we've averaged 72 intakes per month for participants unhoused in Vallejo. There was some startup time that was needed, like with any new program in the beginning. In March, there was 37 enrollments. In April, there were 77 enrollments, about a 40 number jump there. And in May, there were 102 enrollments last month. So this shows that the collaboration with United Way Bay Area's 211 is working, the system is being accessed, and that the collaboration with local partners is key. Next slide, please. So a question was also mentioned asked last week by council about individuals who don't have phones. Outreach is one way that individuals can be reached as an alternative for those who don't have a phone. An outreach team member will meet a participant in the field and enroll them into HMIS, which is the Homeless Management Information System. And there's a feature in there that allows you to drop a pin where you meet someone at. So eventually there becomes a history of where participants frequently visit in the city. And Natalie also mentioned last week about the release of information. A participant can put an alternative contact, and this is also added into HMIS as well, for an alternative person to contact. So that when someone does match with the placement, we can reach out to their designated contact on file. Next, sorry, you can go back one, sorry. Just wanted to highlight again quickly, so access, there's 4 different ways we mentioned. So outreach and inreach, like the schedule that Ms. Barber referred to. There's access, a participant can call 211 and receive an intake and assessment right over the phone. A participant could go to one of our physical access sites, like at 908 Tuolumne Street, our Kaminar office. And a participant can also call 211 and request that an outreach worker be sent to them, and they'll be transferred to the lead agency in that city, which is 4th, 2nd, and Vallejo. So if someone didn't have time to do the intake over the phone right now, or at that time, and won't have a phone later, they can request outreach. Okay, next slide, please. Assessment, prioritization, and referral, those other 4 elements, I tried to tie them all together just for time purposes. They do somewhat go hand in hand. Mayor, you asked an important question last week. How are we going to get our unhoused friends into these resources that Vallejo has paid for and built right here in the city? That's what Coordinated Entry is designed to do. That we have several referral partner and agencies that we work with, including the Blue Oak Landing Apartments on Sacramento Street, and also the Vallejo Housing Authority with the tenant-based rental assistant program that we refer into. Next slide, please. So sorry for the text on the bottom. So just want to highlight the referral process to the Navigation Center. That we will prioritize individuals, 1, who report they're unhoused in the city of Vallejo. The next prioritization factor will be those who are at encampment sites in the city of Vallejo. The SIOT team, led by 4th, 2nd, will be able to directly refer an individual to the Navigation Center through Resource Connect Solano. Other tiebreakers in our COC's prioritization scheme is length of time unhoused and the assessment score on the vulnerability assessment. We also have a current shelter wait list that we use to refer different community shelters. It has 27 individuals who are currently on there who are unhoused in Vallejo and would like to be referred to a shelter. Last slide, please. So for permanent supportive housing projects, they are a little different. These are HUD requirements that all PSH projects must follow. Permanent supportive housing projects requires participants that are referred must be chronically unhoused, which means an individual is only eligible that have been unhoused for either 12 consecutive months or has experienced 4 episodes of houselessness in 3 years that equate to 12 months, and have a diagnosed disability. That means the participants have to work with community partners to help document these things through documentation that's HUD approved, a homeless certification, a disability certification. There's a third-party certification where that 12 months is documented to show that timeline in order to be referred to Broadway Village. So our coordinated entry specialists are currently working daily, reaching out to participants and working with community partners like Vallejo Together, 4th, 2nd, of course, Fighting Back Partnerships, and other local agencies in order to help participants gather all their documents. We upload them into HMIS so they can receive their units faster once referred and get that key. This isn't a normal function of coordinated entry, but the work must be done. So we're currently working with 29 participants, helping them get doc ready to be referred to Broadway Village when it's ready to when it is ready to receive referrals. This is a guesstimate number. I think there's about 13 folks who are completely doc ready out of those 29. And I know for most, some are just waiting for that ID or social security card in the mail, or are out connecting with partners for those other documents. That's it.
All right. Thank you very much. We really appreciate it. So as I mentioned before, do we have anything else from staff first?
No,
Just
that's
to make
it.
sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm gonna, as I mentioned, see if council members have quick questions, and then we'll call our public commenters. And I also recognize, I just thank our guests again for their presentations, and I want to recognize that we have the Broadway operator agreement, and then we have another unhoused item later on the agenda. So I'm gonna encourage us, this is definitely all gonna connect together. I'm gonna encourage us to focus our discussion now specifically on the NAV Center, and then we'll have plenty of time later to talk about how all these projects intersect and overlap. And I don't know if our friends from the county, are you able to stay through those other items? Or do you want us to get our questions to you out now? We can do that too. Would you, yeah, okay, so let's just go ahead and any questions for our partners now. Anyone have questions, or we want to go ahead to public comment? Councilmember Matulik.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Dre. Good to see you again. So this is kind of a question that kind of goes across the board to not only staff but to Five Keys schools and also to Dre and to Barbara. And this has always been our conversation, Dre, that we've had about getting resources and supports to all the applicable people that this may apply to. So so when I looked at the Exhibit A and it talked about supportive services, my first quick questions were, what about people that have drug addiction or domestic violence? They aren't listed as any of the supportive houses or supported services. So would that go through Home Keys, or would that go through Dre, or would that go through Barbara? How is that working? Because my follow-up question to that is, are we eliminating people that may have drug addiction or domestic violence for their unhoused situation?
That's a great question, Councilmember. So no, we are not eliminating individuals who have substance use or any other supportive services that are not specifically listed. So if the operator doesn't have staff on site that has that, which they do have background in drug use related activities and helping facilitate those conversations, they would partner to bring in the necessary partners for other needs and services. So if they don't operate it themselves or provide that specifically, they would bring in those referrals, which could include potentially if an individual is already working, say, with Ms. Barbara on their case management and their workload, having her come on site and work with them and continue that, partnering with the county to bring in their behavioral health department to help individuals or other resources in the county, or if they're exterior to the county but can provide support.
So to be clear, is that a third-party vendor that's getting brought in, or that's under someone else's umbrella?
It would be potentially a third party if they're not already part of the continuum of care, the larger continuum of care for Solano County.
Thank you for that. And when Barbara was explaining the SIOT program, the fact they go out on a regular basis to check in the encampments, the way that I heard it was that when they go in there, they are asking for a 10-day window to do the outreach. But did I hear that correctly? That was for those that are transitioning to either the navigation or the Broadway project? What about, because that only, at least the navigation only has 125 beds, and the last PID count that I can recall had more than 125. So what do we do with the other individuals that aren't transitioning to the navigation center or the Broadway project?
So Barbara, please feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that the request is for any outreach, regardless
Correct.
of what program they're going to, is a 10-day notice to the SIOT team.
Yes.
That the city is going to be doing an encampment cleanup at a specific location, so that way they have time to prepare their resources, go and connect with the individuals prior to the cleanup. Please feel free to add additional information.
So currently, Fourth Second also provides wraparound services and case management, enhanced case management to individuals. So the folks, they would first go through Resource Connect. We would get them set up through there. We would see if they were a fit for our program. We would enroll them in our program. If not, then we would refer them out to other agencies to get them set up with other services.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, you're saying your organization is personally managing each and every individual you touch out there in the encampments?
Not each and every one. So if they are eligible to receive our services, our enhanced care management services, and if we have space on our caseload, then we would take them in. If not, we would find partnering agencies. That's why we collaborate so much together, because it's not a one-size-fits-all approach for everyone. And so we bring other partnering agencies at the table to then refer individuals out to them. So we refer through Resource Connect. which is our coordinated entry system. And then they can refer individuals out that way as well. Plus, we also have monthly coordination and collaborative meetings with our partners to ensure that everyone that we touch gets referred or at least gets some type of services. So there's no one that's falling through the cracks. That was the point of our SIOT, is to bring all of the agencies together to fill those gaps of service, to ensure that people are receiving what they need.
Thank you for that clarification. Go ahead, Dre.
Just wanted to add, once folks are connected to coordinate entry, they just don't have to, in Vallejo, they don't have to just have a resource in Vallejo. They can be eligible for other programs and agencies too. The NAV Center has 125 beds, but that doesn't stop them from being able to be referred to other placements outside of Vallejo too.
No, appreciate that, because I think that was one of the biggest challenges we have always seen here in Vallejo is the inability to case manage all of these individuals to where they're actually getting the support that they may need. As a social worker, you understand, we have to understand the root cause for each individual as a separate entity. So, and they're all going to be different for each person. So that's where we've always been lost in being able to identify not only the individuals, but where to connect them to, and the ultimate part is follow through of making sure that they're meeting or they're getting the services that they're needing. So, and what I'm hearing is that is going to be in your ballpark in your grand scheme of this project. Okay.
All right, Vice Mayor, did you have something to add?
I did want to add that, so individuals will be enrolled into the program, but we need to it's going to take everyone to do this, not just 4 of us. And so it's going to take all of us working together to break down the silos, because that's what we're seeing in Vallejo. That's what we're seeing in Solano County.
So if it does go, just a quick follow-up, so if you are case managing, are you case managing the ones that are off to the third party that you don't provide those direct services to?
We provide the services, we follow up, and we ensure that they get connected with warm handoffs to other agencies.
Thank you for that. And then my quick follow-up question is for the 5 Keys Schools and Programs. So with the title of 5 Keys Schools, is there an educational component to where you're able to assist with any GED certificates or any type of educational programs?
Thank you.
Yes, the answer to that, council member, is yes. We can do GEDs, we can do Spanish GEDs, and we do high school diplomas. We also do just basic literacy. A lot of people are struggling just learning to read.
And is your program
free of cost,
collaborative with the school district here, or is that a different program onto yourself that is certified through the state?
We're certified, we're accredited through the state of California, so it's not through the school district here, and we do have a policy of not taking students from a local school district. So we work with those students who slip through the cracks or drop through the cracks or are incarcerated or in a homeless shelter. So we could actually potentially bring services actually to the Navigation Center, provide classes there if there was a significant number of guests there that needed that service.
Thank you for that clarification.
Sure.
Those are all my questions at the
All right.
time.
Thank you. All right, I have Vice Mayor Bergenzer and then Council Members Palmares and Gordon. And once we get the first round of questions, we'll do the public comment.
Sure, and mine will be really quick. I just kind of follow up to Councilmember Matulik's questions. For the notifications, who do you notify when we're going to do the sweep, the cleanups? What other support services do you notify?
Yes, so we, and we'll go over this a little bit more in our update on the unhoused presentation, but we have a HOT team, which includes the SIOT as well as Fighting Back Partnership. So if we're connecting with families or individuals with children, because that's what they specialize in, Vallejo Together, and the NAACP, who are helping to be kind of the boots on the ground out in the encampments with us. And I am probably forgetting 1 or 2 because I don't have my notes right in front of me, but I can definitely highlight on that more at our future presentation tonight.
Okay, and do you typically notify them within 10 days, or is that, what is your typical notification?
So with our first cleanup that we did with the new HOT team, it was less than 7 days, and then with the second cleanup that we did for the most recent one over at City Hall, it was unfortunately not enough time. We gave them notice on the Thursday leading into Memorial Day weekend. So we will work better to partner with the HOT team as well as the SIOT team to make sure we're giving them ample time to connect with the individuals prior to cleanup postings.
Okay, thank you.
All All right, Councilmember Palmares.
Thank you for the presentation. So past year two, what is our plan to finance this?
That is a great question. So we are actively pursuing grants. Right now, a lot of the grants that have been coming out are for non-congregate shelter. So we're looking at potential funding sources for that. I know that at previous councils, we had mentioned that, you know, for this to operate long-term, it may be something where we are working with council to build that into our budget. But staff are looking actively for potential other funding opportunities, as well as donations from our healthcare partners or other agencies that support our unhoused community. Yeah, so we, assuming that we continue to get HAP funding, either directly through the county, which goes to Capilano JPA for allocation, we could apply for those funding sources. And then there's also additional opportunities to apply for the HAP funding as a specific entity for the larger part that doesn't go directly to the county as an allocation. And then there's also encampment resolution funding that has come out in the past. We have not been successful in awarding for those because we did not have the housing opportunities available when we were applying. Because we'll have the Navigation Center and Broadway open at that point in time, we would likely be more successful in an application for those funds.
I see. Is that state?
That is state funding, correct?
Okay.
And then there's also the opportunity to use additional home or CDBG funds that goes through our housing department.
Got it. And this is probably a question for Five Keys, but when I look at the breakdown of the FTEs, as far as case management is concerned, I see only 2 actual care coordinators for 125 beds. That doesn't seem, I mean, that seems like a pretty hefty workload. Maybe I'm missing something, but maybe some could comment on that.
Yeah, if you won't mind coming back up and clarifying. Can we easily put that slide back up with the FTEs, Manny?
Just to clarify, the question was that you don't believe that 2 care coordinators is enough for 125 beds? Roughly.
Yeah, I don't want to put it that bluntly, but I mean, maybe I'm missing something, so please educate me.
I would say that you're not wrong. It's going to be a real challenge for us. So we have, as Natalie mentioned, we leveraged a lot of staff to make this work for Vallejo City. So we do have our Director of Care Coordination, our Deputy Director, Kim Duong, will also be supporting. We also have a Assistant Director that would support, and we have a Supervisor of Care Coordinators that's in this budget as well that's going to be there to support. So between the team, we're quite confident we can do it.
Would there be an opportunity to work with any other organizations or just individual volunteers if they wanted to help out? I mean, is that a possibility?
Potentially we could utilize interns.
Okay.
That's a possibility. We just have to have the right supervision for something like that.
Sure. And are you anticipating, or do you already have in mind a move-along policy? So a person is in process there, but is there anything that is initiating the conversation, like, hey, are you ready for whatever housing, you know, whether it be rapid rehousing or permanent supportive housing? Is there any sort of policy internally along those lines?
Kim, do you want to take this one?
Hello, good evening. Can you clarify that again? What is
Would you mind getting a little closer to the mic?
specifically are you asking?
Sure. Is there a move-along policy in place, or do you anticipate having one? So what I'm thinking is an unhoused individual, they get processed in here, but what is the time limit? Or is there some sort of internal policy where one of the care coordinators initiates a conversation saying, hey, you know, you've been here for a bit, we feel, and, you know, it's a conversation, like, you could see that they're ready for whatever it is. Is there something along those lines?
And so our approach is from a trauma-informed lens. So we meet our guests where they are.
Yes.
And so it just depends on their situation and their needs at the time. As Natalie stated, their time at the navigation is limited, up to 6 months up to a year. So we will diligently work with the guests to support them into that next transition of their life.
Okay.
Through Councilmember Palmares, we do have built-in monthly check-ins with the individuals, so at minimum, they are making contact with their care coordinator at minimum once a month to at least encourage those conversations. We know and understand that sometimes it may take several conversations with somebody for them to open up and share their experiences, their needs, and what that may be. Five Keys has a great team who I think can help break those barriers down more quickly than I could if I was working with individuals. So they'll be able to ideally get people working on their independent plans towards their next level of housing opportunity. But at minimum, they should be connecting with their participant or their guest once a month.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Gordon.
First of all, I want to say thank you so much to all the partners at the table, because this is definitely stronger together, right? And I do agree that we can't do this one or two folks. All of us have to be at the table. I do have a couple of questions. So this is to Five Keys. So I was very inspired by your mission statement, which says, through the use of social and restorative justice principle, Five Keys provides traditional underserved communities the opportunity to improve their lives through the focus on 5 keys, and that's education, employment, recovery, and family and community. So I'm excited to hear that, because, and I went on your website, I looked at your board, I looked at everything, and I'm inspired. I do have the same concerns as my colleagues have, right? That about 120, I worry about it may be overwhelming, and with good heart, you could do a lot, but I also hope that for the sake of dollars, you don't cut someone short to getting that service, because I want to see success. And it looked like you have housed, my question to you would be, what is the highest amount of persons you served in your past history? So can you answer that question for me? From 5 Keys.
I'm sorry, you're asking in total how many we do like per day, or?
Just from your past history to solidify our peace of mind of the 120. Have you done more than 120? Have you did up to 120?
Oh, yeah. We
At one
had,
time.
currently, right now, one of our largest sites is 334. We also did have one SIP hotel that closed that was over 400.
Okay, thank you. That's good to know. And wait, don't go yet. And my next concern is, I don't know if you know my story, but I came here homeless and unhoused, and I stayed at the Christian Help Center. And it was a challenge, like, for our kids to be able to do anything. And I'm just imagining, I know that you don't service children there at the Navigation Center, but for people who, what would be some type of outlet for them? Like, you're working on their academics, what is their outlet? Like, do you have ceramics? Do you have other activities that can help balance whatever that adult may be going through that's trying to get their credentials?
Yeah, so we will have an activities coordinator that will be on site that will have different activities going on per day. So they could be, it could be movie night, or it could be a ceramics, it could be, bingo, many different things that we do throughout the week. We try to at least do, and we also try to get groups in as well. There may be NA groups or anything that that the guests would like to. So we give them a survey, we ask them what they like. And so that way we'd bring that into the NAV Center. But yeah, we try to get at least 3 to 4 activities per week.
Thank you. And one more question. Have you, maybe I missed this in the site, but I think about Career Day. Have you all thought about something like that, or have you done that in the past?
We actually did have Career Day in one of our sites in Alameda County, or in Alameda, so that would be something we could definitely bring.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that part. Yes,
Through
Natalie?
the mayor, if I may also add, the Workforce Development Board has been anxiously awaiting contracts for the operators for both the Broadway project and Navigation Center, and are very excited to get working with those individuals. So now that their names are out in the public, and assuming we adopt contracts tonight, they would also be partners with that as well.
Thank you very much. And then I would like to ask you, Natalie, would this be something that would be a good idea also for the Broadway project?
For
the 5 Keys, or just the operator in general?
So
For
we
the
do have an
school.
operator, which is part of the contract later tonight for the Broadway project. So there will be an operator who provides wraparound services, case management, facilitates job trainings specifically for that site.
And thank you. I know, so I'll save that question for later then, because it's kind of like a little bit going that way what I was looking at, but thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember
Wait,
Lett-
one more question
Okay.
for Resource Connect. Thank you so much for being here, and I am just excited of your work, and then sitting at tables with you. I know your heart is passionate for what you do, and I appreciate you. I heard you to say that your goal is for connection, to making sure that we get the right people connected to make sure they can be on these lists, that you would go out prior to any sweep and connect with peoples. And then one of my concerns was how would they stay connected to you? And it sounds like to me you created some ideas of making sure that happens, where they will have a person that you can connect to get to them. One of my concerns is, let's say someone says, I want to be helped, and then they decide that they didn't want to do it anymore. Do you have something to protect you from that? So they say, yes, Sam said he don't want it no more, and we can take the next person on the list. How does that work?
It's housing first, so a participant can decline services if they don't want to engage, and everything's tracked in HMIS, so we just document that, leave notes and services that show like, hey, this resource was offered, participant declined. Normally we give three options, and a participant can decline those 3 options. We don't just remove them from their place on the queue if they decline one thing. And so we just look to internally case conference different resources that we can match folks to.
And thank you. And then also, I was looking at your website for Kaminar. I noticed that you have a lot of service offered for individuals with disabilities as well. Is that accurate still?
Yeah, Kaminar does. Kaminar's through multiple counties, and they do have different programs that like in Solano, we have our comprehensive case management team who gets referrals from Solano County Behavioral Health, and they do case management out in the field. We have Jobs Plus, who also receives their referrals from Solano County Behavioral Health to help folks with employment and different services like that. So Kaminar has a lot of different programs. Resource Connect Solano is just one under the agency.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your work. Thank you again.
Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Lettiju.
Thank you to everyone who's been working on this project. I'm really concerned about this budget. I'm going to be really frank about it. And if we talk about success, we really need to talk about what the budget should look like. And if we say that we have 2 care coordinators, the ratio is 1 to 25 case managers to guests. We don't even touch all the beds. And I know the work that you do, 5 Keys. I work in the city, so I'm quite familiar with your work. And I think we all know that this budget doesn't really work. And we really need to talk about this budget. Because if we're talking about serving appropriately, this is not going to get us there. So I want to be really frank about that. And I'm saying it to our city manager. What are we going to really do about this budget to make sure that we can truly launch and make it through the first 2 years and serve in the ways that we need to? It's not going to do the job.
Right.
So if I may make a recommendation, we can work with Five Keys to review that staffing plan and look at where we could add additional staffing to make sure that we have a successful launch, as well as the long-term support that's needed for the participants that are there. That would likely come with an increase to the budget, which is something that we would have to bring back before council if that is something that council is open to looking at. But we can work with them to add additional care coordinators to the site to make sure that we're meeting those ratios or closer to meeting those ratios.
I just want us to be honest about where we are.
Yeah.
This is not to you, this is to our city manager. We need to be honest. And if we're asking Five Keys to come in here and be successful, it has taken us a long time to open this center. It has cost a lot of money to get it built. We need to be very frank about that, and this budget will not take us there. I know that for a fact. It will not get us there. And I think everybody who's worked on this project knows that as well. And so what is an adequate budget to make sure we're able to open, make sure we're able to sustain the program? It's more than just opening, you know, and I appreciate all the work that everyone's doing. Please know that. And I want us to be successful. It's been a long, hard road for everybody who's been involved, let's be honest. And we, as a city government, we need to be honest about what is it going to take to do this work. And then talk about what are the risks that we're accepting. If I look at the insurance, if I'm not mistaken, this is for not medical insurance, but it's for property insurance, I can tell you for a fact, it is more than $10,000 a year. I do properties. So what should our budget look like? What do we need to do to really make this happen? I must stay like that. Thank you.
City Manager Murray, did you have any other comments to add?
So thank you for those comments. And I know, Dr. Leditch, you have a lot of expertise in this area. If you want to provide staff with some, you mentioned the insurance, and I think you referenced the care management ratios. But any other information you have on areas where you think there are deficiencies? I don't have the same level of expertise. So yeah, certainly I know that all staff would appreciate your feedback on areas where you think the budget isn't deficient so that we can start to assess what more might be needed to make this successful.
I think if we work with our service provider, Five Keys, they're quite adept in this work. And even when I look at staff ratios, I can't expect that this is me speaking, I can't expect the Director of Housing Services, the Deputy Director, Director of Housing Operations, Director of Training and Guest Services, Director of Strategic Leadership Development and Training, to really fill in the gaps for our care coordinators at the level that we're expecting. There's so many pieces that go to operating a navigation center and to be able to help and do trauma-informed care for the individuals that we are speaking about caring for with humanity and ethically and with integrity, that's not possible with what we are trying to lean up against on these other positions. These other positions have a different level of expertise in the work they do versus in care management. And if I'm wrong, I invite Five Keys to tell me I'm wrong.
Go ahead.
I'm not going to say you're wrong. You're not wrong, but I do want to say that we have people at that level that do have expertise in care management. And I do also want to clarify that while I'm in agreement that the budget is really tight, so there's no dispute there. Everything you're saying, we really appreciate hearing it. You know, we want to bring the same compassion and value that you're talking about, and the budget makes it hard. But we really feel like we can do a good job. And just to clarify, there are 2 care coordinators and a care coordinator supervisor. So that's 3 for 125, which is still not perfect, but is closer. So I want to be clear, it's not just the 2, because that supervisor also holds a caseload. So we've been able to do it before. It is a stretch, like you're saying. You're 100% right. So I think that if there is a way that the city is able to look at funds down the road, that would be great. That would be helpful. We could do the kind of work that you both are talking about, and I think that we're all committed in the room to do. And we're still committed to make this work, and we're going to do our best. And sometimes that means us leveraging staff to it that we're not reimbursed for. That's not ideal, it's not sustainable, but it's something we've done in order to ensure that we can keep a site being effective. Because for us, at the end of the day, the bottom line is our guests and how we're serving them and how we're taking care of them. And so we're not going to let that suffer.
So
But we appreciate the conversation. It's really important, so thank you for that.
Thank you. And I appreciate what you've said and your commitment, and I've seen your commitment in other places. And at the same time, I want us as a city government to be honest about what it's going to take. Even if we start at this point, we need to be honest about what it's going to take to do this work and how are we really truly going to fund this work. Because again, we have spent a lot of time, a lot of resources, and a lot of money standing up that building and trying to get in that building. And I appreciate every ounce of the work done by everyone. And this is why I'm daylighting this, because it's important for the success of this city, how well we can do this work. So thank you.
Thank you, and we appreciate, we understand that we are asking Five Keys to do a lot with a reduced staffing than what would be ideal. So I did some very quick math. I would want to double check this before I put anything into official writing, but if we wanted to add 2 additional care managers for 2 years to have that 5 personnel, which would be a caseload of 25 individuals, it would be $365,000 for the 2-year contract that would be added on, if that's something that council is interested in pursuing or looking into.
Sure, and I'm not just talking about staffing. I'm not sure where the insurance numbers came from for $20,000 worth of insurance on such a facility and caring for individuals. So I'm not sure where we got those dollars from. And I might be totally wrong.
So that was the estimates provided by Five Keys, but we can work with them and their insurance broker to make sure that the numbers are accurately reflected.
Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
All right, thank you. I see Councilmembers Gordon and Matulak. I do want to take our public comments, and then we'll go for another round with City Council. So I know we have several in-person speakers.
We
Let's
have
go ahead and
6
call
so
them.
far.
All right.
The first speaker is Stephen Hallett.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Dr. Letterju was absolutely right. That's how we got to the point where we're at right now, was by underestimating everything. The presentation completely omitted the debacle that this has been from the beginning. This has gone through 3 different mayors, more different councils, two different decades to get this done. And it's always been, oh, we didn't anticipate that, or oh, we didn't budget for that, or oh, we didn't know about that. And we're seeing that tonight. I'm not convinced that if we get this open, and you know, I don't blame the people from the county or the people from Resource Connect or the people from Five Keys. They're doing great work and they're doing the best they can with what they've got. But we've got to accurately predict how much this is going to cost us. And then after the 2 years are up, then what happens? Where's the money going to come from after that? There doesn't really seem to be much of an answer there. And then at the last council meeting, there was a comment made by Councilmember Gordon about how unsafe it was for the security officers in these situations. Well, now that that's out there and that it's recorded and can be played, if anything happens, when the lawsuits pour in, it's going to be, look at that video where a council member said, they're being aggressive with the security guards, but not with the police. So now we're on notice that, Either we don't have enough security guards or we should have the police. People can go back and watch that meeting and see that that's what was said. But I mean, we really need to be honest about what the cost is going to be, about how many issues we've had getting here, about how unprepared we have been for this project, and frankly, how unprepared we still are. There's a lot of questions that haven't been answered. There's a lot of things that are going to fall through the cracks. And once this gets up and running, I would bet you that we're going to see staff come back and say, we didn't anticipate that. We need more money. We need more funding. We need more this. We need more that. I guarantee you that's going to happen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ann Carr.
So, good evening, council and community. And this is a milestone evening to finally come to this moment. I have to echo some of what Stephen Hallett said, that there have been way too many delays in this project. The seed money started 12 years ago, but I am thrilled we are at this point. I do have some questions. So I've been very concerned about the so-called coordinated entry system. I had heard that the county resources had not been doing proactive field outreach to sign people up for the coordinated entry system since 2019. Now, it sounds like some progress has been made since then, but that field outreach is so key between the encampments versus getting someone into shelter. And so I had a question, I think, John Jerry from Caminar said that there were 315 people enrolled in the coordinated entry system. It wasn't clear to me if that was from Vallejo alone or is that all of Solano County. But that key thing of outreach to the encampments is so key because we've already had the Eden project on Sacramento Street where we spent at least $52 million. And to my knowledge, we did not take one single person out of an encampment for that. Maybe we took one or two. It's some very small number. So I don't want to see us spend a lot of money on something and still have all these encampments. So I have questions about the entry system. I have concerns about potential security issues that maybe need reinforcement beyond what the staff can do at the navigation center. And I raise this because it's seen that around navigation centers and anywhere where there are services for the homeless, often bad characters congregate, specifically drug dealers. And so I think there needs to be something posted towards the outside that monitors and keeps that area safe and so that it doesn't become a magnet. And then the last area that I'd love to hear about is both maybe from Natalie and from Five Keys, is what kind of success rates have they seen getting people to go from, say, a navigation center into the next step in their housing journey? Like, what is the percentage of conversion into, say, conventional housing or transition housing or whatever? With all that, I will say again, I'm very pleased that we are finally getting here, but I do hope that there's some sort of post-mortem that looks at the overall history, sad history of this project, and looks particularly at the delays so that we can figure out why those happened and prevent those from happening again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Troy Natrangelo. He's left. It looks like Joe McHale is next.
Perhaps I'm on the wrong note. I really wanted to speak on 7F, but since I've been called, I just want to say a few things. I am an ex-postal worker. I worked at the main post office here on Santa Clara Street, and I still live in the 94590. And for anybody's information, there are 3 zip codes in this town. 945-0 is downtown, 94591 is across the highway, and 94589 is everything what would be north of, well, to the north. Let me just put it that way. I was under the impression that there was going to be somewhat of a debate about moving some of the people into or out of the old post office on Santa Clara Street.
And that's on item F. So you're welcome to speak on that item.
I only got one
For
thing
this-
to say.
Yeah, for this one, if you can just comment on the navigation center operator
Well,
agreement.
thank you, and I know I'm off base here. But can't this zip code get a break? We're getting too much influx. Somebody else in this area
And you're welcome to come back up on that item.
should
We
take
appreciate it.
their part.
Thank you. Our next speaker, I think, is Chris Kelly. There's a typo in the name. I don't see her.
She's in
Is
the
she not
back.
here?
No, she's in the back.
Oh, she
She's
is here.
coming
Okay,
up.
I see her.
Good evening, City Council. I just wanted to bring up a point with regards to the Navigation Center and the choosing of the operator. There was a mention of boots on the ground with regards to the HOT team and the Navigation Center with groups such as NAACP, Fighting Back Partnership, etc. I would like to know, or I would like for you guys to ask, which of these groups have actually connected with the Vallejo Homeless Union and have documented contact with unhoused individuals living on the streets and in public places? I find it very disturbing, just from things that I know and working with the Vallejo Homeless Union. It's people are saying they're doing the work, they're doing the outreach, they're going out, but I don't know how that's possible when you're not in contact with the main group who is there to be a voice for unhoused people. So I would like for them to explain how these groups are actually vetted, that they're actually reaching out to people who are unhoused and not just names who have been around and not really producing any type of change. So I would like to know, because from my understanding and what I hear, a lot of these groups, people are afraid to go and talk to unhoused people. They're literally not out there. And I keep hearing about, oh, they're going out, they're connecting, they're, giving them resources and stuff, and I just don't see that. And I think it's just very disgraceful that city staff would continuously keep saying that, and that's not what's actually happening. And they're depending or counting on the unhoused individuals who are not able to be here to not speak up and say that. So there's been a lot of failures with regards to this staff, and I think, it's happened so many times, it's more of a pattern. It's a culture. And unhoused people are important, just like you and I. And I just hope that you guys ask the right questions and make sure that people aren't just saying, hey, we're doing this, we're doing that, and then nobody's making sure that it's actually being done, because I haven't seen any of these people connecting. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our final speaker is Nathan Stout.
And Mayor, while he's coming, I just want to inform you, we do have 3 speakers online.
Okay, thanks. We may have one more in-person speaker.
So I just wanted to say, if you're looking for more money for the navigation center, that maybe you shouldn't think about the sanctioned campground, because providing so many resources to the homeless, it's going to send us back into bankruptcy. So I just want you to think about that as you go forward.
Thank you. I think we had one more person in the audience. You're welcome to come up if you'd like to speak on this item. If you could just please state your name. so we know who you are.
My name is Jean McCormick, and I thought I put my name in, and I don't know where it went to. But no disrespect to the program that's going on here. We know that they need more social workers in order to help these people who are on our streets. It's just not enough staffing. And my question is, why isn't Solano County helping the city of Vallejo more? They already have a social service department, a mental health department, a sheriff's department. They have housing. Why aren't they putting boots on the ground in Vallejo and doing a big sweep and getting these people off the street? It's heartbreaking to see these people living on the street. It's not safe for them. It's not safe for anybody who lives in Vallejo. And I've seen it done in other cities, in other counties, and they do a big sweep, they get it cleaned up, and they deal with the people who need this help. They have people there that have their masters, their PhDs. They deal with these people day in and day out already. And why aren't they here in this city helping us using our tax dollars that we already give to Solano County and saving our city dollars? So I would like to see our streets cleaned up. This is the worst I've seen it, born and raised in this city. And I would like to see it cleaned up and people off the street. It's so incredibly heartbreaking to see that we are leaving these people out there. And we know that the mental health knows how to deal with some of these people who have big opiate or drug addiction problems. Now, the other question I have is, California got a huge settlement from the pharmaceutical companies that created this problem. Where is that money? I tried to look it up on the internet. I'm no big researcher on the internet, but when you look at California, it says NA. It doesn't give you the information, but other states show where they're spending their money. Is there any way we could grab some of that money to help pay for these people, and they start working with Solano County, who should be able to get social workers that already get paid, that already have benefits, and their boots out on our streets and helping cleaning up what's going on? So thank you for that.
Thank you. And we can clarify after public comment. We'll clarify in the opioid funding. Now we have a few online commenters, I believe. After public comment, we'll clarify your comment on the opioid funding. Yeah. All right, we have some public commenters. Again, I'll ask our commenters. We have several items on this agenda related to the unhoused. I'll ask us to please keep it focused on the navigation center. I know we had a little bit in our presentations that was cross-cutting, but we'll have opportunities on future items to comment as well.
Thank you, Mayor. First speaker, Louis Michael. Please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Hello, good evening, City Council. My name is Louis Michael. I'm a community organizer and longtime Vallejo resident. Want to start just by thanking everyone who has worked so hard to bring the Navigation Center to this point. I think that its opening is a major step forward in addressing some of the homelessness issues here in Vallejo. Over the years, I've done outreach at encampments and mutual aid, and I've partnered with harm reduction efforts and built relationships with unhoused neighbors across the city. And while I'm not as active in that capacity today, those experiences shaped how I understand this work, not just as policy, but as deeply personal. I carry with me the lessons learned from those relationships that I built in some of those encampments and in some of the work that I've done, especially around trust. And trust is what determines whether people engage. That means ensuring that this center isn't just well-intentioned, but it also has to be adequately staffed, as what was mentioned today, and aligned with the very people that it's meant to serve. That includes those already doing work on the ground, especially those unhoused-led organizations who've been filling gaps for years. And at the same time, we should be recognizing and uplifting those many organizations and individuals, especially those who are unhoused or who have the lived experience, who continue to lead this work every single day. Their expertise and leadership must be centered if this navigation center is going to be truly successful. I'm encouraged by Five Keys' commitment. Sounds good. Their commitment to harm reduction and trauma-informed care. But I do echo the concerns raised tonight that this work can't succeed without those things like staffing and accountability. We need to be honest about what it will take to do this right. There needs to be a commitment to consistent ethical outreach before encampment actions. And there needs to be space for community oversight that includes the voices of those impacted. This center has the potential to be more than a shelter, so I hope that we can find a way to model what's possible when we lead with care, collaboration, and truth. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, the people. Please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Thank you. I'll have to shoot these off quick because we only get 3 minutes here. But I ask the council to please look at the certain things with this proposal, starting with the timeline that was presented about how we got here. You know, Councilmember Ledeju mentioned about how this budget doesn't work. And the reason why this budget doesn't work is because procedurally, if you go back to when the RFP request was made, these folks had 9 business days basically to submit this proposal. This proposal, unfortunately, is written with typos, errors, in the budget specifically. There are misallocations or no allocations for line items 5, 10, and 12. It was mentioned about an activities director role that there is no allocation for on the budget. There is also 2 other roles that have 0 allocations. I question the amount for the directors. A 0.05 and 0.07 full-time equals 8 to 10 hours a month. I don't know how 8 to 10 hours from those folks could be any type of meaningful interaction other than sitting in on a staff meeting and listening to report backs for that amount of time. Also, looking, and I don't know anything about Five Keys. The people have never worked with those folks before. We also work in San Francisco and Oakland and have not worked with them before, so not familiar. But the equity around their salary model, their lowest paid and their highest paid salaries in this particular proposal are not very equitable. It's like over 3 to 1 from the lowest to the highest. And even though that is a prorated full-time, it's not a meaningful, that I'd rather see that being put back into the employees who are working close with the folks every day. There's not enough staffing. There's not enough oversight from community. There's no designated protocol. There's a good neighbor protocol, but there's no designated protocol for outside intervention should somebody have a complaint and how those complaints get rolled up. There is a policy in the exhibits, but it involves only the employees within the center. There's also the minimum education for the care coordinator would bar a high degree of people who are already working in the community. And I've only got a few seconds, so finishing it up. Yeah, we have people in the community who have been doing this work for years, decades, who need to be able to be part of this work, and they need to be able to make it easy for those organizations.
Great, thank you.
Next speaker, phone number ending in 090. Please hit *6 to unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello? Okay.
Yes.
So thank you, Dr. Ledeju, for the honesty around the budget. Why at the end of this process are we always questioning costs? Again, the competency of our staff, instead of just being excited by all of these benefits, the numbers never add up. It never changes every project. As far as Resource Connect, this group has been around for a long time. And I'm sorry, but the first and third Tuesday or the second and fourth Wednesday or blah, blah, blah doesn't sound like real outreach. So how long have they been actually helping people and getting people registered and connected? Because from what little I have seen looking into it, not very much. For the enormous cost of our poor city for this enhanced care, only 2 years of funding, how about we have requirements of proof that they have been, these people, these guests have been Vallejo citizens? We cannot support everyone who has ended up in our city. Vallejo has been permissible in letting people come here. Other cities have brought people here. They push people here, and we've done nothing to stop it. We will never have enough housing for unchecked homeless migrating here. There must be clear statements to say no more coming to Vallejo. We cannot support it financially. The excuses by staff for not enough lead time for outreach before these sweeps is unacceptable yet again. The point was to have outreach, to come to these things, and oh, we didn't have time. It's unacceptable. And for individuals who refuse help from these services, they cannot continue to live on our streets. If you refuse help or we cannot provide, they have to go where they can find help. Thank you.
Thank you.
Last speaker, Melvin Cohen. Please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Good evening, Mayor Source, council members, and city staff. Just want to thank you and thank everybody that's speaking tonight. I'm aware of Five Keys. I like Five Keys and the history of their work. And so I appreciate them being here tonight. I appreciate Dr. Lediju's comments regarding the budget. It's a very, very tight budget, and it definitely needs to be reviewed. And more resources are going to have to be provided for them to be able to do the work that's needed. I come before you all tonight as not just as a developer and community advocate, but for someone who has a background in contracts, compliance, and public accountability, particularly in housing, behavioral health, and service integrated models of health. Tonight, I want to raise concerns about the recently approved $7 million contract with Five Keys to operate the Vallejo Navigation Center. And so while the need to address homelessness is urgent, and I support investments in housing and care, contracts of this size must include clear performance expectations, accountability measures, and public transparency. And so as someone who has overseen multi-million-dollar housing and reentry programs, I can say with confidence that every publicly funded service contract should include key performance indicators. Every agreement should define what success looks like, not just that the services will be provided. Every operator should be held to standards around reporting, compliance, and evaluation, especially when managing vulnerable populations. And yet the contract as approved lacks the most basic elements of professional service accountability. There's no defined metrics on housing placements, service linkages, or clinical care engagement. No requirement for trauma-informed care, HMIS reporting, or alignment with the county continuum of care. And no language outlining how we, the public, will know whether the navigation center is actually working. And so we can't afford to have a $7 million operation function without a clear quality assurance framework, especially when Vallejo's reputation and most importantly, lives are on the line. The people of this city deserve transparency, the unhoused deserve results, and your staff deserve clear expectations to uphold. I urge the council to revisit the agreement and direct staff to negotiate a contract amendment that includes defined performance targets tied to exits to permanent housing, service delivery, and safety, monthly reporting requirements to council and the community, and a compliance mechanism to ensure dollars are well spent and lives are measurably improved. Let's not replicate a model of service that lacks rigor. Let's lead with accountability, compassion, and the standards our city deserves. Thank you all.
Thank you. And I believe that's it for our speakers. So thank you to everyone who spoke in person and online. I am being mindful of the time with many items to go. We're going to go get some follow-up comments from council. I'll encourage my colleagues to try to keep us moving and keep it focused on direction for staff so we can go ahead and vote on this item. And we'll start with Councilmember Gordon.
through the chair, through the mayor, were you going to allow me to, okay. So I appreciate the comment that was made that I had quote last week, but let me make sure you clearly understood what I was saying, that we wanted to have security at the Navigation Center is what I was making my point to. So thank you for allowing me to clarify that. But I want to go back to what our concerns were. It sounds like all three of us who spoke, was our concern there was not enough people. Because I divided this up, and per 20 person would be one person, and that would be a total of 6. So I can compromise with 2 more people. For 2 years, that'd be $720,000 if I got it right. I could be wrong for 2 years. My math is a little bit off, but you said 360, right? A year.
That is for both years.
Oh, for 2 years.
Correct.
Thank you for clarifying. I was like, okay. But even that would still have been workable, so you meant that for not 1 year, but for 2 years. Okay, thank you for clarifying that. And then, because I worry, our people need help, and I don't want you to get overwhelmed, and where they fall short, and I'm not saying you're not qualified and you're not prepared. It's just that I don't want any room for any errors, if that makes sense. And if you start off that big and you see that you may not need that amount of folks, then that's be a different story. You're right. You could say, oh yeah, we could do with 4 people, and divide that 120 up, But I think having 20 per one person would be great. Because as a case manager, I worked 50, and it was overwhelming for me. And I had to write reports on every one of them, So I just asked you to please not be offended, but just understand our concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Matulik.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Dr. Letterju, for starting that conversation on the budget aspect of it. So the question I had is, could you put up the slide where there was a breakdown of the funding sources? That spreadsheet. There's a spreadsheet where it talked about, and specifically the one that had where 5 Keys was putting right there. Where it says that 5 Keys was putting in 791,000, which is, based on this budget, is roughly about 10%. So for a project like this, and you also mentioned projects of your 300 bed and the 400 bed, what was the percentage that 5 Key put into those projects? You didn't put any funding towards that? Okay.
No, I mean, not as a rule.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for that clarification. And then can you go to the slide where it points out potential funding options? So this one. So I always get nervous when we see potential funding options. The fact that we haven't applied for them yet, or we haven't done anything with it, is this something that is currently available, or is this something, and that's something? So have we explain the process of getting this and how that would apply immediately to something like this?
Yeah, so the funding has come, it's here, it's in our accounts through our housing authority,
Okay.
or our housing department. The funds are in the home ARP allocation plan, but they are currently to the Broadway project. Originally, we were anticipating to utilize them for that funding. It did not meet the criteria for the funding because of the type of housing it was building. It could potentially provide services, but not the actual construction of the project. So knowing that, we thought that it would be a great opportunity to reallocate the funding source to the operations of the Navigation Center, understanding that we want to see it open for more than 2 years up and running. The process for that to happen was we would need to make an update to our allocation plan and bring that to the Housing Commission for approval and submit that to HUD, and then bring it to council for approval of amending the budget to allocate the funds to the navigation center.
So the fact that it's labeled as potential, that means we're reallocating the funds from the Broadway project to this one, to the navigation now? Is that what I'm understanding?
Correct, and it's actually in process. HUD's reviewing the amendments to that plan. We just don't know the timeline because our program managers had been laid off, so we only have the regional director to work with, and we don't know how long that process will take for them to review those edits to the plan, but it's in process.
Thank you for that clarification. So my follow-up question is then that means that we have to relook at the Broadway project funding or budget. No?
We already did that.
Oh, we did that?
We'll
Okay.
explain that in the next presentation.
Gotcha. Thank you. Okay, thank you for those answers.
Councilmember Matias. Excuse me.
Thank you, Mayor. Just want to thank staff for really prioritizing moving this forward. And I just want to make a general point which has nothing to do with this discussion item. Well, maybe it does. We're an hour and a half into one item on this agenda. We've received many emails from the community, not just about the main item here, which is receive an update on the unhoused situation and provide direction to staff. A lot of emails this past week around that. And I also want to say we received a lot of emails and I received phone calls from working parents, from seniors that just found it unacceptable that we were going to 2 a.m. So I would really appreciate if we can just move to vote on this, number one, and then number two, if we can move up that agenda item so that we can actually have that discussion and kind of move through some of these items, because otherwise this is probably going to end up getting pushed to next week, and I think the city wants to see some direction from us. So thank you, Mayor.
So no questions on this item?
There's no questions on this item. I'm ready to vote.
Yeah, I'll add on this item. I just want to thank our partners for presenting. It's been a process, and I appreciate the slide with the timeline because I think, as frustrating as it is, us putting up there is a step to be accountable and say, yeah, this was a bit of a mess. This took longer than any project should take. And I'm really excited that we have a reputable and experienced operator. I can feel, the desire to partner. I'm excited to have Resource Connect here because I think, at least from my perspective, we have to look to the future. We have to make sure we don't make the same mistakes again, but we have to look to the future and say, okay, maybe outreach wasn't done from 2019 until a couple months ago, but now let's do some outreach. And it sounds like we're getting a lot of people enrolled into these programs. I'm going to be asking later kind of what our reporting procedure is for just following up on those 315 folks that are in. All right, where are the rest of them? How many of them can get in the NAV Center? Who's left behind? What's the profile of them? How do we assess their needs and get them into some supports if we can? I do think that we have to have a follow-up conversation about the budget and about the performance metrics because I think there's been some legitimate concerns raised here, and for me at least, I got a lot of information tonight that I would have liked, that I wanted last week, and I appreciate it, and I don't want to delay this further, but I do think we need, hopefully through the city manager, we can have some of these follow-up conversations, because I agree with my colleague. We're not sustainable if we're going to take 2 hours on every item. I think we're finding the balance between, we don't want to shortchange an important issue. We don't want to rush an important issue and rush a decision, but we also don't want to be here till 2 a.m. when we have, 30, 40, 50 people, waiting with us. So I'm comfortable moving this with maybe some direction to strengthen and reassess some of the elements. But in terms of allocating the funding, I think we have to just go ahead and put what we have forward. Vice Mayor, I
was just going to ask if we wanted to add the two case managers here, if we want to have that discussion later. It's fine either. I was just asking for the motion.
My personal preference would be to hold off and make sure that's what we want. Make sure that's the right option. But if others have other thoughts, I'm open to it.
I guess in my opinion, I think that adding the two, that amount, we have to go in and ask for the home ARP funding anyways. We may as well do it all at once because that's still the first step coming. So that way we could add both of them in one step versus, because we know that at least that's going to be needed. Is my opinion, but I'll leave it up to the rest of the council.
My inclination would be to way to make sure that's what we need, but I know Councilmember Letters, you use your item. You know what?
So I think it's really important. I'm just going to say this again. The budget's not adequate. And just like Home Key just, 5 Keys just told you that they've not had to give money. They have been fully supported. That is the model. And so it is true that we need to ask for the $8 million of the, of the home art funds that we want to bring over?
Yeah, 300,000.
Well, it's 300,000, but there's
home ARP.
Yes, but there's still additional dollars that you're looking for continuation, and so I would like to say, I don't know how you can do this that it's adequate, but really okay the funds, with the caveat that we do need to come back and look at the budget and make the necessary adjustments with wherever we're going to get the funds from. Because we need to make sure that we're successful.
Well, my
So I
thoughts.
don't know how
Yeah,
you
no,
do
I
that.
agree.
apologize.
I agree with like the insurance and those types of things,
Yeah.
but like for the staffing, to get them opening the doors in the next 2 weeks, it would be nice to have the full staffing that we think we need there so they can have the same training and open the facility and not be waiting to come back months later to ask for those 2 staff.
So we're saying that we have 2 case managers, right? Care managers, I apologize.
2 plus a supervisor, so 3 on site.
And it's 25, right now it's 1 to 25 is the ratio. Is that the industry standard, 1 to 25?
Yes.
And we have 125 beds.
Yes.
So that means that there should be at least 3 case, I'm sorry?
There should be 5 case
There should
managers
be
to
5.
make the 1 to 25 ratio.
Right. So there should be 5 case managers. That's industry standard.
Is
Well, the third is she or he is not a case manager. Theoretically, they are the oversight of the case managers.
So
Right.
5 Keys did mention that they carry a caseload as well as being the supervisor for the care managers.
Okay.
And then the director above them that does more of the oversight of the program with them.
So we need 2 additional?
Correct.
Okay.
So-
I'm okay with that.
So we can vote on it as is, we can continue it and request that that be amended and that it come back to us next week. We can allocate more funding.
So,
Yeah.
Mayor?
Go ahead, Councilmember Matias.
There's been a proposal put forward by this consultant. They're going to open up the project in a few weeks. They're going to see how much traffic they've got coming in, and they can assess whether or not there's more staffing and more money necessary. I think we can have them come back in a month or a month and a half and tell us what they need, but we need to open this project.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Through the mayor, if I can touch on Councilmember Matias's statement, is we day one will not be at 125 individuals. It will take a little bit of lead up time to get that many individuals referred, brought in. So I think to your point, Mayor, we may have a little bit of time to bring on those additional staff at a future meeting.
And really the clarifying question I was asking is that okay if we approve this as is? Are we in a position then to go potentially make those changes later if we need them? That's a clarifying element.
I believe that would be an amendment to the contract that we could come back with.
Councilmember Gordon, you had a comment?
Yes, I was just going to echo the same thing you just said, to go ahead and approve it as is, and with the caveat that if they see that they need more service, they can come back and we can do an amendment if necessary.
Councilmember Palmares.
If we wanted to have a conversation about quality control and the way things are done there, is that something that we can revisit at a later time?
So some of that information is in there as different exhibits, but we could, with direction from council, if there's additional items that you're looking for reporting out on, we can do that. We do currently have that they will do monthly budget variance reporting, monthly program exit reporting, so individuals that are leaving the site, key program indicator reports, monthly intake reports, so how many people are getting referred into the program, participant reports monthly, and community feedback. So they'll be reporting to us on complaints, suggestions, et cetera, from the community members. Part of the contract, I think a question from the community earlier was, how do we share issues, concerns, whatever it may be. There will be publicly available contact information, so whether that's a phone number or an email, for posted and shared. We can put it on the city's website also, so the community knows where they can send their concerns and complaints to.
Great, thank you.
All right, so my recommendation is that we go ahead and with this as proposed, also because this is step 2 of 2, and we cannot change the funding amount, I'm realizing. So let's go ahead with it as proposed, and
Okay.
we'll vote, and then we'll go from there.
I move that we adopt a resolution amending the fiscal year 2024-2025 budget to accept and appropriate $6,390,070 for operational funding for the Vallejo Homeless Navigation Center, Step 2 of 2, and approving an operator agreement for the Vallejo Homeless Navigation Center with 5 Keys Schools and Programs for an amount not to exceed $7,041,049.40 for services through June 3rd, 2027.
All right, thank you. We're ready to vote.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right, thank you all. We appreciate it. All right, that is going to bring us to, so item 7B. Now, my understanding of this agenda is that our city manager and team have put these in order of urgency. So it's a bit awkward that we have several items unrelated to the unhoused between this first item and the next item, which is our Broadway project operator agreement. I'll ask the city manager, that is correct, right? These items now are urgent that were continued from our most recent meeting?
That's correct, and I think
Okay.
they might be quick.
So let's go ahead and continue in order, and I'll ask the city clerk to announce item 7B.
Adopt
Through
a
the chair.
resolution approving a 2-year agreement with the option to extend for 3 additional years with Hunt Oil of California for the supply of fuel and petroleum products at various city facilities for a total amount not to exceed $5 million for 5 years, and authorizing the city manager to execute same.
All right, thank you very much. We'll open up public comment for this item, and online and in person, and we do have a staff presentation, I believe, on this item from our interim public works director. Would you give us an estimate of how long the presentation is so we can decide if we need a recess?
It'll be good, very quick.
All right, let's go ahead through this item, and then we'll take a recess after this item. Thank you so much.
Oscar Alcantar, good evening, council, mayor. So recently, Public Works put out an RFP for oil, for our petroleum products and fuel. We had 6 vendors bid. Hunt Oil was the winning vendor. We're asking for a 2-year contract with 3 one-year extensions for $5 million, not to exceed $5 million. We currently spend about $1 million a year, so not to exceed $5 million in 5 years. That's it.
All right. Questions from council?
Call for a vote.
We've got 1 minute, and do we have any commenters on this item?
No.
All right, we're going to give it just a bit more. We do have to give everyone their 2 minutes to raise their hands online.
I guess while we're waiting online, if I can ask a question, do we not anticipate that petroleum prices are going to go up over the next 5 years? Do we not anticipate that petroleum prices are not going to go up over the next 5 years, or that our usage is not going to go up over the next 5 years?
We do. We spend a little bit less than $1 million a year, so I think we've got a little bit of room there.
Okay.
Good question. All right. Assuming we have no speakers, we do have a few more seconds, so let's go ahead and get the motion on the table, and then as soon as that clock runs down, we'll vote.
Okay, I'll talk slow. I move that we adopt a resolution approving a 2-year agreement with the option to extend for 3 additional years with Hunt Oil of California for the supply of fuel and petroleum products at various city facilities for a total amount not to exceed $5 million for 5 years, and authorizing the city manager to execute the same.
All right, and assuming we do not have public commenters, can we verify? All right, we're ready to vote.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right, thank you all. We are going to take a type 5, and then we're going to move on to item 7C.
Adopt a resolution.
We're going to take a recess.
sorry.
Apologies. I said type 5, and I didn't clarify. We're going to take a type 5-minute recess. I'll ask everybody to be back at 9:48, please. All right, 5 minutes. We've learned 5 minutes is not enough for a recess, but I'm going to ask everybody to please make your way back so that we can get started again. I know, it's in here. We've had a request for the gavel. I'm going to ask everybody, please come back. All right, come on, folks. I don't know where my council members are, but we need 2 more bodies up here so we can go back to order. Come on, folks.
So we have 4. Do we want to have the clerk read the next item?
Yes. Adopt a resolution approving 2 separate consultant and professional services agreements with Environmental Risk Services Corporation for Mare Island and the former PG&E manufactured gas plant environmental cleanup projects, each for a 3-year term with 2 one-year extension options in a total amount not to exceed $1,200,000, and authorizing the city manager to execute the same.
All right, thank you very much. And I believe we have our assistant city manager here. Do we have a presentation on the item?
We do. I have staff from the Economic Development Department, Aaron Hanford, on Zoom, and we have a PowerPoint which we will quickly move through since this
Perfect.
one's been continued already.
And while we pull that up, we'll open up public comment as well, online and in person for this item. All right, whenever
Should I
we're
go
ready.
ahead and start?
Hi, Erin, we can hear you.
Oh, that's actually my first question. So it sounds like the video is going well. Great. Good evening, Council and Mayor. Thanks so much for letting me present tonight. This is regarding a environmental contract with Environmental Risk Services. It's an agreement for the Mare Island and PG&E environmental cleanup projects. Next slide. I'll just run through. We have about 11 slides. A couple of them are maps. I do want to touch on the history of ERS. We executed our first contract with ERS in 2012 to provide environmental consulting services to the city, technical review, analysis, recommendations for the Mare Island and PG&E remediation cleanup projects. In 2018 and 19, after I had started, I issued an RFQ for environmental services, and ERS was again awarded the contract shortly after we executed a 3-year agreement with 2 one-year options with ERS at that time, and that's the current contract they're under. It was a not to exceed amount of $1.6 million. That was $900,000 for Mare Island, $600,000 for PG&E, and $100,000 for other. We did a little bit for the 50 Solano project under that. That contract expires at the end of this month. Next slide. So we're here tonight to get your approval to enter into a new agreement with ERS. It'll be a little different. Instead of having one contract for everything, it would be splitting it into 2 contracts. One for the Mare Island environmental cleanup project, so it would be a Mare Island agreement, and the other one for the PG&E agreement. Similar to their current contract, it'd be 3 years with 2 one-year extension options, not to exceed 5 years. Start date would be July 1st. In this case, the not to exceed amount would be $1.2 million, split evenly between the Mare Island and PG&E cleanup. And what's important to know is that the contract for Mare Island for the cleanup would be funded by the Mare Island Environmental Fund 106, which is funded by the Navy, so it's not touching general funds. And the PG&E contract in that agreement would be funded by 126, which is funded solely by PG&E for the PG&E cleanup. Next slide. Just a little background on ERS, the firm itself. They specialize in remediation and cleanup, early transfers, development of and reuse of military bases in the Bay Area. They've worked on complex military remediation projects. In addition to ours, they've worked on the Port of Stockton, Port of Oakland, Concord Naval Weapons Station, and the former Benicia Arsenal. And they've supported our projects, like I said, since 2012. I think it's important to note. Next slide. I thought it'd be good to just give a couple-minute brief of what's going on for the environmental cleanup on the island. There's still a lot going on. The history started back in April of 2001. The city executed an environmental services cooperative agreement, also called an ESCA, with the Navy. That allowed us to take on the cleanup on the behalf of the Navy to facilitate what's called an early transfer and reuse of the area. The area in question is the Eastern Early Transfer Parcel, the EETP, often referred to. It's about 650 acres. So the idea was the Navy transferred through this ESCA the responsibility of doing the remediation, the cleanup to the city, but the Navy would fund it. And they funded over $100 million so far to date, and they continue to fund that work. The Navy did keep some properties for their own cleanup, and I'll talk about those on another slide. At the same time, in the same month, same year, the city also entered into a remediation agreement with the then master developer of the island, Lennar Island, and we passed on those obligations to do the cleanup that the Navy passed to us. We passed it on to Lennar. And then about a year later, the Navy transferred that EETP property to the city, and then it was a back-to-back transfer to Lennar Island. Next slide. So where are we now? We're going to go over the Lennar cleanup, the Navy cleanup, and PG&E. The Lennar cleanup has been going on for over 23 years. That's the EETP I just referred to in the previous slide. They are almost done. 89% of the about 670 acres have received regulatory closure or no further action from DTSC and the Water Board. Only 4 of the about 850 cleanup sites remain open. And Lennar is pretty confident. They think they're going to have completion of the entire project by the end of this year, call it November or December. Next slide. Here is a picture of that property, the Eastern Early Transfer property. The blue means it's received and no further action, and it is done. The green, sorry about my dog in the background. The green is one remaining site, but most of that is actually not a cleanup site. It's an investigation area C1, which contains those 4 sites I mentioned earlier. Next slide. Then we transfer over to the Navy cleanup. So these are the sites that the Navy retained due to munitions of concern. They have about 17 remaining cleanup sites in various stages of cleanup. Those 17 sites make up of about 800 acres of land on Mare Island, plus 400 acres of submerged lands. That's on the eastern side of the island and the southern tip. What guides their cleanup is an agreement between the Navy and the city, an economic development conveyance MOA that was signed in 1999, which acts as kind of like the roadmap for the transfers. And the Navy reports every year on the timing of when they anticipate their completion of the remediation will be done on each site, and they anticipate all of them will be done by the end of 2030, which is 5 years out, which is why we're asking for this agreement to get to the end of these cleanup projects. Next slide. And I was going to go in length on this, but I know it's getting late. This is a map showing the properties that the Navy still owns. I just wanted to mention that parcel 19, that's the IX, that's the eastern shoreline and the southern tip of submerged lands. And as you can see, it's all the outside area that the Navy retained. Next slide. I'll talk a little bit about the PG&E, the cleanup project on the southern waterfront. And we also have Yvette, I believe, on the line if there's any questions. She's the project manager on that in our department. PG&E is funding the cleanup of these environmental consulting costs, so they would pay for ERS's work. ERS has performed third-party review of all PG&E's activities since 2012, as I mentioned earlier. ERS, the plan is they will work with regulatory agencies, in this case DTSC and BCDC, on reviewing the results of monitoring, reporting, agreements, and covenants to obtain a certificate of completion, like that no further action I mentioned earlier. Next slide. The future use of this cleanup site is a boat launch parking lot. The design of the entitled process was completed in 24 and approved by the Planning Commission. It will include a boat launch parking area, EVC charters, landscaping, lighting, a public bathroom. We anticipate a ribbon cutting ceremony in this summer, and then that will initiate the 2-year monitoring. The project is anticipated to be completed in 27, 28. Next slide. And that's it.
All right.
So I'm here for any questions.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Do we have any public comment on the item?
No in-house speakers.
And none online, it looks like. Questions from council. Councilmember Gordon.
Of course, I'm excited because this is in my district. So I'm excited about this, and I can't wait for this project to be completed. I will drive by all the time, and I'm just in Layton, and so I can't wait for the ribbon cutting and just to see how, see our Vallejo brighten up. And thank you for all your hard work. I appreciate you, Aaron, and thank you to staff as well.
All right, I'm not seeing anything else. My one quick question is the funding for this, is this something we have budgeted in the general fund already and that we're looking to budget for next year in the general fund?
There's no general fund monies for these projects. It's just outside Navy
It's
fund.
Navy funded. Okay, so we're
And then
literally,
PG&E funds the PG&E project. Yes.
we're literally
If we
taking
needed to
pass-through
use general-
funding. Okay.
Correct. And if any general fund needed to be used for any reason, we would go to council for that approval if that wasn't
you.
already in the budget.
Yeah, thank you for that clarification. I think we're ready for a motion.
Okay, I move that we adopt a resolution approving 2 separate consultant and professional services agreements with Environmental Risk Services Corporation, ERS, for the Mare Island and the former PG&E manufactured gas plant environmental cleanup projects, each for a 3-year term with 2 1-year extension options in a total not to exceed amount of $1,200,000, and authorizing the city manager to execute the same.
All right, we're ready to vote.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right, thank you very much. That is going to bring us to item 70. We have one more item continued from last meeting, and then we'll get back to the unhoused issues. And I'll ask our city clerk to please announce this item.
Adopt 2 resolutions awarding 1, an on-call consultant and professional services agreement to CSG Consultants for construction management services related to the Mare Island Causeway Bridge prevention, maintenance, and repair project in an amount not to exceed $1,410,402. And 2, an on-call consultant and professional services agreement to CSG Consultants, Inc. for construction management services related to other federally funded projects in an amount not to exceed $500,000, and authorizing the city manager to execute the agreements.
All right, thank you very much. So we'll open up public comment on this item in person and online, and we have our interim public works director, Alcantara, back. Thank you so much. Do we have a presentation on the item?
No presentation, just discussion.
Wonderful. Questions from council? We do have to let the public comment clock run out like we did on the last item. Yeah, Vice Mayor, go ahead.
So if this is approved tonight, when will the construction start on the Mare Island Causeway Bridge?
Yeah, so the construction scheduled is estimated to start end of July. So we're already having pre-construction meetings.
Okay, and that's a 2-year project, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And again, reassurance that at no time will the bridge be completely closed. You'll have one-way direction at all times?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for those questions. And then how does this is basically an extension of the consultant that's been supporting us with the project.
Yes, this is an extension. Well, CSG, we had a competitive bid for this project as well. We had 2 consultants bid on it. CSG won.
And is this funding coming from what we already allocated?
That's correct.
Perfect. Okay. Councilmember Matias.
This will be quick. Because the police dispatch unit project was cited in here, I actually want to make sure that the motion carries an update to the council on that project, because it's been a while. We need to know what's going on with that project. So I don't know if anyone has any objections, but I would like to see an update on that.
No, would you clarify what was the update again?
On the dispatchers, moving them out of the station.
And into, wait, and how does that connect to this project?
It's cited as one of the items that the engineers
That the engineers are going to work on?
working
Okay.
on. Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds good to me. Councilmember Gordon.
I just want to know if I can be able to have an offline conversation with you more about this. You've already touched it, I just need a refresher. If I can have an offline questions meeting with you to ask some questions. Thank you.
All right, we've got about 10 seconds, and if we're okay, I think we're ready for a motion with the request for update on the dispatcher piece, if that sounds good.
Okay. I move that we adopted 2 resolutions awarding, 1, an on-call consultant and professional services agreement to CSG Consultants, Inc. for construction management services related to the Mare Island Causeway Bridge preventative maintenance and repair project in an amount not to exceed $1,410,402. And 2, an on-call consultant and professional services agreement to CSG Consultants, Inc. for construction management services related to other federally funded projects in an amount not to exceed $500,000, and authorizing the city manager to execute the same with the request of Councilmember Matias to have an update on the moving of the dispatch unit from the headquarters to the mobile units.
All right, and presuming we don't have any online commenters, we will go ahead and vote.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right, thank you very much. So that's going to bring us, we have items 7E and F, which are back to the unhoused, and we have a bit of a choice to make here. Item F, I think, is more open-ended. The unhoused, staff are asking for direction on a few different areas, but I believe we have more commenters on this item, and I don't know if there's a desire to hear this item first out of courtesy to the members of the public who stuck with us for 3 hours.
So 7F has 19 speakers, and 7E has 5 speakers.
City manager, do you have a preference from your end? I know item E has more of a bit of urgency in that we want to move along the Broadway project as we're already off timeline, but I do want to offer the courtesy to our audience if there are 18 people still here that want to speak.
I do think E is maybe slightly more urgent, but staff doesn't have a strong feeling one way or the other, and happy to defer to the city council, obviously.
Okay.
Through the mayor.
Go ahead, Councilmember Gordon.
Can we please go ahead and do E, please?
The Broadway project?
Yes.
Is that all right with everybody? All right. We're just going to be very mindful of the time and try to move through this item. Councilmember Ledeshu.
Yes. So I just want to hit, in particular, we have staff here for G.
Oh,
and
that reminds me.
It's 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
And just out of respect for a staff person still here for G, I don't know that we're going to get to G. And I don't know if we can defer it and allow that person to have the liberty, provided the city manager is fine with that, to be dismissed.
Thank you for the reminder. We actually spoke about that at the recess, and we are okay to go ahead and continue items G and H, which are the public hearing presenting the job vacancy status and the Economic Development Commission update, since we'll likely not, it'll be a very late hour when we get to those items.
Yep, and those staff people have been relieved.
We have already relieved them. I just hadn't provided that formal update. So thank you for that. Let's go ahead with E, which I will ask the city clerk to announce.
So we're on item E, correct? Okay.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and go in order.
Adopt a resolution approving a lease and operator agreement for the Broadway project with Shelter Inc. and Firm Foundation Community Housing, and providing notice of intent to amend fiscal year 24-25 budget in the amount of $642,000 $1,860.94 of opioid litigation fund balance to support the project.
All right, thank you. We're going to go ahead and open the online comment for this item. We'll have our presentation from staff. I'll ask for quick questions from council, and then we'll take public comment, and then we'll give direction. And we can go ahead whenever you're ready.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. A lot of this information you have seen, so I will go through it relatively quickly and just dive into the deeper points. Next slide, please, Manny. Thank you. So again, the Broadway project is at 2441 Broadway, 47 permanent supportive housing units. It's roughly, I would say, 99% complete. So we are very, very close to this coming to fruition. The developer is Firm Foundation, and the operator is Shelter Inc. Firm Foundation currently owns the site through construction, at which point the city has the opportunity to take that over and work with potentially selling it or transferring it to another affordable housing nonprofit organization in the future. Next slide. So an update on the schedule. Temporary certificate of occupancy is anticipated this month. We are really just waiting for the elevator inspections and final emergency system inspections. Those have been called for this week. So typically it takes about a week for them to get out here. So we're very close to those, and as soon as we have more firm dates, we will provide council and the community with those. Certificate of occupancy will come shortly after TCO. There's not much to do in between. And then full lease up will be within 90 days of construction completion. Next slide. So these are just some current pictures from the site. The outside, as you can see, we are very, very close. It looks like the building's supposed to look like it's very close to those renderings originally presented. Next slide. This is the interior to a unit. I know most of our council members, if not all of you, have had the opportunity to tour it. So all of our units look very similar. Some have slightly different ADA accommodations, but this is the general feel for all of our units. And next slide. And these are our community spaces. So we have a large community room. This is the last room to be completed. It's been a staging room for a lot of our equipment and staff. And our exterior courtyard, it still has some minor tweaks, but both of these we are anticipating to be areas for the participants that are living here to be able to connect with the community that they're living with, invite their friends and family over, and really use this space for multiple different functions. Next slide. So you have seen this slide many times. We have many funding partners who are part of this project, totaling in at just over $27 million in funding from various sources, including multiple city sources. Next slide. An update on the budget. We have spent just over $25,000 $25 million. It's getting late. Through March, we are currently processing April and May invoices, so we'll update that number as those invoices go through the processing. As we reported at a previous meeting, we have approximately $558,000 project overruns by the end of the project, and we are working on solutions to address those. Next slide. So at your last meeting, council requested that we bring all of the gaps known before you so you can get the full picture. So that is what this slide is here to as the intention. So we have $358,000 in construction gap plus the $200,000 in contingency. We have a 90-day operations, so that would be for operating for the first 90 days until the project-based vouchers are officially awarded, so we don't lose those first 90 days to get individuals leased up and moving into the units. The startup operations gap, that $351,000, is for supplies, so FF&E. There's some more information in the next couple of slides about what that looks like. So the total gap, including the contingencies, is $1.45 million. The total without the contingencies in there is $929,000. We have a proposal to use opioid funds, which we can talk about on our next slide, but assuming that those are awarded, there's approximately a $300,000 unfunded. We are negotiating to reduce those prices and bring in additional funding. Firm Foundation, through their partnerships in the community, have secured $175,000 to cover that gap from some donors. That information is not quite yet disclosable of who they are, but will be, as soon as they can announce it, we plan to announce that to council and the community. Next slide. So potential funding gap options to help close that would be to use the remaining $642,000 in opioid settlement agreement funding. We're working with Make It Home, which is a nonprofit that provides furniture and necessary items for individuals experiencing homelessness who are moving into housing, so beds, pots, pans, shower curtains, etc. So if they, we're working with them to get those prices, so we're hoping we can reduce the FF&E request, but those are, if we were to have to go out and buy them today, what it would cost for us without the partnership with Make It Home. We're also looking for philanthropic donations and sponsorships. Firm Foundation and Shelter Inc. are both really pulling on their community connections to see what donations they may be able to get, or if there are organizations who are willing to sponsor, for example, the community room, to buy furniture for that or TVs, and be one of our partners through this process. Another option that council could consider is a potential reduction in permit costs. To date, there have been $1.4 million spent on permits between the city and the county for this project. And there's approximately $300,000 left to pay through the remainder of the project. Next slide. So I apologize, on the slide it is not the easiest to read. You should have this information in your handouts also, but this oversees the furniture and equipment that where we're getting these estimates for the operational furniture and equipment dollars from. We are again working with Make It Home and Wells Fargo and some other groups to do donations to reduce these costs, but these are again what they would cost if we were to go out today and purchase those as the city or the developer or the operator. So that is the furniture and equipment total. That's roughly $80,000. There are some additional technology needs, which is $16,000. A good chunk of that has been zeroed out. We were able to do a fiber grant with VIP Fiber through the city with the operator to get the funding to bring all of the internet and telecommunications to the site and run that through the building. And it is also, once we get up and running, we have the option to remove Comcast as our phone line operator and transfer that over to VIP Fiber, which would decrease that funding amount. Right now, it is tied to our elevator inspection and our emergency 911 systems, so we don't want to be playing with that while we're in the middle of inspection. So ideally, we can drop that shortly after opening. And then bringing in the security cameras and systems to monitor the space, so all of the connections are there. It would be working to utilize Shelter Inc.'s contractor who does that, or the alarm tech who does that to bring those cameras in and get them set up on site. Next slide. And then these are other miscellaneous things that have made the budget go up, including the CEQA lawsuit. We would, as part of that, we have a 24-hour security ambassador for the first 3 months of the program. Assuming we meet specific needs, that can be eliminated, but at first we'll have the 3 months as part of that. There are currently security guards on site through completion until we move the individuals in and we have the security through the operator being on site. There is a market rate study and appraisal that's required as part of the project-based voucher contract. Property insurance, with the delays in the project, there's been additional insurance that's needed to stay on the project while we go through construction, which was not originally part of the initial budget. PG&E to bring in the house units to the site was higher than expected, and then the temporary supplemental staffing to quickly lease up the units once participants can move in. and the additional staffing to expedite individuals moving in is not part of the budget for the long-term process or the home key application. Next slide. So Shelter Inc. is here, and I'm going to invite them up shortly to introduce themselves, but they were brought in as the operator as part of the home key application for their operational experience that they provide and the programs that they offer throughout their various projects. An RFP for this project was not a requirement as part of the home key. With home key, you could apply with the city, the operator, and the developer jointly for that application. And they offer a host of services, including shelter services, housing, permanent supportive, temporary housing searches. Next slide. So they currently own and or operate properties in Contra Costa and Solano County. There is a list of 9 of their housing programs that they offer in the area. Next slide. So the contract term is for a minimum of 15 years as part of the home key requirement. It can be extended or terminated at council's direction as we work through with like all of our contracts. It requires management and operation of the project accounts. So where the funding's going, there's an operating line, a security deposits, and a revenues accounts. The requirement for taxes, utilities, liens and assignments against the property, defaults and remedies, insurance requirements, legal requirements, and other terms and requirements, as well, and additionally, reporting requirements, which ties back to all of the various funding sources that are part of the project. And the full contract, again, is part of your guys' packet this evening. Next slide. So operational funding and budget is tied to our project-based vouchers. On May 20th, HCD Commission recommended that the Housing Authority award 47 project-based vouchers to Firm Foundation, Community Housing, the current property owner. And on May 27th, the Housing Board adopted a resolution approving the award for the project-based vouchers to Firm Foundation and a project-based voucher HAP contract for a term of up to 20 years with extensions not to exceed 40 years for the project. Next slide. So this is a high-level overview of the budget for the operations. This is the net rental incomes. It assumes a 5% vacancy loss. The first column, I'm just now realizing, so it's monthly on the first column, annually on the second column for the funding. Goes over the different operational expenses, and then the reserves for the project. Next slide. So the staffing plan is on the right-hand side. It goes over the positions that they offer. There are 2 case managers with this project, which would be approximately roughly 24 units. Each unit could have 1 to 2 individuals, so the caseloads would be divided equally depending on the number of individuals per unit. The services overview is it does, again, have individualized case management and connections to services, both medical and social. Pets are allowed. It is one of the HCD requirements through home key, and really best practices for getting individuals housed is allowing them to bring their pets with them. And it is a housing first model where we meet people where they are at, get them housed, and then get them the services to address their needs. And the housing first approach is also an HCD requirement for this project. Next slide. So the services that are specifically outlined for this project are case management, behavioral health services, physical health services, assistance obtaining benefits and essential documentation, education and employment services, and referrals or connections to other services needed. That again was part of our application to HCD of what we would be offering as part of this home key project. Next slide. So referral criteria, DeAndre, I think, did a great job of overviewing this in the last presentation, but they do have specific home key criteria, which is that we need to be addressing individuals who are chronically homeless, are 30% AMI or below, and they meet the project-based voucher requirements. Next slide. So the project-based voucher process and requirements for the project. Since they've been awarded, the individuals who are currently on the Housing Choice Voucher waitlist will be notified that this program is open. If they meet the criteria, they can go through the coordinated entry system, so they'll be told how to do that through the Housing Authority. There are applicable local preferences for how individuals would move to the top of the wait list, for lack of better terms. So if you're displaced due to natural disasters, a local resident, and a homeless preference, as well as several others. And then there are some reasons that you can be denied assistance. So any members of the household that have been evicted from federally assisted housing in the last 3 years for drug-related criminal activity, any household members that have been convicted of drug-related criminal activity for the production or manufacture of methamphetamines on the premises of federally assisted housing, and any household members is subject to a lifetime registration requirement under a state sex offender registry program, as well as others, but those are kind of the top 3 that individuals discuss around voucher programs. Next slide. So quickly, the lease-up process, individuals will be referred to the project through coordinated entry, assuming that they meet the home key requirements and the project-based voucher requirements. They would go through background checks, and then they will begin to enter into the permanent supportive housing leases with the operator for their specific unit. And then HCD program requirements, again, they do require the PET policy as well as the Housing First model as part of their program criteria. Next slide. So there's 2 recommendations before you tonight. One is adopting the resolution for the lease and operator agreement. And then the second is step 1 to provide intent to amend the fiscal year budget for the opioid litigation funds for the $642,860.94. I know we are running short on time, but we do have Shelter Inc. here, and I'd like to invite them up briefly to do a quick introduction. We also have Firm Foundation. I know they presented to the Housing Board, but wanted to also give them the opportunity after to say a few words, knowing that you guys have all heard a presentation from them last week. All right, Shelter Inc.
Thank you. Thank you for sticking with us as well and staying a little bit later.
Absolutely. And Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council members, and City Manager, thank you for the partnership, the opportunity to present very quickly. Thank you, Natalie and Gillian, for this. So Shelter Inc. did become established by grassroots organization in 1986 in Contra Costa. Speeding up to 2018, came to Solano County to start a rapid rehousing program in Fairfield. 2019 was awarded the leasing operator agreement for the former Mission Solano site, Beck Avenue Navigation Center is what we call it now. During that time, the pandemic started, and we did launch a Project Room Key in Fairfield, a Project Room Key in Concord, and Vallejo asked us to come in and take over a Project Room Key from another operator to rehouse folks out of that as the program was sunsetting, and that was a successful transfer for us. We have several, Natalie showed, thank you for showing those slides, of several properties throughout Contra Costa, some in Solano County for master leasing, for our domestic housing or domestic violence rapid rehousing programs and normal rapid rehousing programs. And then in Sacramento, we have some large programs up there as well, permanent supportive housing programs. Those are scattered sites. Coming back to Contra Costa, we have a lot of scattered sites as well, which means we have master lease, we have properties we-own, and we are contracted to provide the operations of certain sites in Contra Costa. Our clients served last year, we were reached out, requests for help of 7,700 folks, and we served 5,800 folks in all of our counties. We have 9 board members over our Shelter Inc., and we have an advisory council of 10 participants made up of folks coming out of Sacramento, Solano County, and Contra Costa County. We have service models that are from affordable housing, the units that we're owning, to prevention services that we have in Solano County and Contra Costa County, to rapid rehousing, navigation centers, and permanent supportive housing. Our navigation centers, our outcomes are successful at 39% successful outcomes, successful exits into permanent housing. Loved hearing that that should be a key metric for navigation centers. So with that, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
And then if we can have a firm foundation to just highlight anything that we may have not covered at last week's meeting or in my presentation this evening.
Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Heather. I've presented a couple times recently, so I'll keep it very brief. Just a quick note for anyone who's not familiar with our work. From Foundation Community Housing is a nonprofit affordable housing developer. We specialize in creating housing communities for folks recovering from the trauma of living in homelessness. We work with public entities, private organizations, faith-based organizations, and other nonprofits to increase the supply and availability of high-quality, service-enriched, affordable housing for the community. I'll just be available if you have specific questions as we go through things.
Thank you so much. We appreciate you being here. All right.
That is also, we will hand it over to council.
All right. Thank you so much. We have, I see the Vice Mayor and Councilmember Matias. I'm going to encourage us to do a quick round of questions, and we'll go to public comment. Vice Mayor, go ahead.
I'll try to make it quick. I guess some of this is questions I'm not sure we have answers to, but I mean, how do we not plan for security cameras in a building like this? Why are we coming at the last minute for security cameras and furniture for the general purpose room? How do we build a $27 million building and not plan on security cameras and furniture? I'm just baffled that we're still at this point where we're still asking for more money and not planning with the project. You didn't mention in this presentation, but I remember a few previous presentations where you talked about developer fees, and I think it was like $400,000 that the developer gets as part of this project.
I don't have the exact number at the top of the head, but it's about $250 to $300 remaining to pay.
And who does that go to Firm Foundation or does that go to Shelter Inc.?
That will go to Firm Foundation as the developer.
And can we not pull that money back and use that for some of this? Why are we paying developer fees and giving them bonuses whenever we have issues with funding, they all sit on their hands and do nothing to try to raise money while we have to come up with more taxpayer money to pay for these projects? Can we stop those developer fees from going to the developer and have them go towards the deficit?
So let me try to address some of that. So they have secured $175,000 out of the $300,000 current gap.
I thought the current gap was almost $1 million.
So $900,000 without the opioid funding, yes. And some of that, we could pull up that slide again, maybe.
But again,
Manny?
the opioid funding is city funding, so the gap is almost $1
settlement
million
money, yeah.
that we have to cover, and we're trying to use some city funds for. But again, of the $1 million, they've raised $125,000.
And they're in negotiations for a remaining, $175,000, excuse me, and $125,000 is still in negotiation, just not ready to announce. So we're hoping to get that $300,000 taken care of through Firm Foundation's negotiations. And remember, some of that $900,000 funding gap is because we learned with the Sereno Village project that the project-based vouchers aren't getting funded right away. It's taking up to 90 days. So we did ask for that funding for the 90 days of operation so that it doesn't sit vacant for 3 months. Now,
Sure,
they
but
may
that's a small portion
they
of
may fund it up.
the request.
Yeah, it's about $250,000, I think. So they may approve those PBV HAP contracts sooner than 90 days.
I think it was less than the 250. Can we bring up that slide?
Can we bring it up again?
297.
230, I apologize. 219 to be exact, I apologize. So 219 of that, oh, thank you, Manny. This is great. So 219 of that is for that 90-day lease-up period where the PBVs may not hit. Hopefully it'll be sooner, but with our current staffing at HUD, we can't guarantee that. So we'd like to have that kind of cushion. And then yes, the Shelter Inc. budget in the original application for Home Key didn't include security cameras, furniture, some of these other startup items originally.
Right.
Correct.
So how come the funding gap doesn't include the developer fees? Because that's a major portion of this. I mean, that's 300,000. There's your approximate unfunded gap that you're claiming. Why isn't that considered unfunded part of this funding gap?
So that was part of the original budget, and these items in the funding gap are the new items that have come up as areas that need to be funded. And to your question about can we use that developer fee and that 300,000, I mean, I would defer to probably the city attorney on legally what our options are there. I don't know.
I would propose that we pull that money back. Whether we have to go through contracting or what we ever have to do, it just seems foolish. Like I said, that every time there's, and it's been many times that this has been funding gaps for this project, and every time our partners sit on their hands while we come up with the funding from taxpayers' dollars. So I would like to see them give a little, and I would like to see them, in good faith, relinquish their developer fees to help finish the rest of this project. When do we take ownership of the building? When does that, is that automatic, or is it something that we have to then agree to? And when does that process start?
So we have an option agreement as part of one of our agreements that council has previously approved that would come back before council for approval, saying, yes, we would like to do that, and essentially pooling that option agreement. We would not recommend doing that until construction is complete and all liens or financing against the property have been removed, so it would be coming to us debt-free.
Well, but what difference does it make? Because it seems like all the debt comes to us anyway, so what difference does it make whether we take it now or whether we take it when we pay all the debts ourselves? So that's kind of crazy. Further in the slides, you talked about, you showed there was a monthly and then an annual based on the vouchers, and it looked like there was a $3,000 annual deficit each year. Maybe I was misreading that.
So that is towards the, let me get the appropriate term, I don't want to misstate, but it is.
I think they were the white, maybe they were the white slides.
So is that is part of the reserves, so the future funding, so ideally you want to be putting in a certain percentage of funding towards reserves for future operations or replacement reserves, so if something goes wrong at the property, they have, their savings account essentially to pay for those.
Can we get to that slide, Manny? Yeah.
2 or 3 more, it's going to be this
Keep
blue
going,
one.
yeah, keep going. Because my point is, I thought this was supposed to be self-sufficient once it was up and running with the vouchers, and if there's deficits already.
So it still would be, it would just be not putting in as much to the reserves as the recommended amount, but they would still have operational reserves going in each month and building up that reserve account. So operationally, we have the money to cover operations. It's those reserve accounts building into them. There's the deficit if we do the proposed amount.
We're paying through savings accounts to pay for our annual fees each year. Basically that's what it amounts to. If we're not building up the reserves, if the reserve is going down 3,000 a month or 3,000 each year, it's not a huge amount, but next year could be 10,000, the next month.
So it won't be going down each month. So instead of hitting the 50,000 at the end of the year, you'd be having 47,000 in the savings each year annually.
Right, but I guess in my household, when I have a checking account and a savings account, I use my checking account. If I don't have enough in there, I pull from savings. This is pulling from the savings each year to pay for all of the bills.
The savings is on top. So we have enough operationally to cover all operational expenses. Then we're putting money into savings that is there for our emergency fund, for a lack of better words. So we are not losing money, we're not touching that money unless we have something that needs to get replaced or things come forward as part of the budget.
Maybe I'm not following them.
It's
That's not how I
it's
learned
presented.
accounting.
So, an easier way to present this would be, see the bold at total reserves at the bottom of this slide?
4,000.
Subtract 261 from the 4,167 and subtract 3,130 from the 50, and that is the actual money going into reserves. In other words, how staff presented this, as I understand it, please argue with me if I'm wrong, is that they put the recommended reserves down in the bold and showed that from recommended reserves, it would be short to the recommendation, but there will still be, I can't do that math in my head with the 130, but 50,
So if
46 and change, 46,000 and change in reserves per
it's okay.
year.
We can move on.
And I am going to push us to, to try to have the city manager weigh in on the budget and the policy, and we'll have the city attorney weigh on the legal and the contract.
So if you look at above the reserves, our total operating expense is $73,000. We're getting in monthly $76,977. The very top line is what we're getting in as the rental income. Our total operating expenses is $73,000 per month and $71. There is a remainder of $3,906 at the end of paying all of our operationals. That would get divided and go into our reserves.
Okay. We'll go over to Councilmember Matias and then back to Councilmember Ledescu. We'll wait, and we'll go over to Councilmember Matias next.
Thank you, Mayor. Nothing personal to the Firm Foundation staff. I think the two staff members I met were lovely, and I know they've done a lot of work to get this project to the finish line, but I do agree with the Vice Mayor, and I made a comment to that in one of the previous meetings around the developer fees. It has been a bumpy road. We've had to expend a lot of taxpayer dollars on this project, and so I think we've both got to dance, and so I think the rest of the council needs to think about that. The second point is the representative from the shelter. I have a question for you. So I was reviewing your marketing plan, and it's not my arena, so this is for my edification. Says you guys were distributing flyers to organizations in Richmond, Sacramento, and Martinez. Why are we distributing flyers to organizations in other counties and other cities when, like the need is right here?
We have not distributed flyers, and that is a mistake. Those should not be on there.
Okay,
We will not distribute flyers outside of Solano County. We will focus on Vallejo.
Yeah, and I just want to make sure we're prioritizing Vallejo. We're doing really meaningful engagement.
Yes.
Not just pushing out flyers, but really engaging folks. That's all I got, Mayor.
All right, thanks. Councilmember Ledescu.
So on the reserves, I understand the reserves. What is the industry standard for reserves? And can you pop back up the slide? Thanks. And I'm going to also, while you're looking for the industry standard, or I can look for it on Google, the other thing is, where are our insurance for this building?
Insurance is under office building line item, and it is, so this is a condensed version because it's a 3-page operating budget. It's Exhibit B in yours. It is annually $33,840.
Okay. And can you tell me a little bit about our insurance? $33,000 is not much, especially with everything going on. Tell me a little bit about the insurance. Thank you.
We are using that number based on what we are paying at Beck Avenue Navigation Center. 3.5 acres, 7 buildings, 130-bed shelter.
So is that insurance under particularly a policy, an existing policy that you already have, and you're getting an insurance break, if you will? Is it nested under another policy that you're holding at Shelter Inc.?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay.
Now, we do not have an updated quote on this building yet.
So when do you plan to have that updated quote?
Our brokers are working on it right now.
Yeah, because I'd really like to know what it is. Again, I work
Yeah,
in
we'll
this
share
field,
that.
and I'm really sure that that's a pretty low rate. So I'm just really curious about that.
Okay.
Okay. Can I have that slide back? Did you guys find the industry standard, or I'll look at it? Because this is low. And I think we need to, again, I'm telling us, if we're going to have a successful programs, we need to be honest about what it's going to cost us, and then determine what we can and cannot do and how close we're going to get to those gaps. Reserves are very important in these buildings. They're very important. And I will tell you, when you don't have adequate reserves in your program and you're barely making it, you don't have the funds to take care of the buildings in the ways that they need to. And I will tell you, these buildings take a beating. If you can't find it, it's okay. But I just want to daylight this for us. This is not enough reserves. And I think Shelter Inc. knows these buildings take beatings. So we really need to think about what is really our budget and the risk that we will be owning when we're not able to have adequate reserves, and what it means down the line when we are talking about asset management. And asset management is how our buildings are maintained, no different than if you own a home or if you're renting and you are the landowner of that rental property. You have to have money to take care of these buildings. So those are just my comments, and it's fine.
So we just pulled some online industry. I don't remember off the top of my head, but it may be that Shelter Inc. can speak to that because they do have ownership and operation of other projects. So that would be a great question for them. But what we pulled offline is somewhere around $1,500 a month as a minimum of 2% of the monthly income, and we're at 2,000. If you go upwards of 4%, it would be double that. So somewhere between 1,500 and 3,000, and we're at 2,083. So you're right, it's kind of in the mid to lower end, but I would, invite if Shelter Inc. has any additional information on what they carry on their other properties.
I just want to daylight it. And
Yeah.
then on the project-based vouchers, why is it taking us 90 days? We should be processing and having everything should be signed off by now, on its merry way in the process, where it's not taking us 90 days, knowing that we've already done the RFP process, knowing that we should have already signed all of the contracts regarding the project-based vouchers. They should not have to go to HUD. It is an internal, outside of, yes, we're going to get the money from HUD, but it is an internal process of getting all the contracts signed and moved on their way and booked in our system. So once we do actually have a body in those units, we're ready to literally input them into our own personal system. So I'm just curious why it would not be a priority so that we can close that gap much quicker than 90 days.
I definitely agree. As you know, the Housing Authority Board on May 27th approved execution of that contract, so we are in process of getting those executed. I'm just basing the estimate on what we have been dealing with on Sereno Village, which did take 90 days. It's like a worst-case scenario, but HUD will review that HAP executed contract, double-check all the subsidy layering, do all their internal checks and balances, and then get it back to us. I'm hoping that it will be, within a couple weeks to a month, but on Sereno Village, it's taken 90 days, unfortunately. And I think that's because of the staffing issues that HUD's experiencing currently. So this is a worst-case scenario estimate, and I'm hoping that it's much less.
Okay, I want to opine in that.
Okay.
That's fine. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Palmares.
Thank you for the presentation. Is this project eligible for LIHTC? No? She's saying no? Okay. Sorry, say again?
It's too small.
Really? Okay. That's unfortunate. And then second question, security ambassadors, could you please define what they are versus security guards? I don't know if that's been explained already, but.
So you're speaking to the CEQA agreement. It's actually not defined specifically in there, but I think our understanding is that during the daytime hours, while there's Shelter Inc. folks on site, it would be a dedicated staff member would be the designated security ambassador, and then overnight hours, if there's not a staff member present, there would be an armed security guard that would cover the overnight hours.
Okay, so during the daytime, there's a staff member tending to safety issues, but not necessarily a guard. Is not a guard.
They would be the ambassador. So, and I don't know if you have anything more that you want to add to. Okay.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Gordon.
Yes, I remember, first of all, thank you for the presentation. I remember I had made a recommendation that to get our community involved. I remember when we were housing up the Renaissance Center, if I remember correctly, they reached out to companies, whether it be Lowe's, whether it be anyone, that would say, I would take a room. And in fact, I still see the plates on the doors. I just recently visited a couple weeks ago. I still see the plates of the person who adopted that room and furnished it with beds, couch, blankets, furniture, and even in this particular case, we can ask for kitchen items because this room has kitchens up versus the Renaissance Center. Have we thought about that and seen how we can reach out to the community? Because you'll be amazed who would love to adopt a room. And the plus about it, those items had warranty, so if something happened to them, the company would just step in.
Yeah, so that was part of the philanthropic donations and/or sponsorships portion. Shelter Inc. and Firm Foundation are both pulling on their community ties and going to local businesses to do sponsorships or donations. And as part of that, we would recognize them with, at the ribbon cutting, potentially a plaque that lists all of the funding sources or partners or sponsors as part of our thank you and acknowledgement for them helping open this project.
You give me a flyer and I'll take it and I'll run with it.
Councilmember Matulik.
Thank you, Mayor. And to a certain extent, a follow-up to the Vice Mayor's questions of the stakeholders of what their true stake is in a project like this. So we talked to 5 Keys and they identified that for projects they put in, before they put in 0, but for this project they put in 10%. What is this operator participating?
Brandon, please feel free to answer while I look through also. I don't want to miss anything.
One of the reasons that Shelter Inc. came into Solano County is back in 2017, 18, 19, there were several nonprofits that were going bankrupt. Mm-hmm. The model that Shelter Inc. has always had was that over 85% of its revenue is based on contracts, whether it's local, county, state, federal. It recognized that Establishing a program that is philanthropic based has the potential of seeing the program fall apart if the community support is not there. Philanthropic dollars in Solano County are very, very limited when you compare it to San Francisco, Contra Costa, and that's where Shelter Inc. is coming from. So the heart of our CEO and our board has been very wary to say that the philanthropic dollars are part of every program that's being established throughout all the counties. That's not to say when we're talking about the $3,000 per month, Shelter Inc. is understanding that this is probably one of the tightest budgets we've ever stepped into for running a program. And we recognize there are variables that are still not clear. Insurance is the big one that's being discussed. We're worried about, well, what are the liens that are going to end up showing up that we're not even aware of right now? There may not be any, but it's just, in terms of business thinking, that there are concerns that we're having. So long-winded to say what skin do we have in the game other than we're going to have to eat what we're not able to bring in revenue because it's project-based values or vouchers. We're not identifying specific chunks of dollars such that 5 Keys has done with the Navigation Center.
Thank you for that clarification. And this question was not meant as a knock. It was meant as a factual-based conversation and understanding of how this whole project. Because once again, we're talking about affordable housing and funding sources. To where this is such a complicated process, is that we just need to make sure because we're talking about two different projects today. That there's two different aspects and two different outcomes that we're getting to, and similar to what 5 Keys is working on with their case management. And once again, we're talking about how case management works that I've seen in different. So how does your case management work compare? Because obviously theirs is a different beast versus what yours is, because there's 125 beds, yours is 40. So what is your component of the case management of what's going on here?
I was a little worried about entering this conversation, but very strongly opinionated about it.
Mm-hmm.
The services for these programs are rooted in case management.
Mm-hmm.
We believe in a very heavy part of case management where it's 20 if you have a high population of mental health dilemmas going on, where we can have 20 per case managers or up to 25, maybe pushing 30, but that's all depending on that budget, because at what magic point do you hire that third case manager when you really don't have those dollars there? So this site, it's 2 case managers. In order to meet budget, we had to cut back what we have been very proud about for all of our services, and that's wraparound services. We have specialists in employment, specialists in eligibility, and housing specialists. But we had to cut out the eligibility specialists and the employment specialists because the project vouchers was not producing enough revenue in order to pay for those services. So our 2 case managers, this is the only site that we're doing this out of all of our counties, are focused on not only their case planning for successful outcomes, which is maintaining housing or moving on into other housing, stable housing out of a PCH unit, because it is possible. But they will be working with them in terms of the employment needs, balancing the checkbook, how to maintain your finances.
Thank you for that clarification, because as being in the social work field, the term wraparound service is very loosely used right now.
Yeah.
And when I say loosely used, is they claim that it's under their umbrella, but we find out it's third-party vendors. So that's what I want to make sure that the community is understanding that. And so this goes back to, and this is a question for the 5 Keys project and this project. Are they able to come in front of City Council on a quarterly basis to give us a status and a progress report on their facilities and how their case management is going?
If that is a request of council, part of their contract is presenting to council or other appropriate boards and commissions as requested.
And the reason I ask that question is because we've been bitten in the past of we find out a year later that things have happened that if we were made aware of from 6 months ago, then maybe we could have nipped it in the bud at that point. So I would like to take us the practice of these type of reports coming to us on a quarterly basis, so we're not caught with our pants down in some situations to where we've got to come up with $1 million, or we got to come up with more funding from a general fund, or we'd have to readjust our budget at any point. So I want to be more proactive with situations like this. So that'd be the end of my questions.
Great. Thank you. I see Councilmember Gordon. I do want to do public comment again before we do another round of council. So let's go ahead and call up our commenters.
Okay, we've got 5 speakers. The first is Stephen Hollett.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Just like with the Navigation Center, this completely overlooked the serious issues we had with this project. We had to pull Measure P money, which was essentially breaking a promise to the voters that that was not what it was going to be used for. And so the Navigation Center had these issues. The Broadway project had these issues. What's the common denominator here? Who was in charge? Who was responsible for that? We need to have accountability. We need to make sure that it doesn't happen again. I've seen no assurances that it won't. I mean, here we are talking about, oh, we've got this that hasn't been met, we've got this that hasn't been met. The numbers, we're not sure about how that's going to work out. And I will bet you, you mark my words, on June 3rd at 11:02, you can come back and watch this video, that I said that the staff will be sitting at that very table coming back to you in very short order saying, we need more money from the general fund. That is going to happen. And so as we're facing a budget deficit, where is that money going to come from? And then another thing that I don't understand is this was, well, at least that was my perception, was that this was going to be a big part of the solution to the homeless crisis. But if we're using if we're using these vouchers, how many of our homeless actually qualify for those vouchers? Most of them don't have income. I know that part of the process is to get them on SSI or income that they qualify for, but that's quite a long process. And when I heard Councilmember Matias talk about those brochures going out, what assurance do we have that this is going to be used for Vallejo residents? I mean, if we were getting all outside funding, I would say, well, okay, you know, we're accepting outside funding. We need to accept people who aren't from Vallejo. But given how much money Vallejo has had to kick into this, we should make sure that the overwhelming majority of the people going into these units are residents of Vallejo, that they're not coming from anywhere else. Because otherwise, why should we be putting in this money if they're coming from outside of Vallejo? That's not something that we should be paying for. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ann Carr.
You guys have a whole lot more stamina than I do, I got to tell you. You know, those of us that are getting on in age, you know, these late night hours really hurt. So with respect to this project, I am confused about the coordinated entry system, and this kind of echoes some of what Stephen Hallett said in terms of how does this relate to getting people actually out of encampments. Kaminar talked about how they're working with 29 people, getting them dock ready, and that maybe 13 of them are dock ready. There are higher requirements for going into this, and so I'm really curious to know how many people, if any, might be coming actually from the encampments, or do people need to be, quote, housing insecure as opposed to actually unsheltered? And my principal concern is about to what extent, if any, a big investment like this is going to actually take people off the street. I'm not actually clear how many spaces in this project are reserved for people from the county as opposed to Vallejo specifically, and I'd like to know that. And then I'm curious about the status of the lawsuits, if we still are facing a lawsuit on this, and if that is going to impact this project. I'm kind of skipping around a bit, but I'm also confused about whether, as a housing first project, to what extent does illicit drug use qualify or disqualify someone? Because it seemed to be in the documentation for this project that it was including things from the housing authority that would suggest that illicit drug use is a disqualifier, which I thought people were supposed to be able to come in with their drug addictions. Not that I'm promoting that, but that's just my understanding of Housing First. And then I apologize for not completely following all the ins and outs on this project, but is there somebody who can give a Reader's Digest summary of how we went from a project that was initially forecast to cost $9 million to now a project that is roughly costing $27 million? Please forgive me, because I know that there's been an audit report and all kinds of things, but I don't actually know the answer to that, and I hope there's a somewhat simple or summarized version that somebody can give on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jermaine Dowdell. Sorry if I mispronounced that last name.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Jermaine Dowdell, and I'm a journeyman carpenter representing Carpenters Local 180, which covers this county. I want to speak about the importance of this Broadway housing project, not only for our unhoused people in this area, but our community as well. This housing opportunity is vital not only for the safety and well-being of the people who need it, but also has programs and assistance that can better prepare them for future opportunities. This project was built locally by our union members of Harbinger, formerly of Factory OS, which provide local hires opportunities for economic impact for the community. I also live in this community as well. I walk occasionally with my wife, and we help if we're able, but we see conditions that people live in, believe that this is a safe environment, and the resources of this housing provides opportunity to rejuvenate and make our community safer and become a resource for people seeking a chance for a better opportunity that they can count on. This project has had many positives, like I said, from local hiring to economic stimulation. And additionally, we know that Vallejo has the highest unhoused population in Solano County, but it will be a great long-term investment for the city when complete to provide care and stability. This is a great chance to assist those in need so we can continue to uplift the community and others around with projects like this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is William Baker.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My apologies, it's quite late. My name is William Baker. Yesterday, I shared a report with you regarding budgets, leases, and operating agreements for the Broadway project, which is under consideration tonight. As noted in my report, these documents were made available among over 600 pages of documents in this week's agenda packet, late Thursday afternoon. For someone who has devoted thousands of hours researching the Broadway project over the past 3 years, this is hardly enough time to read and thoroughly consider what is on offer this evening on the Broadway project. As noted in my report, the structure of the lease and operator's agreement is unnecessarily complex or, as was previously described, a little clunky. There are also numerous questions in the annual operating budget that also require answers. Sadly, the era of do or die and deliberately vague have been joined by clunky agreements in what is on offer tonight. I believe the structuring of these documents is predicated on allowing tenants access to the Broadway project in a timely and expedited manner. While this is certainly an honorable intention, I ask the Council to consider not only the complexity of what is on offer, but also the group responsible for implementing this agreement. As the Broadway project has validated numerous times, haste makes waste. Despite the desire to house chronically homeless tenants at the Broadway project as soon as possible, the chance of the unexpected is greater than the benefit. Make this both a clean and sustainable transfer and launch of services at the Broadway project. The deed must be transferred to the city. PV revenue needs to be secured from HUD, and the additional revenue to fully provide critical wraparound services to the tenants needs to be identified and secured. Please also focus on the advice given by MRG more than 6 months ago and employ a competent housing development officer. Again, I congratulate you in the Broadway Project and Navigation Center. The city has already undertaken a massive responsibility for which the unhoused of Vallejo and Solano County will benefit. Vallejo has already accomplished a great deal, particularly when compared to its more financially endowed Solano siblings. Again, I respectfully request that they get agreements and the budgets presented for the Broadway project be further reviewed to ensure they are achievable and sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker is ex-Vice Mayor Mina Loretta Diaz.
And through the mayor, while she's coming up, we currently do not have any speakers online.
Good evening, everyone. I'm still as short as I was when I left 6 months ago, so I need to bring this down. You know, for those that don't know who I am, Manny just mentioned, I am the prior vice mayor. My term ended in January, and I decided to not run for re-election. But the reason that I'm here, that I decided to come, is because I feel a duty to express my concern about this project. I am the person that requested an audit, and it ended up not being an audit. It ended up being some sort of investigation. But I saw so many flaws with this project, and I still see those flaws today. You know, I'm very familiar with the with the Broadway project. Very, very familiar. Like I said, I was the one that asked for that investigation. I'm so familiar with the millions and millions of dollars that were needed to pay for over-budget costs. Constant over-budget cost. I'm familiar with the MRG report and its recommendations that have not been implemented yet. And I'm not even sure if the community has even been able to see that report. I'm so familiar with MRG that they found no evidence of any RFP or RFQ being performed on this project. I am familiar with MRG stating that the city staff and firm foundation had limited experience. I am also very familiar with the mechanic liens that were filed against the project, and we, the council that was currently overseeing this, were not notified until almost a year later. Mechanic liens that were filed and council did not know. On July 22nd, on July 2022, staff assured the council that the community that the project would be fully funded, and we went millions and millions over budget. Now, why do I care? Because my name is on this. We were here. Okay, and why do I care now? Because I'm the resident that's going to be paying for it. And everybody should care. Now, I'm really surprised that staff recommendations is to approve the contract with Firm Foundation being part of it still. If any of you recall some of the meetings that we had, I clearly mentioned how concerned I was to have someone with very little knowledge of how to operate a housing project be the one that would be in touch. You know, experience matters. I stated at a council meeting in January 2022, no one starts as an inexperienced developer with a multi-million-dollar project. Vallejo's not a training ground. We need to vet the people that are coming in for these housing projects better. And that's part of the reason that I'm here. I don't want you guys committing the same mistake or the same, oversight or the same not knowing what was going on. I would like to see more affordable housing, but we need to be better prepared. We're not prepared. Please don't go approving more projects until you get people in place that are, one, experienced, that can bring something to the table. I know my time is up, but people coming in need to bring something to the table. We shouldn't just be giving the house away.
Thank you.
That's it for
All right.
speakers.
And do we have anyone else online?
No speakers online at this time, Madam Mayor.
All right. With that, follow-up questions or comments from the city council. And I'll go first, I guess. I didn't speak the last round. Obviously we have to get this done and we have to, get this into the next phase and get this occupied. For me, I'm not ready. I think there's too many questions still unanswered. And I appreciate the partners being here. We've got to get through this together. I mean, we've got to look forward and look ahead and try to set this thing up for success. But hearing that this is the tightest budget and we don't know all the costs, that worries me very deeply. And we've had so many cost overruns already that I think we've got to not set ourselves up to have this happen again. And we really need to be having honest conversations now about what is the operating budget, rather than trying to squeeze the operating cost into the project-based voucher amount, which, I know the whole promise this whole time was that was going to be fully funded by project-based vouchers, but if it can't be funded by project-based vouchers, what is it going to take and where are we going to find that money? So, I understand the opioid litigation money is going to cover the startup costs, but that's one-time funding. I think we need to really have a conversation about whether we need ongoing funding and where that's going to come from, because, to the former vice mayor's point, we don't want to just keep making the same mistakes. We've got to be ready to set ourselves up for success. And, I think there's a lot of unanswered questions here that I think we just need a bit more time, at least for me personally, on this. And I agree actually with Councilmember Matulik. You had said quarterly updates. I was going to say monthly updates, so maybe the solution is every other month. But I do think we need some ongoing updates on these projects and maybe come back to Sack Street, Broadway, and the NAV Center and put them all together and come up with a frequency of updates to council so we can make sure that we don't have anything like what the former vice mayor expressed, where there's, a lien and we find out a year later or something happens and suddenly we have to fund it, but that we're on top of this. I'm not seeing anyone else, and I don't know if anyone wants to make a motion or if we want to continue this and ask for more clarification. Councilmember Vallejo.
Just really quick, one of the things that when we talk about reporting, and I know this has been broached, is what are the metrics we're going to use for these projects for monitoring and reporting, and where should a monthly report, not a quarterly, not a bi-monthly, every 2 months, but monthly, where should those reports be shared? And from my perspective, they should be shared at the HCD meeting and on a quarterly basis then brought forward to this council. And I think this is really important. And again, this is part of the asset management and the operational performance that we need to understand how things are going as it relates to these projects. So I just would like to add that regardless of what we decide today, that needs to be a part of any of the processes that we are dealing with as it relates to these types of programs.
Yeah, thank you. That's a great idea. Councilmember Gordon. Go ahead.
Through the mayor, yes. So we did tie to the project-based vouchers monthly reporting to HCD through staff and quarterly reporting in person, which HCD also wants, but we could also include quarterly council updates as well. And then just as far as property management and maintenance, we also did write in monthly inspections of every single unit. In other prior contracts, we were looking at yearly inspections, and so I just felt like that wasn't a responsible way to take care of our, manage our asset. And so the operator did agree to the monthly inspections, the monthly reporting, and it's in section, is this it, 5.7?
Section 5.7 is service objectives, and then 5.8 is outcome objectives.
So we can just review, these are some of the metrics. 90% of the PHA's residents will maintain their housing for a minimum of 12 months, or will be provided with more appropriate placements. 85% lease violations will be resolved without loss of housing of SH residents. 75% will complete annual. So you can go through all of these metrics are outlined in that section. We're happy to add more too if you have other suggestions.
It also covers as one of the terms, and I'm not sure exactly where it is in the agreement right now, but reporting on all of the other funding sources that are in there. So each of the additional funding sources have specific reporting requests.
Councilmember Gordon and then Matthias.
Thank you. You did answer a couple of those other questions I had regarding the reporting. I do have, I would like to, after my colleagues make comments, I'd like to make a recommendation that we move this forward. But I do want to be able to ask offline questions that I think you already touched, but I just want to, again, clarify, like the safety of the kids.
Councilmember Matthias.
Similar to the other project, we're talking about people's lives, and these projects have been massively delayed in each instance. I'm in a position to move them forward with the caveat. I'm in a position to move this forward with the caveat that, much like the previous project, whatever other financing questions were raised by my colleagues be addressed and returned back to us, as soon as possible. But I don't want to keep having more meetings, more conversations, and folks are not getting the housing that they need. We need to stop the delays, and we're going into another conversation, but that's sort of where I'm at this evening.
Yeah, thanks. Councilmember Palmares.
I agree with Councilmember Matias, but to the mayor's point, and although this is a different topic, I do share your concern. I'm extremely concerned. And one question I do have, I don't know if staff could answer this, but given this presidential administration, what's the status of project-based vouchers? And what's the outlook right now?
Councilmember Letajou might have some good experience on this too, but so far, the vouchers that we have awarded have been approved going through the process, and that funding for this year is set. Obviously, it's year to year has been slightly reduced, and so there is some unknown there, but I think maybe Councilmember Letajou might have more information in her role.
Councilmember?
She's just nodding. You gotta, yeah.
Thank you. And she's absolutely right. The budgets are set. They are set at last year budget, so any housing authority definitely has some underfunded amount. But the project-based vouchers, if you've gotten them in an appropriate time, they're funded and you're just going to keep moving. And the reality is, in the administration that we're currently in, where they're federal dollars, we are all consistently managing and monitoring those federal dollars. We are where we are, and at this moment in time, every housing authority has a budget allocated to them.
Got it. Thank you.
Thanks. All right, are we ready for a motion?
Yes, I'll make a motion that we adopt a resolution approving a lease and operator agreement for the Broadway project for Shelter, Inc. and Firm Foundation Community Housing, and providing notice of intent to amend the fiscal year 2024-2025 budget in the amount of $642,860.94 minus the fund balance of the developer's fee, and then the balance of that will be taken from the opioid litigation fund balance to support the project, with monthly updates to HCD Commission, quarterly updates in person to HCD, as well as the City Council.
All right, and we're ready to vote.
Missing a vote. There we go. The motion carries with Mayor Source opposed.
All right, thank you all. That is going to move us to item, okay. I'm going to go ahead and move us to item 7F, and I'll ask our city clerk to please announce this item.
Receive an update on the unhoused situation and provide direction to staff on the city's unhoused options.
All right, I'm going to propose something. We're going to open up public comment on this item. I'm going to propose something new, which is that it's 11:23 p.m. Our community members have been gracious in sticking with us, and I would like to propose, the vice mayor has preempted my point I'm going to make, which is that the presentation is very long on this item and very involved, and I would like to offer our community members that have stuck with us to this point an opportunity to go ahead and make public comment prior to the staff presentation if you would like. That way you can make your comment, you can leave, you can put the council meeting on your phone or at home. You'll, of course, not be able to respond to things that were said in the presentation, but we'll give you that option. So you can either make your comment now, or you can just defer and we'll call you after the staff presentation. But I think we're in a position now where we do owe it to the folks that have stayed with us to let them comment. I don't know that we're going to be able to get through every bit of this item because it's very, very late. But I do want to get our commenters in. Councilmember Matias, thoughts?
No, I just wanted to say on the presentation, 60-something slides, like, if y'all could skip through some of that, that'd be great, because I don't think we need to sit through 63 slides. So would appreciate that.
Some of them are like transition slides and things, but yes, we will make it as quick as possible without leaving out too much meat.
And what I'm probably going to have us do is, I know there are 3 items that staff are looking for directions from council. I'm going to try to really, really push us towards those 3 items and try to get something done today. And clearly, we're going to need more time for this. So we'll try to get those items. Councilmember Gordon, quick comment on the procedure.
Yes, remember my recommendation asking instead of the full 3 minutes, which as you can see, we have a lot of people, to maybe limit it to 1 or 2 minutes, which has happened in the past.
And this one, I hear you, and we're probably going to have to do that in the future. But I think given that everybody has stayed with us tonight this long, I think they've prepped for 3 minutes. I think we do need to give them 3 minutes, and we'll just request if we can all try to help each other out and not repeat too much of what's been said. You know, if you don't need your full 3 minutes, try to be courteous to the next person. But I know many of the members of the public have prepared for 3 minutes, and I want them to have that. But I think when this item comes in the future, if we keep having 30 or 40 commenters, we will probably have to consider reducing. But we'll do that, we'll announce that at the beginning so people can prepare accordingly.
Right, and we have 20 speakers, so we
Yeah.
have an hour of public comment.
Okay, so what we'll do, I'm going to just, like I said, I'm going to take a liberty here. We're going to call our in-person speakers. If you'd like to comment now, come on up. If you want to wait until after the staff presentation, just wave and we'll hold you till after the staff presentation. Again, just at the sake of the hour. So let's go ahead and get started.
And Manny, you can transition them for the.
And we'll take our online speakers after.
If we don't,
I think
if
that's
they don't
easier.
want to speak now, you can transition them and have the list continue to the.
Is there a way to do that?
Okay. So the first speaker is Stephen Hallett.
Going now? Okay.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. You know, this has been the topic that's been not just tonight, but it's been all over social media. I remember when this was proposed last week, I was watching the news and it said they're going to be talking about homelessness at the Vallejo City Council meeting, and I thought, well, it must be a slow news day. But we, this has been an ongoing issue. I remember when in the 2013 City Council election, in a forum that happened in this very room, the candidates were asked about homelessness. And I remember former council member Joanne Shively, Lord rest her soul, an answer that she gave was, the city can't do this on its own. Particularly the county needs to step up and do more. Other agencies need to step up and do more. And that answer still rings true. We cannot solve this all on our own. There have been rumors going around in the community that homeless are being bussed in here. I've not seen proof of that. I'm certainly willing to look at it. But what many people don't know is that Vallejo has in fact sent its unhoused people to Vacaville before. That happened with this city, and by city I mean the city government's action sent them to Vacaville. So I mean, if we're going to be talking about that, we have to be willing to look at what have we done too. Talking about clearing out the homeless encampments, I'm all for clearing out the homeless encampments. We have to clear up public property. We have to make sure that this space is safe. But on the other side of that, we also have to have a place to send the people. And we have to get people help. We have to get people treatment. Jesus said that society will be judged by how we treat those who are our most vulnerable. And most of the people who are homeless, they don't want to be there. Yes, there's some who will refuse service, and we can talk about that. But for the most part, they're not choosing to be on the street. There's greedy landlords, there's depressed wages, there's so many other issues going on. We need to figure out, okay, who has substance abuse issues? Who has mental health issues? Probably a lot of that overlap. Who's on the street because they can't afford the rent? Who's eligible for SSI or Social Security or some kind of disability? Let's get them that. How many veterans do we have on the street? That should be the top thing we look at, is who are the veterans out there? Aside from the fact that, we owe them a debt that they can never repay, there's a lot of programs out there to get them off of the streets. So we should look at that right away. If you're a veteran, let's get them into those programs. There's so many things that we can do, but we've got to do it honestly, with compassion, and we have to do it effectively. We can't just keep throwing money at this issue and hoping that it's just going to get resolved. We have to do something that's evidence-based. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ann Carr.
I appreciate the flexibility to have a chance to speak first, since we've waited 4 hours, more than 4 hours. Okay, I'll try to speed through this. Location. This is the perennial question in real estate, and it applies to solutions for the unhoused too. Regarding safe camping sites, I have concern about timing and location. Timing. Number one, we do not have a budget approved for the fiscal year that starts July 1st. Number two, we already have a deficit of up to $7 million and have an $11 million unfunded project for hiring county sheriff officers. We still do not have a contract for security guards. Number three, we have funding gaps for both the Navigation Center and Broadway projects. And number four, we have yet to actually open and operate the Navigation Center and Broadway projects. So although I think that we do need to have a discussion about safe camping, I'm really wondering, why are we having this now before we've done the budget? With so many other unsettled budget and operation questions, it's premature to add another project to the list right now. Locations. At the April 1st meeting for the council gave direction that there should be high traffic and high sensitivity areas excluded from homeless camps and services. The downtown was specifically mentioned. So to get the staff report with suggested potential sites for safe camping, and to see that the old post office at Santa Clara and Georgia Street is on the list, I had to go, what are you guys thinking? Are you insane? And forgive me for a little snark, but I call this as something from the Department of Bad Ideas. And I think it's right up there with a waterfront police station and, frankly, tearing down the Carnegie Library. Why would you even consider having a camp at the gateway to the city? Supporting the needs of the unhoused should not mean sacrificing our waterfront and downtown. There are other locations, but you do not put it here. And I want to point out that the struggling, pioneering, urban pioneers who are trying to do business downtown and in the ferry area, these small businesses have invested their life savings into their businesses. And so I think there needs to be some respect for supporting them. We need them in Vallejo. Vallejo spent $3 million to develop the General Plan 2040 and $245,000 for an economic development plan. They both called out downtown revitalization, and so I have to ask, how does Shop Vallejo and Visit Vallejo fit in with a downtown camp? Of the sites that have been listed, I would say that the Benicia Road one, the old Sayufi property, is the most distant from homes and residents, or from homes and businesses. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Tina Fowler.
Four and a half hours in, I have to hope my phone battery stays long enough for this presentation. So my name is Tina Fowler, and I'm here tonight representing Bambino's, right downtown Vallejo. Ishmael couldn't be here tonight, but he wanted to make sure that you guys heard his thoughts about using the old post office location as a designated camping spot for the unhoused community. Ish chose Vallejo 5 years ago. He chose his location specifically because he believed what the city told him, that they wanted to reestablish the downtown arts and entertainment district. Over the past 5 years, he's poured into his efforts into the building, making a space where the entire community can enjoy great food, music, art, and most importantly, connection. We're coming to you tonight to ask you to remember that focus that you promised when he came here 5 years ago. And remember your role in maintaining a safe, thriving city for everyone, not just the unhoused community. There's currently a large unregulated encampment at the post office location. Since its arrival, Bambino's has received increased customer complaints because people are nervous about leaving their cars for fear of break-ins and nervous to walk to the cars because they are being approached aggressively. And those are the complaints from the people that are actually coming into the restaurant. How many people aren't coming at all? Bambino's has had break-ins that were traced back to the homeless encampments. Ish himself has been in several physical altercations just simply for asking homeless people to leave his restaurant and his doorways. These encampments are not safe. We've heard so much. These encampments are not safe for the people that are in them, but they are also not sustainable for the businesses that are trying to operate around them. It's not a matter of us versus them. It's simply about economic vitality. When businesses are struggling because customers feel unsafe or can't access services, it weakens the very tax base that are needed to address the issues that we are facing. The complexity of homelessness cannot lead you to continue to ignore the impact that these encampments have on our businesses. We're asking council to consider that any dedicated zones or sanctioned encampment cannot be in an area that hinders economic development of our city. We need greater communication with businesses when encampments are starting to arise, and information about outreach efforts, cleanup schedules, and what the city is proactively doing to help businesses minimize the disruption. We need stronger enforcement when there is criminal activity in these encampments. The encampment that is currently there, Bambino's has had zero response from the police department. The person who camped in his doorway for 2 days, we called the police 4 times. No one came. So we're emphasizing that we're not trying to push the problem away. We're 4.5 hours in. But what would Vallejo look like without Bambino's or Provisions, Bay Hibachi, Mare Island Brewery, Vallejo Brewery, Urban Fishing, Vegan Mob? The list goes on. If you allow a location in downtown, you may just see what it looks like without all those businesses.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Richard Abbott.
Madam Mayor, City Council, I'm here to speak specifically against, the proposed use of 485 Santa Clara Street as a managed parking or overnight shelter site. My name is Richard Abbott. I'm the Vice President of Vallejo Main Street. I'm on the Board of Directors of the Red Men's Hall. I'm a downtown person, downtown booster. Downtown, I also have a sign company downtown. We put up the alleyway poster, the mural in Indian Alley. Downtown Vallejo is a really big success story. I am far from the only person who has really responded, I love the downtown, it's a great thing, but it's a real success story. There's a lot that's going on there as far as raising the vitality of the downtown. The Georgia corridor to the ferry is critical to expanding the vitality of the downtown, and an expanded, vital downtown is going to make a huge difference, the biggest difference in the city itself, as far as not only the economic, strength of the downtown, not only all that, but just simply people coming in. The whole point of the downtown, the only metric for the downtown is number of people on foot feeling safe enough to come downtown. That's increasing. We're boosting it. It's working. A huge way to expand that is to just have the clear corridor from Georgia Street all the way on down. So we really need that. We want to show compassion for the unhoused, but that is not the place to put them, not to block the source of revenue and encouragement and people coming here and just plain vitality. So I passionately request that be off the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sean O'Malley. Sean O'Malley.
I think he may have left.
Okay, then Isobet Beltane.
So, as part of the presentation, I believe you're going to hear some rather expensive quotes for safe parking camping. What you won't hear is anything about self-managed but supported designated camping by lease. Something that treats unhoused residents as tenants rather than prisoners, and should be considered due to cost savings alone. Another thing that I don't think you're going to hear is any real evidence-based analysis or evaluation regarding what models would be most useful for the unhoused residents of Vallejo. Has the crime reduction rate of self-managed permitted encampments been evaluated? Solutions should be informed by the existing community, but no engagement has taken place. Staff has had ample opportunity to ask questions and conduct a survey at the last two sweeps and declined to do so. What research has been conducted into how, what percentage of persons that are unhoused can make use of overnight parking that excludes vehicles and RVs? How many people live in RVs and vehicles that are operational? I also want to briefly touch on the working group or ad hoc committee. I think it's imperative that unhoused people be part of forming policy. That is just best practices. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yannick Phillips.
Unique. Okay.
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 Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
Kay Flavel.
City Council. Haven't seen you for about 5 years. Good to be
You
here.
can lower the podium on your right so that we can see you. Thanks, Natalie.
I agree with the previous speakers about the idiocy of putting a unit for parking downtown. So especially Tina and Ann Carr's comments. And Brendan Riley has a very good piece also online that I recommend. So I will leave that out, but I do suggest that number 1 and number 7 be deleted from the list of possible locations. Both of them are listed as waterfront mixed use. Now, from 2014 until 2019, I was very concerned with the threat of pollution of the Napa River, the Mare Island Strait, by a 24-hour cement works at the mouth of the Napa River and Sacramento River. And with others, I developed a Vallejo Historic Napa River Walk. And you can see that site and our work still online. We had over 900 supporters. So right now, we have Vallejo as uniquely endowed with a double-sided riverfront, which is undeveloped, and a lot of it is still a decayed industrial site, whereas the rest of the Bay Area counties have developed extensive bay trails. Our bay trail stops at the Maritime Academy. If we look at the next 5 years, there's an opportunity for us to develop the bay trail, the Vallejo Napa River Walk on both sides of the river. District 6, we can have the Bay Trail running from the existing Maritime Academy up to Cortola Boulevard. So that's my gift to you. Think 5 years ahead. There's been a lot of talk tonight about the problems in Vallejo. Just to remind you all of our wonderful riverfront opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Kathleen Gaffney.
Say good morning yet.
And you can raise it just as she lowered it on the lower right, if you'd like. There you go.
I'm a retired psych nurse that has worked in adolescents, has worked in a PUF unit, which is a short-term acute care, 5150 South the Street, and also the prison, quite an array of different places, but have covered most of it. 55% of your homeless.
Would you mind just speak up? There you go. Thank you so much.
Sorry. 55% of the homeless are substance abusers. 30% are your mentally ill, and 15% are your vets. So that's what you're looking at. So we're spending in Vallejo, looks like about $34 million on the majority of drug users. Think about it, because we're paying for it, all of us, either with having to go down and look at it. Vallejo has so much potential, and yet you walk down there. Who walks down there anymore? You don't. Look at the long, big picture. I hope your buildings work well. I heard a lot of things that set a lot of red flags up for me. I heard no mention of how many medical people they're going to have on staff there. We're talking nurses, because if you've ever worked in a hospital, you realize that the mortality rate on somebody coming off alcohol is higher than coming off a lot of other things. Scares the heck out of you when you have an alcoholic come in that's drying out. So they're going to expect some kind of, I heard nothing about, we have X amount of staff here, we have this many nurses. That concerns me. I think it's setting up Vallejo for a big fall. Just my own opinion. I'm really tired. I live in the Architectural Heritage District. They're moving up the hill, and I mean, they are. A lot of the mentally ill, I don't know if they're trying to get away from being abused by the drug users or whatever, but I'm seeing them daily. And usually I talk to them because I'm not afraid of them. I feel that a lot of them are in so much pain. It's really sad for me to see. I thought I retired and didn't have to deal with it anymore. but I think it's important for all of us to realize they're still human beings, but this isn't the place for them. There's no the sanitation is horrible down there. God knows what's going on. I understand there's children down there. To me, it's despicable that we are allowing that to happen to our city. This is our city. So please think about everything you're voting on. Get all the information you can. Ask these people, who's going to be your staffing? What is there? How many you're loading up your case managers real heavy. And the nursing staff or any of them, just please think about it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Trevor Kevney? Kevney? Is it Kevney? Is that right? Great.
Thank you. Mayor, council members, thank you for being here. I appreciate you letting us talk. And I just want to say I will not mirror the comments about the ineptitude of attempting to try to put a homeless camp downtown. I live 4 blocks from downtown of York. I have 2 children. We walk downtown almost every day. My kids go to Kung Fu downtown. At least once a month, a random person walks in and the Shifu from the martial arts center has to escort them back out. When we walk to the ferry terminal, I don't allow my children to go to the bathroom by themselves because I've seen multiple mentally ill people sleeping in the bathroom. I've been accosted by a shirtless man in the library's bathroom while the security guard looks on. And to think that we're adding this problem. And they are absolutely people, they needed to be treated with respect. However, if we think about bringing additional sites into our city, what's going to happen is if we spend at least $2 million a year on operational costs alone, I looked at the budget proposal, $500,000 to $2 million just for the operational costs, with an additional $1 to $2 million of annual expenditures, depending on which site you'll choose. Do you think that the people on the streets in Vallejo are going to go to one of those facilities? No. What's going to happen is what's already happening. Homeless around the region, as other cities use Gavin Newsom's lead and push people out of their cities, are going to end up here. We're going to have more unhoused, more mentally ill, more problems to manage, more budget to spend. That's what is at risk. And we're going to spend 60 pages, no offense, ladies, going through this presentation of telling you why this is a good idea. At the end of the day, it's spending money that we don't have. Dr. Ledyju, you've mentioned multiple times the lack of budgetary oversight and the ability to pay for these things. How are we going to do that? Councilmember Matias, you've already talked about how do we ensure this supports the homeless and unhoused population in Vallejo. It does not. Sure, it gives precedence or it gives preference to them, but there's no guarantee. They're not going to want to uproot their lives and move to another site. So I implore you, as a citizen of Vallejo, as a homeowner, as a father, do not invite more people into our city. Work hard to manage and address and spend our money on the projects that we've talked about tonight, not additional things. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Cynthia H. Cynthia H. Okay, Jean McCormick. Jean McCormick. Liet Meitzenheimer.
Good evening. Not just specific to this item that's on the agenda, but to ask that you make sure that we have somewhere that's readily accessible the facts and the data of what we're trying to do with the unhoused. We need to be able to readily access that information. who gets qualified, how they get qualified, what the reports are for the projects that we have now. Because as it is now, this is a very divisive topic. It's divided the community. We have people who are making claims on who's going to qualify, how they're disabled, whether or not they're disabled or not, whether or not they even know how to qualify for a disability. But they're making claims on social media and the internet, and it just agitates people because we're not getting the right information out. People are putting misinformation out there. They're putting out information that they think that may be correct, but we need to have actual data that's coming from social services. Just like the other week, somebody came up here and said, nobody's going to the encampments and talking to them. Nobody's doing intake. And then we find out tonight, yes, indeed, they are. That's what the facts are. That's what we need for the public to know. We don't need to go on hearsay and misinformation and agitation. There are people calling other people, our neighbors, names. You know, now the churches are being demonified because they're feeding the people. They're the problem. People who advocate for the homeless, they're the problem because you're coddling the homeless, because you're making the problem worse. You're causing more people to come here because you're giving the people food and basic services, basic needs. And so this is the type of conversation that's going on in the community, and we don't need to have it. We need to find a way to work together to come up with solutions. But we need to have data and facts readily available somewhere on the website so that people can go to it. And if they have a question about who's being served, how many people are being served, how many people are actually mentally ill, how many people are actually on drugs, how many people are alcoholic, how many people just don't have a place to live. We need to have that data somewhere readily available so people who want to know about what the real truth is about our homeless, that they can go there and get that and not rely on social media on things that people are making suppositions about, because it's not helping. It's just dividing our city, and it's just making things worse. And I don't think that it's fair for the people that are out there trying to help the homeless that they become demonized and tormented because people are calling them names.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Eli Smith.
At these meetings, there's so much talk about garbage and what things look like and how the way they look makes people feel. And people talk and talk about encampments, but nobody talks about the people, the actual people. People are not encampments. Why are people homeless in Vallejo? Why? Does anybody know why people are homeless here in Vallejo? You don't know who these people are. You don't know what they need. And you're discussing spending millions of dollars on specific services when you don't know what those services, who those services are for. I'm also a parent, and I also walk with my kids downtown, and I'm going to talk about parents and kids. And tonight, the city staff is going to report about a meeting that they had with the school district, and that they learned that the McKinney-Vento data reflects that 475 students in Vallejo are experiencing homelessness. And this is only for children registered in public school. In the report, staff claims this information is illuminating, but this data is actually in the PIT report, which is the lowest point of entry to demographic trends in Solano County. And the executive summary of this report was already shared by staff in the last PowerPoint presentation. Now, based on this data, based only on the number of parents who admit they're living in a tent or in a car and the number of unaccompanied minors, the city has been relentlessly sweeping between 41 and 63 children on a regular basis. At Ryder and Midway, you displaced 2 children, one who is visibly disabled and who is not in the public school system. We have shared the McKinney-Vento data with the city many, many times before. In addition, we've told you over and over again that there are many unhoused children in Vallejo. We told you the specific demographic of people would be among the hardest to count. We told you why. We told you that more than 70% of kids in Vallejo are economically disadvantaged and at risk of experiencing homelessness. And we can tell you, too, that a large portion of the almost 500 children who are living in shelters, moving from couch to couch, and hotels are in an intensely precarious, fluid position, may have been previously swept and may be swept in the future. You have not planned for these families. You spent tens of millions of dollars on housing projects that do not serve a population whose numbers almost equal the number of people that were counted in the PIT, the total number. You swept those 2 children during your flagship sweep, and you have not even yet imagined a place for them. You had a warming center that sat almost completely empty night after night because you designed a service before assessing the needs of the people you were intending to serve. How many people actually need job training? How many people have jobs? How many people need addiction services? How many people are disabled? How many people are elderly? You're not going to make a dent in homelessness unless you engage the community and assess the actual population that you have, not a committee of 4 people, but the actual currently unhoused community as a whole. I'm asking for some concrete proposal with actionable steps as to how Vallejo is going to design a program based on the actual problem it's trying to solve, which is that an overwhelming percentage of its residents, Vallejo born and raised, parents with children, elderly and disabled neighbors, cannot afford housing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Nathan Stout?
Good evening, Council, Mayor, City Manager, City Attorney. My name's Nathan Stout. I'm speaking to you tonight as a concerned citizen, a taxpayer, and a homeowner. We cannot afford to support a designated sanctioned camping site. This would cost millions of dollars and would decimate whatever neighborhood you place it in. Please reconsider your decision to support this form of action, as other cities have already tried this with disastrous results. Learn from other cities' mistakes. Don't repeat them. As a citizen, I believe that you have circumvented the democratic process. Decisions have been made unilaterally by our mayor, for which a full council vote and resolution were needed. Also, council members are supposed to be unbiased, but in her conversations in public, she has clearly demonstrated her bias. As a taxpayer, I'm concerned that your illegal process benefits and favors the few while destroying the quality of life for the majority. Have you heard about the cockroach and rat infestation in St. Vincent's Hill? Houses that have never had cockroach problems for 50, 60, 100 years, they now do. Our library, supported by taxpayer money, is overwhelmed with homeless, and I can only imagine the cockroach problem at City Hall and the library. This is a direct result of the Georgia Street camp that you want to legalize. This problem will continue even if you make the camp legal. As a homeowner, I have invested thousands of hours of time into making my house and city livable. Serving on the Housing and Community Development Commission and the General Plan Working Group were part of my efforts to increase the quality of life here in Vallejo. The General Plan is a guiding document that your council continues to blatantly ignore. This may have legal repercussions for this council. If you can, look at Brendan Riley's post on Facebook about the camp downtown. Please don't put the camp downtown. It would destroy downtown. And District 4 is already overburdened. So do what you can, but stop with just the Broadway project, the Navigation Center. That's enough. I would stop there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Linda Stout.
Vallejo is not mandated to provide a sanctioned campground. While the hardworking residents of this city do without and watch our city further decay, we have built 2 homeless transitional housing compounds and a navigation center. Now you want more, a permanent encampment. And some of you say you want it downtown. Some say you want it downtown in order to further desecrate this corpse of a city. Stop destroying District 4 to protect yours. Just say no. No more enabling, no more breaking the bank and the back of this city. No more sacrificing our most precious public spaces, endangering the public, gutting economic potential, chasing away businesses and visitors, destroying our neighborhoods and downtown waterfront. No more ignoring the laws of this city. Camping is illegal. We get it. Vallejo means nothing to you. Some of you are chasing your own personal demons and political ambitions. We may be invisible to you now, but we won't be invisible when we vote in the next elections. No to sanctioned campgrounds. Big no to a downtown sanctioned campground.
Thank you. Our
Thank
next
you.
speaker is Tom Carey.
Well, you've all heard from me several times in the last couple months about the homeless, and I don't know what I can say tonight that would be any different than what I've said before, but I'm curious to know who on the dais thinks that a sanctioned campground at the foot of Georgia Street is a good idea, and if you could tell me why. Now, this isn't question and answer. I know you're not going to say anything now. Some of you have expressed concerns about our budget and asked good questions and talked about bright spots in Vallejo. I like the sound of that. What I don't like is the silence from the mayor and our council representative about the homeless in this district and why you are supporting it and pushing it. I do not get it. What is your vision for Vallejo? What is it? Why are you encouraging this ugliness? These people do need help, and they should get it from the countless nonprofits and the government agencies and all the people who are making money, the man who was sitting here in the front row, making money off the homeless. I'm tired of the poverty industry in Vallejo, really, myself, and you should all be ashamed of it. And you have no vision for this city that I can see. Some of you ask good questions and you're paying attention, but for some of you, I don't know why you ran, because I can't see what you are doing for this city. Please, no safe camping at the foot of Georgia Street. Try cleaning it up. The ferry is one of our greatest assets, and you plunk these people down there and support them to the death so that they can ruin whatever good there is in Vallejo. I do not get it. Mayor Source, I would love to know why we have this there. We had you in my backyard with 10 neighbors and talked to you about the homeless, and you said nothing about supporting a homeless union. And feel free to fill us all in on what you were doing and why we didn't hear about that during your campaign. Councilmember Lediju talks about honesty. We'd love honesty. We really would, us citizens. I'm grateful for the vice mayor talking about money, and yes, we are the shareholders. It's not just the homeless. It's not just them. My God, what are you doing to this place? Are you hell-bent on destroying the downtown? Please explain it. Those of you who are supporting this idiocy, please explain it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Chris Kelly.
Good evening again, council. First of all, I would just like to say, unless somebody is blind or stupid, we obviously did not get into this issue just in the beginning of this year. This has been going on for years. But with that being said, I would like to know who was responsible for the ADA compliance for the city of Vallejo. Is it the city attorney, the city manager, or someone else not publicly identified for the public? Tonight, I want to touch on a matter relating to the many requests for reasonable accommodations made by a protected class of homeless individuals under the Americans with Disabilities Act. Equal protection under the law includes protection for disabled homeless people. If you are in possession of a handicap parking place card, you are benefiting from an accommodation. Something related to your person interferes with your ability to equally access life without it. Being homeless does not exclude a person from asking for an accommodation. Why are homeless people living in the area? Why the library, downtown, where all of our families from out of town can see them? Perhaps to some this is a foolish question, but if you're not homeless, you might not know. The library provides access to a bathroom with running water, a building to escape the cold, rain, and unbearable heat, the bad air quality on a spare the air day, and protection from other elements, even if for a limited number of hours for the day, just to name a few. Housed people frequent these areas, and the danger of being victimized in isolation is somewhat reduced. Would the mean-spirited folks prefer these people to relieve themselves in their doorways or in their businesses that tell them, no, you cannot use the bathroom? Individual requests for reasonable accommodations cannot be limited in any capacity by the city of Vallejo. People living in tents and their vehicles may make requests and expect due process, specifically the interactive process, that will show the nexus between the disability and the reasonable accommodation requests, individually as required by law. To not respond is a denial. To delay is to deny. When a disabled or elderly unhoused person's home is towed, there is more exposure to the elements, sexual assault, and an extremely higher risk of worsening medical conditions, including mental health, especially when you can no longer lock the door of your vehicle because it was your home and it was taken. This issue needs to be addressed immediately in the spirit of life and the law. The city has failed the unhoused community. This is not a secret. How many hours have we sat year after year waiting for progress, hearing all the inefficient excuses from staff?
Time.
We constantly get breaks. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And our final in-house speaker is Kat McNeil.
And Mayor, while she's coming down, we do have 4 speakers online with their hands raised. Make that 5.
Good evening. It's been a long night. With all this info that we have, all the information that staff has come up with on how many of this, who's that, and where's this. I have never in my 13 years of being homeless here in Vallejo, and I was born and raised here, I've never had anybody from the city talk to me about anything. I've been hassled by police. Yeah, been helped by Vallejo Together and others. But I've never had anybody ask me, why am I homeless, or what are my problems, or how long have I been homeless? You've got to talk to us to find out what you need to do for us. Some of us actually know the reasons why we're here. and what we can do about it to get out of it, to stop being homeless. If you don't talk to us, you can't help us. Thank you.
Thank you. So
Okay.
my original proposal was to take the online comment after the presentation, because more people would probably raise their hands online after the presentation. We're also, I feel like we're going to end up needing to continue this item, and I almost want to just do a straw poll of the council on if we want to proceed or if we want to continue it. Go ahead, Councilmember Matias.
From my vantage point, I do think we need to have a conversation tonight. And part of the reason why we need to have a conversation tonight is because we do need to continue providing direction to staff, number one. Number two, anytime there's a vacuum in information, there's a lot of misinformation.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know who here said that we were proposing a downtown site. I gotta be honest. It's in a staff report. It was presented. We said, let's look at all city property. That was the direction, right? So the fact that this has become such a big thing, when I haven't heard anybody here suggest that site, is something we have to think about as a community. Like, at the start of this process, we asked for grace. When we had the first meeting, said, hey, everybody's really passionate, everybody's got a lot of opinions, let's lower the temperature. And I mean, they've been doing their job trying to put something together that gets us to the finish line. I think we should start moving in that direction tonight. And at the same time, I do feel like we should just start the conversation on how do we get to a place where we lower the temperature, because I really feel like it's getting out of hand. And we need to cool it a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Vice Mayor, did you have something?
I was just going to say that I'm not in favor of continuing it only, well, unless we can be assured that we don't have to start over from scratch, because we've already spent a lot of time on this tonight as it is. So if we can continue the meeting with the presentation and our comments and not have public comment at the next one, then I'm okay with moving that forward. But otherwise, I want to just get through it tonight, because I don't want to have to go through and have people stay up all night for public comment again.
Councilmember Gordon, it sounds like you agree.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I can confirm.
Okay.
I appreciate what my colleagues point out. I think one of the reasons why we're hearing so much, because there is so much information on the social media, and it's not 100% accurate, you know. So I definitely echo what my colleague is saying, and I think we should deal with it since we've already been here, but just let staff do their presentation so we can direct them to what to go next, because to have another meeting on top of another meeting, I think it's only going to be outlived.
Yeah. Councilmember Ledesju.
I don't think we need to go through 75 pages, to be really frank. And so I think what's most important to me, to our city manager, is what are the key components in the staff report that we need to go through? Just as my colleague said, when we started this process in trying to bring community together, figure out where we're going with all these different pieces, we made a request to say, what is all the city property? Give us information so we understand what are possibilities, what are not possibilities. And this is a staff report with information to enlighten everyone. There's no decision made, and I don't want to go through 75 pages. It's really late, and I appreciate everyone being here. I appreciate you putting the staff report together, so at least we're not in the dark and understand where are all the different spaces.
Why don't we, if it seems feasible, yes.
It does says give staff direction.
Then that's what we're going to do, but we're hoping we don't have to go through the entire presentation. Why don't we aim for maybe the 5 to 10 minute abridged version with what you think are kind of the key elements, and then we'll take the online commenters, then we'll close public comment, and we'll try to go as quick as possible to just get those key pieces of direction to get us to a point where then we can set the next point of follow-up.
Through the mayor.
I think that, yeah, go ahead.
If we could just, I would propose we just start with the potential in the slide.
The safe
slide,
camping.
The potential, and then the costs right after it, and the map, and then just have the discussion.
Yeah.
And forget about the other cities and worry about just what we're looking at here.
I think that sounds
Vallejo.
good. Yeah.
Yeah, I was going through while you guys were talking and Xing out the
Perfect.
background
'Cause it's
information
there.
slides to get
The
you to
information is there,
the
and we
let's
have
make a
to see it.
decision content.
Yeah, and I agree. I want to be transparent. I mean, we're going to need to shorten these meetings, but I think it's important that we just be transparent, acknowledge the hour, and kind of set a path going forward. So with that.
Thank you. So I will be brief, Manny. If you can fast forward to let's go ahead. Yeah, fast forward to slide 28 for me so we can go. Sorry, before that. Potential parking slash camping sites. There you go. Perfect. So staff did do some research into other programs, and we're happy to, if you have questions about how they are operating or where some of these costs came from, we're happy to go back. But for some urgency, we will go ahead and go over the potential locations.
Yeah, so as a quick follow-up, we've had several meetings with City Council. This was part of a directive for staff to gather information, bring it back to the council to feed your further direction to staff. So we were given a couple ideas on a few of these sites. We looked at our city vacant properties. I will state that there was a typo about the Vallejo Unified District owning 2 sites, 404 Nebraska. Was there another one as well?
One of the attachments has 50 Solano as the school district, but it is appropriate on the slide in front of you.
So, yeah, 50 Solano, owned by the city of Vallejo, about 8.7 acres, currently mixed use, waterfront mixed use. 404 Nebraska, it's owned by the Carpenters Union, 2.18 acres, again, neighborhood mixed use. 120 Mini Drive, it's the Army Reserve Base, owned by the federal government, 3.86 acres, public and semi-public. Vacant site that the city owns off of Rollingwood, 4.31 acres, residential medium density zoning. Vacant site off Benicia Road, privately owned, approximately 10 acres, neighborhood mixed use zoning. 500 Redwood, privately owned, 12.45 acres, vacant commercially zoned land. And then lastly, 485 Santa Clara, the old post office, owned by the city, 1.99 acres, government and miscellaneous. Similarly, you can think about any of the parking lots that are around City Hall that the city owns as similar. We just didn't want to list out every single one of those parcels because they all have similar challenges that the Santa Clara site also has. These are spread through District 6, 5, 2, 3, 3, 4, 4, and 3. So they weren't all concentrated in one spot, but we kind of broadly throughout the city. Can go to the next slide, Manny. This is just a map of kind of where we mapped out where these locations are throughout the city. But I did want to make a point, and we'll get here at the last slide on the staff recommendation, that not one of these sites are ideal. Not one of them don't have challenges. And the staff recommendation, you will find out, will be that we don't really move forward with any of these sites at this time because we think that we have some other alternatives that might be better options. So if we want to slide, what's the next one you want us to jump to? The overview of the costs.
Yeah, so quickly we went through looking at what the other locations have done and then specific research for Vallejo. There's a breakdown of what the anticipated cost would be and whether that is a purchase for the site or potentially a monthly rental based. So I'm not going to go through each one, but if you have questions on where that came from, we're happy to dive into that. The biggest kind of operating, Manny, if you can go, I think 2 slides forward to cost. That one, perfect. So the one-time cost, again, is going to, all of these are going to depend on the specific site that we choose, but can range from $200,000 to $750,000, depending on the site prep, so making them accessible for folks to get onto. Ongoing operations, again, site-specific, but could be 2.4 million up to some locations are $4 to $5 million. And in comparison to other programs, their one-time prep for the sites, some of them were up to almost $10 million to get the site feasible, bring on the utilities and services that may be needed, and then ongoing operations of approximately 4.4 based on the handful of locations that we looked at.
So you can see that the high costs of raw sites, you're going to get a higher site prep cost. But as you heard tonight, even with the other projects on the Nav Center and Broadway, operating costs are also very high. So it depends on how many, are we doing safe camping? Are we doing safe parking? How many people are we serving? Is it 15? Is it 100? Is it tents? Is it vehicle spaces? Security is a very, very high cost. We pay for security for city buildings, and it would be similar for something like this. And then just getting that nonprofit operator to be able to help bring the wraparound services, make sure that there's bathrooms, hand washing stations, potentially showers or food or other services is a really high cost.
So Manny, if you go to the next slide, please. There are some challenges with designated parking or camping options, specifically on city-owned properties. So there is the city's liability if we own the parcels, the cost and revenue sources. So to council's point and a lot of the community's point, where is the funding for these operations and site prep coming from? Zoning and permitting, depending on the location and the project type, it may require rezoning or specific permitting. Site preparation, again, is going to vary by site. ADA upgrades to the sites. There have been many other jurisdictions that have set these up who have been brought into lawsuits for not having ADA accessible sites, having gravel, dirt versus concrete type things to consider. And then with the city operating the program, we may limit ourselves with future encampment cleanups or potentially dismantling the program if it is something that we own, and even if we outsource the operations, if it is through the city. Let me see where we need to get to next. So if you go to the next slide, to Gillian's point, there are some potential options that we do have that staff would recommend potentially moving forward with, and that is really working with our faith-based partners to do designated camping and or parking on church sites. AB 932 allows for faith-based partners to do that with very limited fast-tracked permitting through the cities. So it gives you more opportunity on the sites, less liability, lower cost shares. It's a variety of locations, so it can potentially spread it throughout the city. We do have some concerns from the faith-based community. We do have 6+ who have reached out or we have made contact with who are interested in pursuing what that may look like. And many more who are like on the cusp. They want a little bit more information from what we're looking at. Their biggest ones are, their insurance may increase depending on what program they're operating, need for security, as well as if they need to bring in restrooms or sanitation services. So, go ahead.
So I think this is a great option, being that in the last month or so, we have had 6 partners reach out and they're interested. I do think a RFQ type process looking for nonprofit and faith-based might be a really great route because of some of these reasons. Largely, I really, as staff, our expert opinion really likes the deconcentration throughout the city. It's a really good thing. Up where I live in Sonoma County, we have what's called a nomadic shelter that travels from each one of our churches, 30 days here, 30 days here, 30 days here, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. for the parking. And then there are others that have specific camping designated sites. And it's like we're volunteering, we're making food, we're doing a lot of grassroots at that faith-based level. And then some of these cities actually offer some sort of stipend. $25,000 for 6 months, 12 months to help with insurance or security or porta potties or whatever it is. But a lot of these churches open up their building facility and let people actually sleep inside if they want for the night. We have one right now on the table that is offering that. So I think that if we went through this RFQ process, we might really actually find some opportunities to partner and move forward in this direction rather than city-owned or multi-million-dollar operator contracts.
So the other areas that we're looking for council direction tonight is on your ad hoc working group or ad hoc committee to address homelessness in the city. We're really just looking for feedback on what exactly you guys want that group to be doing, the time span, if it that it would be operating for, your charge or your tasks, and which council members you would like to have on that. You can do it at just a council level or bring in additional resources to make it a larger working group or just a council-specific ad hoc committee. One of the options for things that council could work on would be the unhoused strategic plan. We are currently in the reference checks portion of that with our highest score proposal, which went through a panel review that it consisted of 2 individuals from the JPA's Lived Experience Committee, City of Vallejo staff, and unhoused staff, or staff from other jurisdictions who oversee unhoused programs in a surrounding jurisdiction. And then the third item that we are looking for input from staff or from council tonight is the work, getting involved with or having a staff-led or potentially partnership for a round table. So 2 of the options that were brought up at the last meeting were potentially taking over or being part of the Vallejo Together meetings, or establishing a ad hoc or a roundtable for similar to Fairfield's model, where it is staff-led and they bring forward the items and presentations. You can have presentations from Resource Connect Solano, the county on the services that they're operating. They do utilize the beginning of their meeting as a meet and greet, get to see the other operators in Solano County, specifically in Fairfield. We could model something similarly so we know who's operating in the space, and then bring presentations specific to addressing homelessness to that group. So those are our highlight reel. We're happy to get in more detail if you have additional questions.
Manny, could you go to that last slide, please, just so we make sure we put the recommendation up on here? Oop, that's all right. Is there a recommendation slide?
There's one in the staff report, requested direction from council. I don't know if there's a matching slide.
I think it's all the way at the end. So here it is, got it. So yes, we're asking for council direction on designated parking or camping opportunities, any feedback on the potential locations presented and info gathered. If you'd like us to do more research and info gathering on any specific site to kind of cull down those costs and opportunities there. Also, as you see on the slide, staff is recommending an RFQ process to move forward in that route as well. Also looking for direction on homeless roundtable involvement, the ad hoc, unhoused ad hoc committee. And then as the mayor stated, there's more information in the staff report and in the PowerPoint related to some of the other information gathering that staff has done just for the public's information.
Thank you. Let's go ahead and call our go ahead, city manager.
So I was just going to say, are we looking for any direction regarding our procedures related to encampment cleanups?
We can, if that is something that council is interested in addressing this evening, particularly at the last council meeting. There was some direction given around priority areas or high visibility areas. I think if you can help us further define that, because depending on the individual, there may be a higher priority from each community member. And with RV-based encampments, we currently utilize the vehicle code, which is a 72-hour tag for the process. So direction on if council wishes for staff to continue with the current operating procedures for the RV or car-based encampments.
All right, let's call our online speakers. I'm gonna keep it fair, but if you can keep it brief and not repeat what's already been said, it would be much appreciated so that council has time to give direction.
Thank you, Mayor. First speaker, David Haldane. Please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Hey, good morning, everybody. I think there's been a repeated question that's come up is, who are these people? Where are they from? Do we have to serve them all? Well, I think we could simply look at the math. The rate of homelessness in our area is 0.5%. For Vallejo, that means that we need to serve about 600 people. If we have more than 600 people we need to serve, that means that we are collecting people from outside of our area. We need outside of our area resources to serve those people if that's the case. But I think that we should strongly center our plan around a solid number of how many people are we going to serve and what will we do to serve them? And then to exactly the point of people that have spoken, ask them what they need to be served. And I think that that'd be a pretty good plan to go with. I think that a safe camping and parking location is basically the third leg of the stool for our homelessness response. People need a place to live outside for various reasons that they can't go to the navigation center. They need a place to put their RV, because if we park them all at the navigation center, we'll have a big problem. However, we really need to look at this as part of the solution, not as an individual solution. It looks like all the budgeting is saying like, hey, this is the only thing we're doing. This is the only thing that these people are using. So looking at these other cities, it's like, yeah, that's all that city is doing. But we have Broadway. We have the navigation center coming online. So let's look at this as saying, hey, how do we use those resources in conjunction with this? Obviously, don't put it downtown. Also, don't put it near White Slough. That is generating crime. It is not a place that those people need to be near, right? You don't know when you're going to fix the Slough problem. Don't put this sanctioned encampment there, because you'll just have this negative synergy that'll cause lots of problems. When we talk about using the churches, yeah, do that. But do that and this. You can't rely on the churches to solve the entire problem. You won't be able to count everyone. And more importantly, when you distribute everybody, you're going to be sending the resources out to those people. You're wasting money distributing those resources. If they can go to the camp, they can go distribute those resources there. And then you can have a shuttle maybe that takes people from the camp to the navigation center or to the Broadway to use that nice community room, right? There's resources that we need to use between these centers and not look at them as individual solutions that have to provide the full deal. Engage with volunteers, use local resources, focus on the number of people you're going to serve. Remember, this is Vallejo, not Napa, not Berkeley, not San Francisco. Let's provide what's needed, not the full service wraparound luxury experience. We already did that with Broadway. That's a better apartment than I lived in after graduating college. Thank you very much and good morning.
Thank you.
Our next speaker, phone number ending in 090. Please hit *6, unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Yes, hello. So boy, if we could spend this many meetings and efforts on economics, Vallejo could really get somewhere. Okay, so I have told you all many times that the homeless issue has gotten out of hand because of homeless advocates. Residents are ignored and shamed. You are not listening to the people who voted for you and who live with encampment repercussions. Advocates do everything to silence anyone who does not share their experience, and they don't live near encampments. They only want to hear one side of it. So here we are again with a topic important to Vallejo citizens added to the very end of a full Tuesday meeting. This is not transparency. Millions spent on Blue Oak, Broadway Project, Navigation Center. How much money, may I ask, do you think our economically disadvantaged city and overtaxed citizens need to contribute? How much are you willing for citizens to do without with a looming deficit? Why are we even having this discussion without knowing the details of our financial situation? There should be no discussion on this subject until we know our budget, period. Let's talk about what's been going on homeless-wise. White flu, murder, crime, fires, mayhem in the middle of our city, and no one has done a thing for over 2 years. Environmental and health hazards gone unchecked. Toxic smoke from tires, vehicles, and debris that is hitting our residents that live near it. City of Vallejo has a continual excuse and multiple property jurisdictions and the good old we're in litigation excuse. 3 murders this past week. How many more? That is self-management. Downtown, already hog-tied by malignant property owners and staff that protect them. Our downtown, which has had a fully formed plan to revitalize, never implemented, has been further depressed with the concentration of homeless. Downtown is the heart of a city. The permissibility and advocates pushing them to our city center for their own agendas are unacceptable, and it must stop. The fact the location of the old post office as a safe site was even included in consideration is incomprehensible to citizens, not to staff who don't live here. But this should be removed immediately without a discussion. For to even consider continue degrading our downtown shows that anything you may have said in your campaigning about revitalizing our historic civic center and supporting business was untrue and deceitful. And I have to ask Charles, in 4 years, do you plan to do anything which supports District 4 and the people who voted for you? As far as an ad hoc committee, if I recall, this has been brought up a long time ago. 3 council members and advocate groups to support the homeless. So who is representing residents? These. I wonder what the recommendations will be. The long list of demands of the homeless, which we are all aware of. We hear it all the time. Advocates are disingenuous when they say they want to work with the public. Ms. Liette is a perfect example of an advocate who talks big when they don't live near encampments. This is our lived experience. And nobody.
All right, thank you.
Next speaker, Pippin Dew. Please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor, Council. Appreciate your time this morning. My name is Pippin Dew. I'm president of Vallejo Main Street, and I'm speaking on behalf of the board and our executive director. Vallejo Main Street appreciates your ongoing efforts to address the needs of our unhoused population with urgency and compassion. However, we must respectfully express our strong concerns regarding the potential use of 485 Santa Clara Street as a managed parking or overnight shelter site. This location sits at a highly visible and sensitive area at the intersection of our beautiful waterfront and our historic downtown. It is a critical component in future development plans for both the waterfront and downtown. Plans that are meant to restore vibrancy, attract investment, and improve quality of life for all Vallejoans. Placing a managed encampment at this location not only threatens current revitalization efforts, but it is also not a humane or sustainable solution for our unhoused community. We cannot continue to rely on temporary measures that leave people exposed without adequate services or long-term support. Our community members deserve better, stable housing, wraparound care, and pathways toward reintegration, not continued displacement. Additionally, using this site would significantly impact the momentum we've built around downtown recovery. Small businesses, property owners, and residents are working tirelessly to revitalize Vallejo's commercial core. Situating a managed encampment in this high-traffic area would undercut those efforts and send a discouraging message to visitors, investors, and our own community members. We urge the city to remove 485 Santa Clara from consideration and to pursue more appropriate locations that align with comprehensive care models and long-term planning without compromising the progress we are collectively working so hard to achieve. We remain committed to collaborating on real solutions that uphold both economic revitalization and human dignity. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Last 2 speakers, Kirk Smith. Please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Thank you, Manny. Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council, City staff. Really appreciate the opportunity to speak this morning. On behalf, my name is Kirk Smith. I'm the CEO president with Visit to Vallejo, and on behalf of our board of directors and 150 plus tourism-based partners, we commend the city of Vallejo and the staff for the continued commitment to addressing the important and complex challenges that surrounds our city and the current unhoused in our community, and have heard some encouraging points of progress to solutions. However, we must respectively express our strong opposition to the proposed use of 45 Santa Clara Street, the former post office site that we've heard about as an overnight shelter location or controlled parking. We can collectively feel it's a lift and shift from what we currently have in that area of our city currently. That site is right in the heart of our tourism and economic gateway, immediately adjacent to the San Francisco Bay Ferry Terminal, the Visit Vallejo Tourism Center, City Hall, and the central corridor to our downtown area. As such, its visibility and strategic importance cannot be overstated. Utilizing this location in such a manner will continue and profoundly be that negative first impression for visitors, ferry commuters, and potential investors evaluating Vallejo as a place to do business. This proposed location would not enhance the emotional transportation we wish upon our visitors, residents, and newcomers to our city. Our mission at Visit Vallejo is to promote the city as a destination and to support economic vitality of our tourism and hospitality sectors. The presence of encampments in such prominent locations runs counter to these goals and can hinder progress in attracting tourists, economic development, new business growth, and community investment. We therefore urge you to remove 485 Santa Clara Street from consideration. Thank you for your time tonight. Thank you for the detail. I learned a lot about the other areas where you're making progress with the Broadway project as well as the navigation center. So I thank you and thank you for your consideration and appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, final speaker, the people. Please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Hi, yes, thank you. I know it's late and, the problem that we keep talking about this is because there clearly has just not been enough community engagement. When the sweeps were halted, there was instruction to staff to develop a process. There was a process that was created and it was posted online. Those processes haven't been followed by staff, beginning from the very first encampment sweep post the stay. Councilmember Matulik spoke on the night of that decision and asked for a task force, not this hot team that is being referenced multiple times, but a real task force, a coalition of community organizations that have real discussions. You've heard from unhoused people over and over again tonight and so many nights before that they do not know these organizations, that they have not been contacted ever by the city, that they have not been included in this decision making. You cannot continue to ignore the people. You cannot continue to ignore the people who are the most impacted. I've heard so many things tonight, those people, them, putting them over here. The people are hyper focused on a location. How about the people, the humans in all of this? It's giving all lives matter. It's giving not in my backyard. And the misrepresentation of the unhoused people, the Vallejo Homeless Union is self-determined unhoused people who are advocating for themselves. It is no invention by any mayor or city council member. It is the people who are sick and tired of being ignored. Every other group of people is considered in this community, but not unhoused people. Talk to them, involve the agencies and the groups, the organizations, the real grassroots, not these people that are named in this hot list. These are not grassroots organizations. Talk to the people and ask them who are really supporting them. It's great. Get the faith-based community involved. They need to do something. It's about time. But these budgets and then asking us to say something now and not be able to comment on the next round is absurd. There's not even enough time to remark on all of the follies here. The people are just sick of hearing about how it's disrupting business and it's disrupting tourism. Well, you know what? Since 85 and my whole lifetime here, this is the most poppin' the downtown has ever been in my entire life. So you can't keep arguing that point. You need to be human about this. I appreciate the degree of attention that y'all have given this so far, but it needs more. It needs more. And we cannot keep making hasty decisions and throwing away money that we do not have. on Hail Mary decisions. Listen to the people. They have the answers. Vallejo Homeless Union, Vallejo Housing Justice, Poor Magazine, the Homefulness Project. We've shared with you time and time again. Who is following up?
Thank you. All right, I believe that's all our speakers. So I'm seeing a lot of lights, and my suggestion is going to be, I think, if we can go down the line, if we can put that slide up with staff's request for directions, and if we can go through once as expeditiously as possible and have everybody answer your feelings on these three, and maybe if you want to suggest any changes to the sweep procedure or any follow-up on the sweep procedure, and then I'll take notes and staff can take notes and we can kind of scribble and see if there's some themes and get some clear direction as swiftly as possible here. And we'll start with, if that sounds okay, you can feel free to also ask questions. That was my suggestion. We'll start with the Vice Mayor.
Sure. And I guess I'll start off with received direction for the City Council on the designated parking. I want to know first, the locations that are listed, the privately owned properties, have they given permission to do this, or is this something that the city's going to have to buy that property from them to do it?
They have not been given, they have not given permission for the city. The city has not had conversations with them. Those were sites that were proposed by council, so we wanted to bring forward high-level details. We would need to have conversations with them.
I don't think we can afford to buy any more property. So, I mean, to me, most of the sites are off. The 50 Solano, the 120 Mini Drive is a federal government. We'd have to purchase that. The Benicia Road, is that the county or is that the city limits?
So there's properties that touch each other. One is privately owned, the other is city-owned property.
Okay. I mean, that just seems kind of crazy. The 500 Redwood is because it's privately owned, and obviously the downtown. So it really leaves the 404 Nebraska or the Rolling Wood Drive, and I don't think either of those locations are great locations.
404 Nebraska is privately owned.
Oh, it is?
Yes. That was an error on the slide.
Okay, so the only real available property is the Rolling Wood Drive, and there's no services out there. You're putting people out in the middle of a neighborhood where there's nothing for them to receive services. So in my opinion, I feel that, we need to take a step back. We've just approved a lot of money for the projects we're already doing, and I think we need to recover from some of that before we invest in other properties when we don't even know our budget yet. I feel that, it's ideal to have a location. If we did have one location, would that mean that everyone would be forced to go to that one location and you would have no camping anywhere else in the city? They would be arrested if they were not camping in that sanctioned spot? Are we just creating a space for them to go, but then they're going to be wherever they want to be anyways? And so is it really going to solve the issue? It might solve it for a handful of people, but can we enforce it to be something that this is a solution?
So I think there's limitations to some of the enforcement. We obviously don't have a site that can accommodate upwards of 800 to 1,000 unhoused individuals. Council could provide direction to more strictly enforce our anti-camping ordinances and things if we have a location and that's something that you wanted us to pursue. Right now, we are not doing citations or going up to the misdemeanor level. That is part of our protocols or things that we have the option to do. So that would really come on at council's direction, but we do not have, obviously, a site that's large enough to house everyone.
Okay, so you've answered my questions. So for number one, I think that we should only go with the faith-based organizations at this time, trying to figure out how we can partner with them to find camping locations. For number two, I don't think we should create a new one. I think we should get involved in the current discussion that's already been happening for years, it's my understanding. So I think that we need to get involved in that homeless roundtable. I'm not sure exactly what an ad hoc unhoused committee would do, having council members participate. Certainly if council members want to participate, they should be part of the homeless roundtable discussion. But I don't think we need to have a separate discussion separate from that roundtable discussion that many of the partners and community partners are already involved in. So again, so number one is faith-based, number two is get involved in the current one, and three, council members should be able to attend the round table and not have to have a separate ad hoc committee.
Thanks. Councilmember Matias.
Thank you, Mayor. So before I go down the list, I just have a question, or maybe two. So 2 years ago, almost to the day, it's June 20th, 2023, you two sat in front of the council and you gave a presentation where you presented a whole host of options of things that the council could pursue. Before I get to one comment tied to that presentation, I have a question around the cleaning. So at that presentation, Natalie, you talked about the city being split up into 12 zones and Public Works going and picking up trash. So where is that program? Is that still happening?
So that was two parts, I guess, to that question. No, it is not currently active. We did break it into zones because we were there was a frustration that you couldn't necessarily see the efforts of the cleanup. So we thought if we targeted one zone, at a time, you could hopefully see some effort. That was also during the Martin v. Boise, where we were not able to move individuals during cleanup, so it was just going and removing excess trash and debris from the site.
Okay, so as it relates to the cleanups, one of the things that I want to make sure we're thinking through is we can reach out to Recology, or if we have the staffing in-house, I think we need to really set up some route where we're picking up trash across all of the encampments. And for the record, I just want to make sure I make a note of this. We received a report, it may have been in the packet the last meeting, and while there has been a lot of attention drawn to District 4, with I think 57 reported encampments in District 4, there's 47 in District 5 and 45 in District 6. So this is not just a District 4 issue. There it is. There are encampments that are impacting other parts of town, and those folks have to deal with it too, but they don't have the representation here. And so I think when we're thinking about solutions, we have to think about other parts of town that are dealing with it, but they don't have the opportunity to be here to advocate on their behalf. So I definitely want to see you guys reach out to Recology and see if there's some route we can set up to do enhanced cleanups where we just set out the bags. There's an expectation the truck's going to go around and they get to throw their trash in while we sort out what the broader strategy is. I'm going to talk about shadow arguments. So these council members that were up here 2 years ago, they actually gave a whole host, and if you guys all see it, they gave a whole host of ideas like online noticing, monitoring, why isn't iHeart being involved? Let's track this data and that data. Matulek said stuff, Palmares, and also the vice mayor. And so my question to you is, that was 2 years ago. So like, what has happened, just generally, if you could share feedback, why haven't we been able to like carry out the things that they suggested at that meeting? Is it a staffing issue? Is it a sort of lack of council direction? Is it a bit of both? I want to better understand, because that to me seemed like low-hanging fruit, and we're talking about it, 2 years later. And I'm not trying to put blame on y'all. I'm just trying to understand.
So I think it was a bit of all of the above. So some of it was, there was some ambiguity in the request, or can you look into this type of program that really needed a lot of research, and with the staff capacity that we had and other programs going on, we didn't get the opportunity to, I think, bring enough information back for council to feel comfortable giving staff direction to move forward on one of the programs. Some of the lower hanging fruit, like noticing online, those things were implemented relatively immediately post meeting. And then some of the things in terms of doing, collecting the data from the individuals at the encampments with the staffing that we have to be able to make it to all of the encampments and get that information. It hasn't been something that we've been able to do. But with Resource Connect and the SIOT team doing more of their proactive outreach, we're working with them to also gather that information that we can synthesize and present out to council and the community, removing like protected information from the individuals, but being able to give kind of higher level details about the individuals' currently in our encampments in Vallejo.
You had a slide in that presentation that really like detailed the continuum of care cycle. So these are the different types of housing. I'd want us to, in future presentations, ground those presentations on that slide. And I'll send you some metrics that we need to start tracking. How many people are being contacted? What sorts of services are being asked for? Like, we need data to make decisions. Otherwise, we're engaging in shadow arguments, which is what has been going on for the past couple of months. I see something, then that's my reality. We need the data to make more informed decisions and to also share it out with the public. Now on to your question, Mayor. So I agree with Mr. Haldane, one of the public commenters. We need to work back from the 727 PIT number. I've been very clear about this while I ran for office and now in office. We need a plan that specifically addresses how we're providing supports for the 727 folks that were part of that survey. That's my opinion. And once we do that, there should not be 10 encampments in the city. In terms of direction, I do think that we need to prioritize those high visibility areas, as Councilmember Palmares and I alluded to the last go around. The downtown areas or business corridors, I do think we need to prioritize that for a whole host of reasons. I also want to see a plan that gets us to the 727, and it needs to incorporate the Blue Oak project, which you guys presented on 2 years ago, the navigation and the beds available there, the Broadway project, if you're still working with Christian Help Center, that project. How do we get to the 727? Otherwise, we're having shadow arguments. That's what I want to see the next time, and I do want to see some more regular reporting. So I know you guys were talking about bi-monthly. I want to see monthly reporting until we get to the 727, and I want us to set a deadline. We have to make those beds available to the 727 folks, incorporating those projects, and set a deadline. And after that deadline, no more tenant encampments, and I would be in favor of the safe parking, leveraging the law that you proposed. But outside of that,
What just happened?
I don't know.
I just cleared everything.
Maybe that was the universe.
The
I need to
universe
stop.
telling us to go to sleep.
Yeah, so-
okay, I'm hearing faith-based. I took notes. I'm hearing faith-based roundtable preference.
I agree with the Vice Mayor.
Okay, and work group. You agree with Vice Mayor?
I'm already leaning into it. I think it should be opt-in. Staff should be at every meeting, and we should opt in.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna take let's go Councilmember Matulik, and then we'll.
I think Palmares
Oh,
was
you're
first,
right.
and then
I wrote it down. All right, Councilmember Palmares. Thank you. Then you. Then Councilmember Gordon. All right.
Thank you. So I'm going to answer the questions. I know there's a specific direction you needed. So, I'm the one that brought up the faith-based organizations. I'm still a fan of it, and thank you for educating us on, what are the ins and outs of that. So I still want to pursue that as an option. I think the one thing I do want to caveat is it's not going to solve everything, and it's not going to be for everyone, right? My preference is, because I know a faith-based organization that tried this before, but it got a little unwieldy. So if they could identify folks who are like families, folks who are not on drugs or have behavioral health issues, and there's some sort of way to ensure that more folks don't just start crashing the gate, figuratively and literally, then I think that could work, and you spread it out. It'll make a dent, and I think it'll make a sizable dent that we could see. Second thing is working group. I know there were like 3 ad hoc committee options you put up. I'm a fan of the third one, and I think the round table should be a function of that working group. I don't think it should be 2 separate things. I think when you're having that working group, you should be pursuing a round table with all the stakeholders there. With that said, so that's my guidance for the 3 things you're looking for, but I do want to espouse some other things since we're talking about direction, and feel free to pick up on this if anyone wants to. So let me just say that the Cap Solano JPA needs to be involved in this a little bit more. So in two ways. One, they really need to invest in outreach. So RCS, that's not really their job, and I know they're SIOT and they're kind of banding together to do that, but that's not their main capability. And sooner than later, the continuing care needs to be funded to have that more considerable outreach. What Councilmember Matias is talking about, that's manpower that needs to go out there. That's folks that we don't have, but I believe that the Cap Solano JPA can't afford that kind of outreach, and that could feed us with all the kind of data that we need, and figure out a way to move forward with each individual and all the encampments. The second thing is JPA. I brought this up a couple of times, but HUD has this concept of housing problem solving. So there's the permanent supportive housing, the permanent affordable housing, and people know about these things, but there's likely a contingent of folks who are unhoused, who are just one document away or one security deposit away, or some small problem that can be solved with a minimal amount of money and resources and someone just to guide them to get them into a housing situation. It isn't going to be for everyone, but it's enough that we should consider it. And I think that gets overshadowed by like, oh, we need to build this and that and the other. But we don't know what people need until that outreach happens there. And I will bet dollars or donuts that, there's going to be some folks who could do it. So if we're thinking about trying to get the most bang for our buck, I mean, a couple $100 just to get someone housed, cool, let's do that. Let's not let the barrier be because like we never bothered to reach out to them. The county also needs to be involved. I really don't know what our conversations are with them, especially when we're talking about unhoused folks who are addicted to drugs and who have behavioral health issues. That is not our lane. And I really don't know where they are in that, but I'd love to have that discussion. On our end, and this isn't on you, but we need stronger coordination of volunteers and the COC, continuing care service providers. It's one thing to have a meeting and hey, this is what we're doing, but they actually need to be coordinated when we're talking about what we're going to be doing in Vallejo. So who's that person going to be? Is it going to be Natalie, or do we need to hire someone to do that? I don't really know or care, but it has to be someone who's dedicated to that position. We've talked a lot about prioritized areas. I agree with my fellow council members who already chimed in on this. Our downtown, our more commercial areas, our residential areas, those need to be prioritized. But at the same time, I forgot who mentioned this before, but we need to do a better job of giving notice to those encampments 10 days a week. And that shouldn't be a cop-out either. This goes back to the coordination piece. Just because we hand out a piece of paper and say, hey, this is what's going on, but we need to have that robust conversation with the COC providers and the volunteers and everyone else. So if there's a child, right, and they're not in school, what are we going to do about it? The problem doesn't go away because we say, hey, you can't be here any longer. Let's work with the service providers to see what we could do for that. Let's bring in whoever we need to. And lastly, I think when we're thinking about having a strategy, and I think this is a discussion for later, but I'm going to bring it up now, is that we have to set a deadline for ourselves. I think if we don't say we're going to solve this problem or reduce the number of encampments by whatever date or month or whatever it is, then we're not taking it seriously. Will we actually achieve that goal? I don't know, but we don't do it if we don't have any goals. And I think that's going to be the first step of having that strategy is holding ourselves accountable to, yeah, we're going to solve this problem. This is our moonshot. We're going to do it. We're going to reduce it by this much by next year. Until then, we're just going to fall for just treading water. So that's my guidance for now. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Councilmember Matulik.
Thank you, Mayor. And listening to my colleagues and listening to my colleagues and even the community over the past, since you guys got put into this office, I think what we're realizing, there's always going to be more questions than there are answers because we don't have a game plan moving forward. And it's the fact that, going to Councilmember Matias's point, is that we're shadow solutions. That's what we're continually, it seems like that's what we're continually doing. So at some point, to once again, the Councilmember Matias's, we just need to pick something that we can have an accomplishable, an achievable goal to shoot for, whether it's the 727 to that pit count. But the biggest question and issue I'm having is, we have no budget. We have nothing allocated to, we don't know what we're spending our money on, of what we're doing. We need to find a location, and like we're already agreeing to, there isn't one location that's gonna solve this whole solution. So I don't even know, is it 5, 10, 12 locations we need to have? We don't know. That's the whole point, is that we're thinking to the shadow solutions issue. We have no idea which direction, where we're going with this stuff. But at some point, I think we need to start with at least Councilmember Matias' point is, let's pick something that's achievable and see how we can accomplish that. Because what I've seen in the past 2 months is the most effective issues that have been resolved are when residents and community members come in front of this council, complain about something that's impacting their business or their life, and then that's what's being done. That's what's been happening. So we're basically reactionary right now to individuals, certain individuals coming in front of this council. So once again, it's we have to figure out what is the system we are going to put in place. And we're shadow solutioning this whole thing because when we bring up issues of the bringing in the county, as conceptual as that is, then we're just bringing another party in to be a part of that conversation that we have no control over what they're going to do. We can't control them saying you have to act by this time or this date. We can ask, but that's something that, once again, we have no control over. And the fact that we're talking about this roundtable unhoused, there's already a roundtable unhoused community thing that's been going on. I get invites, and I'm assuming the rest of the council gets invites. I haven't had the opportunity to attend that, so I don't know how effective that is, and if there's something coming out of there that we can actually bring to this table. So for me, once again, until we get let's pick something, a goal that we can achieve, that gives it a time frame, that let's do something with that, but once again, without a budget and understanding what we have to spend to what goal, we're just grasping at straws. So let's just try to get somewhere to where we can have something that we can actually achieve to move forward. Thank you.
Councilmember Gordon.
Thank you so much. I myself celebrate the fact that we could utilize number one. That's because I've heard in the past that they really want to be part of the solution. And I think we should entertain them. We do want to make sure they do have support, garbage dumping, multiple times that they may need, provide porta potties if that is not something that was discussed, or if they already have a plan. But I think we should entertain number one. My only concern is I don't want people to come say, not in my back door, because that's what prevented it last time, remember? And now they're in our streets. And when I say they, no disrespect to not naming individuals, but we want to make sure that whatever we are going to do, that we as a council stick to it. We represent a lot of people in our districts, and we want to make sure that we do hear it from our people. And what I've heard, if I was to give you a survey out of my inbox, I've heard from probably 96% do the cleanups, get rid of the RVs, get rid of this and that. But I also hear in those emails compassion, remorse. It hurts my heart. For me, if I had it someone that because I've already been on 4 homeless sweep encampment. I've been on 4 of them. And if I had a relative, people that we've seen in a house, I would be locked up right now because you're mandated by law. If I let someone stay in a situation, children, I've only witnessed one child at Riders in Midway. And he's a high school student, and he told me where he went to school for his protection. I won't say. But if I had a child in that situation, I would be in trouble because you're mandated by law. So for me, it's more, I don't want to see someone in that situation. So if we have a church that's willing to be part of that solution, stronger together, then so be it. Let's utilize that one. I'm not sure which roundtable that you all might be referring to, but I participated in the Zoom one, and I've participated on that for a while before becoming on this as a councilwoman. I do think that it's important to kind of have a ad hoc because we can resolve issues before it gets really out of control. Or let's say the church situation is kind of not. We are on top of it, and we're supporting staff as well. So we have it for everything else, and I think like just sort of like the tripod, but in Vallejo. Just we can look at setting money aside in case we do need some more support, because it's going to cost us to have porta potties and trash pickup. It's going to cost us. So maybe having that, and we support staff because there's 2, and I've been on those, and I'm telling you, it's a lot of work. Now, so I think having that ad hoc to support staff would be really important. So that's my recommendation. And I thank you for having these conversations. And I thank you for the community for coming out speaking. It's not like someone said, it's not a us versus them. We just care. We're not doing what the governor told us to do. He told us to and keep it moving. But we care enough. I want to say thank you for, if I was visiting, I would say thank you for the Navigation Center. I would say thank you for Blue Rock Springs. I would say thank you for the Navigation Center. I would say thank you for even having this conversation because we care. If we didn't care, we just say forget about it and keep it moving. But because we care, don't get mad at us because we care. Thank you.
Councilmember Ledeju.
So I want to start out by saying, first of all, to my colleague, Councilmember Matulik, I don't think we're being reactionary. I think what we have been trying to do is look at the issues that have been before us in 100 and almost 200 days. And they've been outstanding issues, and we are trying to understand what those challenges are so we can design some solutions. And they're very complex, and they've been going on for a very long time. And with that, I think from a committee perspective, when we talk about an ad hoc committee, we have a safety committee that this potentially could be discussed in, to be really frank. Because safety is not just policing. This is part of safety for community, whether you're housed or unhoused. We can always make that consideration versus creating another ad hoc committee. Additionally, as it relates to when we think about directions around what are those targeted areas, I don't professionally and as a resident, I don't really believe that the council needs to give direction of what targeted areas are. If you walk in the city hall, if you walk around the city hall as I come in the door, and we have our library here, we have our waterfront here, those are really easy targeted areas when we consider what should we be doing. I have to say that to the city manager. I don't need to give direction that in this circular area, we need to do something consistently and constantly. Additionally, I think it's extremely important when we talk about the roundtable. Vallejo Together has offered several times to this in our meetings that they'd be more than happy for the city to take over that roundtable, to begin to man that roundtable. We don't need to start anything new. The question is, what is our willingness, city manager, to collaborate with that group and get going? Then you're not by yourself. You're not overburdened trying to do many things. You have partnerships. So the staff have started working with the nonprofit organizations more, and I want to acknowledge that, and I want to say thank you. And what I would say is we need to dive deeper and get more connected and work with our nonprofit organizations, really set the ground rules and start moving. That's enough direction. We are asking you to do that. We asked earlier for you to do that. So it's a matter of how are you going to really set the groundwork, work with them, and begin to move things forward. Make sure whatever we decide collectively that it's clear, it's consistent, and we're able to move forward. And again, we don't need a new ad hoc committee. There's 3 of us on the safety committee, and we can vote and talk about it, but there is help and direction there if needed. Additionally, we have our HCD group, who also could be, from a commission perspective, could be involved in this. It would be a great commission to be a support to staff, to the nonprofit organizations, and to this work. As it relates to the cleanups, it's not just working with Recology. They're not going to come in and clean up things. It has to be prepared and ready to go. That is not their job. That is not what they do. So the other question becomes, when you talked about splitting up the city in different portions, I'm just using this as an example. We have, as an example, Healthy Vallejo, who was here last week, that particular organization, they are in relationship with our city today, cleaning up, getting things done. We could work with nonprofit organizations such as that as we are going through our city. It provides economic opportunities because it provides jobs to individuals. We have, in particular, I'm just using this nonprofit organization as an example. I am not soliciting for them. That particular organization is able to work with different personalities, different individuals from different backgrounds. I think we know that. So that is something that we can consider. There are different organizations. In particular, Emmanuel Arms is a nonprofit organization who spends a tremendous amount of resources working with our unhoused population. How do we harness this? These are called private-public partnerships that are very viable in this city, that can be a part of the solution making as we are continuing to move forward. These are part of the legs. One leg that we have are the Navigation Center, Broadway, and Blue Oak Landing. That is not going to house 700 people. The other leg is, how are we going to get a safe parking so that our working with nonprofit organizations. So we do mandate. If you're not there, you can be nowhere else. I'm sorry, I firmly believe that. Nowhere else. This is where you will be. And again, also, the other leg of it is working with our county. But when I say our county, we have to work with them. We have to respond when they are calling and asking us things. We don't always respond. I've heard it. Whether it's true or not, it's being said. So how do we connect with HSS? If I need to make the connection, I'll make the connection. But they are there also to support us. We're on JPA, we're on the tripartite. We can figure out, we have a new ED, we'll be talking with them, and we will talk about some of the things we need. And we will work to strengthen our COC because we need the data. You know, we don't have data. We don't know who's here unhoused, and we really have to work hard on that. And not to say that you, staff, the city alone have to do that. You can't do it alone, but we do have partners. So we have to figure out how we're going to work with our partners.
All right, thank you. I'll wrap us up, and we have more lights on, but I'll get to that in a second because I do want to move us to a conclusion. I will start, I'm going to be really brief, but I will start by saying that Councilmember Matias you might as well have just been reading off the notes I was making. I had written, we need data. It absolutely blows my mind that we haven't done a needs assessment, but it's there for us. I mean, we just had the Resource Connect folks say they just got 300 and something people signed in for services. So, okay, we're looking at about 750. All right, well, McKinney-Vento found that there's about 425 unhoused kids. So, okay, it's probably more than 700, but we're looking in the ballpark of 700 to 1,000 folks. We've got 315. How do we reach out to folks? We can get this number into Broadway. We can get this number into Navigation Center. Who is left? Are they vets? Are they in RVs? Are the RVs operational? And then we figure out what would they actually take up. And I think the question of safe camping and parking, I completely agree. I think we should go ahead and start the process of what an RFP would look like for safe camping with faith-based, just to get that going. But we've got to engage the unhoused folks themselves to figure out if what we're doing meets their needs. We don't know if the Navigation Center is going to meet their needs, which is terrifying because of the amount of money that's been put into that and Broadway. So let's not make that mistake again by making a policy decision before we do a needs assessment of folks. The other thing that helps us with is if we understand our population and what they need, and we can say, we have 30 vets that need housing, or we have this many people with disabilities, or we have this many people with this need, then we can all go and hustle to the county, to philanthropists, we can go and get those resources, but if we don't know what we're doing and we don't have a strategy, we can't go and do that. And the thing that I'll say really quickly, is what we're hearing. I'll say I very wholly reject this idea that we're going to pit parts of the city against each other. We've got to be one city. And again, Councilmember Matias was reading off my notes as if this is everywhere, just about in the city. And as the at-large person up here, I can say, no matter what, everybody's got issues. I'm getting it from every district. I'm getting it from every part of the city, and it's exactly what Councilmember Gordon said. It is, we canvassed, I said this earlier, canvassed the whole city. The vast majority of Vallejoans want a humane response. We want safe and clean public spaces, and we want a humane response. This is not an either or. Both of these things are possible. We've never tried. So let's not rule something out just because we've never tried. This is not a binary. And people want, this city, I know it, I feel it, again, as the at-large person that has canvassed the whole city. We're a city with heart and grit and humanity and care. We want to have clean and safe public spaces, treat our people with dignity, and we will, because we're scrappy and we're resourceful and we have a lot of resources deep down that need to be connected together. Which brings me to the roundtable. I was kind of neutral on the roundtable, and then I came across a post from the city of Fairfield 6 days ago, and I was one of the advocates for let's pull the roundtable and have it led by the city. For some reason, the staff report says that Vallejo Together doesn't want the city to take over the roundtable, so it sounds like there was just a misunderstanding. If they're willing, and I think they are, let me just read an excerpt of the city of Fairfield from 6 days ago. The City of Fairfield's Homeless Service Division hosted another meaningful and successful homeless roundtable event. Over 80 dedicated providers from 40 different agencies came together to collaborate, share resources, and strengthen our efforts to support those experiencing homelessness. A huge thank you to Kaiser Permanente for generously providing food, to our incredible presenters, and everyone showed up. The Homelessness Roundtable should, in my opinion, be led by the city because it adds the clout and the seriousness and the officialness to bring in your Toros and your Kaisers and your big partners, even your Mare Island companies and your other big stakeholders in the city, because we're the city and we can convene in a way that a nonprofit can't convene. We can do it better, more formally, and we can get more stakeholders in with a more serious tone because we can also take action on it. And it takes out the middleman. So I think the city should take over the roundtable. I'm happy to participate out of the mayor's office if that could be of help, but I think we need to get in touch with Vallejo together and think about operationalizing that and just running it out of the city. And then I agree with my colleagues. I like the idea of a working group with council, and I think that can be accomplished through the roundtable. We don't need to be doing two things at the same time. So I will stop there. I guess I'll also just say Resource Connect Solano. I really appreciated that they highlighted the difference between outreach and enforcement. And I think we have to be really careful to not mistake the two. Because doing enforcement and pretending that that's outreach, you're burning bridges rather than building bridges. And, I'll always maintain, I don't think we should be displacing people without somewhere to go, but I also want to be really clear, the mayor, despite the misinformation on social media, the mayor does not unilaterally set homelessness policy in this city. The current city's policy regarding sweeps and homelessness was directed by a council majority that didn't include the mayor. And that's fine, that's how it should be. So I'll have my opinion, and I think we should be very careful about not using enforcement mechanisms and saying it's outreach and then wondering why we're losing people. But also, again, we need to push back on that misinformation and make it clear that this body does give the direction and a majority of this body gives the direction. And with that, I think we have enough votes. I'm happy to do another quick whip around. I'll just ask folks to be brief. I think we have enough support to pursue faith-based. I think we have a desire to not necessarily do an ad hoc, but instead use our existing committees and or the roundtable. Is what I'm kind of seeing. And I think we're kind of all over the place with, we want to be involved in the roundtable, and we're a little bit maybe not sure if we want to run it or we want Vallejo together to run it. So I'll go back to the vice mayor, and maybe we'll just do real quick follow-ups from folks.
Sure, and I'll be real brief. Two things. One, I completely agree with Councilmember Littlejoux. I think that I also want to be very clear that, in my opinion, City Hall and the library and the waterfront should be our number one priority for making sure that it's clean at all times, that there should not be anyone camping on those properties. And then my second thing is I forgot to mention, my husband Adam had an idea that I fully support as well that I forgot to mention because of the constraints of the 3 conditions. But can the city work with Recology to have citizens donate their bulky item pickups to the city for cleanups, so that it's not costing? We're already paying for it, and we get 4 bulk item pickups a year. We hardly ever use any of them. I was opposed to this when the rates changed 3 years ago, when you raised it and you moved it from 2 to 4, when most of the city doesn't use it to begin with, so it was easy money for Recology. I was just wondering if we can donate those to the city, or to either have it be so that it's to the cleanups for the homeless encampments themselves, or if we donate them to the city and have the city use those coupons. But that would be a great resource in ways that people could donate and support as a citizen. So thanks.
That's absolutely something that we can look into and report back on options.
Okay, Councilmember Matias.
So I actually spoke to someone at Recology, and they can do that. They actually offered that up as an idea, so that was a great idea.
Beautiful, let's do that.
So, very quickly, I speak very plainly. I'm not trying to be politically correct. I just call things what they are. I have been saying since day one that we need to make sure we're making decisions based on what the data is telling us. And that's what I'm just pushing for here. So I think we should take a vote and be very clear on what we're directing staff. Because part of what I saw 2 years ago was there was a whole conversation, and then the waters got muddied, and then nothing got done. So let's just take a vote on all of these things. I agree with the vice mayor, with Dr. Letterju. I also want to see a schedule of the cleanups when they're taking place. I think the public should know. Because otherwise, we're just, again, thinking something's going to happen. Then you're getting emails from me. I'm sure you don't want to hear from me, Mr. Murray. So, again, let's just put the information out there so everyone knows, and let's get stuff done. And I want to make sure we stay grounded on the fact that, from my vantage point, I want to see a plan to the 727 number, incorporating all the projects that you outlined 2 years ago. The 727 number, and once we reach that, and I will propose a deadline of September 30th. Let's figure out how we get to the 727 by September 30th. Then we enforce our encampment code. No encampments across the city. I'm for safe parking. I'm not for the safe tents. We got to get people into housing, and I think staff can come up with some options to get us there. So let's take a vote on each of these things. Let's be clear, and let's go home.
Through the mayor, if I may quickly, to address the how do we get to the 727 number, that is something that we can look at addressing as part of our strategic plan. I think that would be a great area to figure out what that plan is, but also bringing in the data so we're not just, shooting into a barrel and hoping that we hit something, but we have what are the needs, what do our unhoused want as part of their support, so we know that the things that we are bringing before council to vote on in terms of projects and ideas or programs are things that, one, are feasible for the city, but also two, things that our unhoused community are looking for.
But that timing is not September 30th.
Can I just respond? So this is back of the envelope math. You have 95 folks in Blue Oak Landing. 94 will be housed at the Broadway project. You presented today that there'll be 200 people served at the navigation. That gets us to 389. Then there's 338 outstanding based on the 727. So are you proposing hotel vouchers? Are you saying Christian Help's going to help? Are we activating the cooling centers? Like, let's figure out how we get to that number, and let's set a deadline, and let's get this done, because we can't continue talking about the same thing. Obviously, the community's very frustrated, and we got to get to the finish line. I'm just pushing you guys. Please, let's set a deadline, let's set a number, and let's get this done.
I think through the mayor, and in response, Councilmember Matias, the strategic plan is absolutely just that. It's housing all of the ideas, the relocation to people that are not from Vallejo, that are from, say, the Midwest. It's working with nonprofits. It's working with all of the existing shelter beds. It's gathering community input. It's all of these things and outlining the plan to get the housing and the different levels of housing. Permanent, transitional, the parking, camping, whatever those are. I think that is the purpose of that strategic plan, so that it gives us a roadmap for 3 to 5 years on how to meet that goal.
Can I quickly respond? This is my last thing, I promise. So 2 years ago, you and Natalie came before the council and before the public, and you said all of these projects are going to go online in 1.5 to 2 years. That's what you said. And hold on. And you know what happened? The community was asking for action right away. So I want to make sure we're both thinking short-term and long-term. And a strategic plan is another plan for 10 years from now, and we need to get stuff done now.
I don't know that what you're quoting. I don't remember. We've had so many of these meetings. I can't recall exactly what I said at that meeting. I can look it up and I can get back with you on that. No problem. But I will tell you that the strategic plan was talked about before even Andrew came aboard. So it's been at least 2 years. I think that was like the method and the tool to take all the ideas and put it in one place and keep moving on it. So, that was with our prior city manager that was started. We started at a staff level. We continued that work with Andrew, and then we got a direction to have a consultant actually look at cutting edge and look at Vallejo's needs and help us tailor something that is actually actionable and measurable. So that's kind of where we're at. These meetings in the interim have been at what can we do right now while we're waiting for the strategic plan, because we can't just put everything on hold for 6, 9, 12 months. So I think that's where we are with this, and taking your direction back from April, saying, here's some safe camping stuff, here's this roundtable, here's, coordination on ad hoc or with community and nonprofits, while we also do, I think what you're saying, gathering information, working with the JPA, the COC, and all those entities to gather the facts to feed into a long range. So we've got, like you said, a short term and a long term. And I just want to be very clear on what our capacity is in the short term versus the long term, and make sure that we're all on the same page. And like you said, the direction that is given to staff is clear so that we can implement what it is that you want us to implement. And it's not going to be, every single thing in the kitchen sink done today, because that's just not feasible. So I just want to make sure that we clarify short term, long term.
Can I offer a thought? I think we're doing the reference checks on the consultants for the unhoused strategic plan. That means we'll be bringing the contract to City Council somewhat soon. We'll have the consultant come here. We'd appreciate your input on the scope, and at that time, you can also provide your input, and we can have a dialogue real time with the consultant about the timeline. So if you want something sooner that has, fewer bells and whistles, that's, you all can set that deadline when we negotiate that contract. Would that satisfy?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. All right, Councilmember Matulik.
Thank you, Mayor. And to the point that we've been continually talking about making decisions based on data. And from our presentation tonight, we already heard from Barbara Simpson with Fourth Second, is that they're going out to all the encampments and actually gathering data and trying to build build their caseload right there. And so I think that would be a great starting point to figure out where some of this data is for us to make some of these decisions. What those decisions are, I don't think we'll know until we see what their reports say. But one of the things that was just recently brought up to me is that there was, and a couple of community members mentioned this, that people are hearing that the Discovery Kingdom property there's something going to be happening there in the next couple of years, whether that's a good or bad thing. And I don't know if that's going to be something that's within our realm or our capacity to utilize something like that. I don't know. And I know there's been talk of that's closing down at some point and they're cutting back or whatever it is. But in other words, it's part of that forward thinking of if there's things that are going to be coming up in the woodworks that we're taking a look or an opportunity at something like that. So just throwing it out there, once again, that's just coming up with potential solutions without having an idea of what that actually means. But to the point of once again, using the data, I think we can start with when Fourth Second comes up with and shares some of their information of what they're doing when they're going to the encampments. Because the thing that I haven't heard about and we need these numbers of the vehicles, the RVs, with the people and the unhoused that are in their vehicles. So I don't think anybody's even come close to that, because no one's going to what they believe are abandoned vehicles, checking if that's an unhoused person or things of that nature. So if they're going to encampments, that doesn't include the people that are sleeping in their cars that are on the street. So that's another factor that I think we need to add to that data and figure out, because that's going to speak to the capacity of what acreage we're going to put to safe parking places and stuff. So, and once again, that requires a place, location, and facility. So we need to account for that. So it's things of that once we have that more data of being able to make these educated decisions, then we'll be able to get to a point in my mind that we can make some strategic put some strategic ideas into a solution making process here. So,
Councilmember Gordon.
Thank you so much. I have a quick, I want to first of all echo everything that my colleagues are talking about, and I definitely want to go back to what Councilwoman Letterju pointed out about saving monies, but I want to ask a question. Have anybody put in any type of request or proposal to help clean up these areas? Because I know that Apostle Summers, they helped me when I did my South Vallejo cleanup, and I couldn't have done it without their support. And they did it for me, as a community partner. But I believe so far I've heard 4 different people said they had reached out to put a proposal in. Can you confirm that information?
So there is a proposal currently out through Public Works to do additional work. I don't oversee that, so I don't have the exact numbers. I do know that we have received proposals, and they're in the review process for that. That is typically for once an encampment has been demobilized, they go in and do. Public Works comes in and takes kind of the larger, heavier, bulky things since they have the equipment, and then one of those or all of those organizations currently right now, Apostle Summers Group, goes in afterwards and does what would be considered like the litter picking, the smaller, kind of more tedious work to get those areas cleaned.
And then I also have a concern, a safety concern, mentioning that we did do that work. I know that some areas when something is, and this means no disrespect to anybody, but when something is contaminated, because I'm telling you, we've been out and I had to sit down because it was so strong. Is there any safety mechanism that we need to do because of that situation? And again, no disrespect, but if we're talking about cleaning areas, we need to think about that as well, like bio situations.
So right now for the safeties, we do use our Public Works staff for, the general cleanup of a majority of the stuff that is out there. They do go through training for like bloodborne pathogens or other hazardous materials to do that work. So we're not asking any of the nonprofit groups to go in and necessarily collect that. But I can do additional research and bring back more information on kind of post procedures, restoring the location, post hazardous waste material.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Like thorough cleanup, and because if you go look at the Magazine Street, you can still see the evidence of 1 or 2 or 3 people and where they were at. And again, there's no disrespect to anyone, so please don't email me. I'm not putting anyone down. I'm just telling you my truth and my facts. So I just wanted to ask that, but thank you so much for that. And if you could let us know, let us know how many people have reached out to us and see if it's feasible. If our city manager can confirm that with us, that would be great, so that we won't overburden our ecology from them helping, the residents.
I believe that item will come back to council once it goes through the RFP process for our Public Works to bring forward a potential proposal, so they can bring that information at that time when they come to award the contract.
Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Letterju, and then let's wrap up.
So there's 2 things that I just want to daylight or remind us. We have quite a few children who go to school every day unhoused. We need to work with the school district. That is a data point. I know some of those children. And legally, our children should not be unhoused going to school. So we need to really pay attention to that. You made mention, I think it was last week, around, is it home ARP dollars or some dollars you're using where you're taking $100,000, right? What do we call that again? I apologize.
The TBRA items,
Yes.
which kind of addresses what Councilmember Palmaris was also talking about, that it's like the utility
Right.
bill, a rental deposit, like some small amount of money. The Housing Authority allocated $100,000 for that program.
Yes. So I know in many cities, when they go into encampments or they find kids unhoused, they really work with the families to get them sheltered, to get they really should be priority in this picture. And usually the issue is they are several months out of being unhoused because of evictions or whatever the case may be. So we really need to work deeply with our schools to figure out where are unhoused kids and what do those families or, you know, parents need or parent need to restabilize them. And then the other thing that I'd like for us to consider as we collect some more of that data is I don't believe that $100,000 when we're talking about these numbers is enough. And I know that you've started out with a small number because you're considering who's the staff that's going to administer this. And it takes me back to the point of how do we work with several nonprofit organizations that are literally managing that and we have oversight. It's food for thought for us so that we can be more effective and more efficient and not so burdened trying to do everything ourselves, but creating these partnerships to move that forward. So are we ready?
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely ready. I would say, I think we're probably ready to codify pursuing the faith-based option for safe parking, camping. I agree. The safe camping is, I don't see that as permanent. I see that as triage, frankly. But yeah, pursuing the faith-based. Would anyone be opposed to at least exploring the city taking over the roundtable? That was one where we were divided, but I think at the bare minimum, we want to at least participate in the roundtable. So maybe we go ahead and direct staff to participate in the roundtable at the minimum. And then we'll leave it at that for now and not do an ad hoc. But we'll say council members can participate in that roundtable as well. And then giving the direction with just the desire to get some data and have a strategy and get some follow-up. I definitely the follow-up on the strategic plan and how that relates to some of the other direction we wanted to give. Those are the big pieces I think that we can probably move right now.
Mayor,
Anything you wanna add? Yeah.
one other thing that I noted on my list, there had been some discussion of picking up garbage from encampments without moving the encampments. That was another option that was discussed, and so I don't know if you want to provide direction. And then on the issue at the homeless roundtable, I just want your direction to be very clear about whether you just want us to participate or whether you want us to engage in a conversation to assume responsibility for that. I just want that to be perfectly clear. We're happy to do either. Just let us know what you'd like.
I personally want us to engage in a conversation about taking over it, but I don't want to speak for everybody. So if we're okay with takeover, we're okay with takeover. I'm working on trying to do it all at once, so we don't have to do a bunch of different ones. Councilmember Palmares.
I just want to be clear about the language. We're not taking over, right? We're creating our own, and then we're bringing in folks.
No, we are having a conversation with Vallejo together about assuming ownership of the roundtable and making it the city's own.
I mean, they're allowed to have their own roundtable.
The city becomes the computer. But my understanding is that they want the city to take it over. Like they don't want the city to have a roundtable and they have a roundtable. They would like the city to take it. The only reason my understanding is that they are doing the roundtable is because the city isn't. So and let's have the conversation and verify that.
Maybe join their roundtable if they want us to take over the microphones. This is just semantics.
Yeah.
Right.
Join. Okay. So the direction we're giving is.
So can I say this really
Okay,
quick?
go.
I apologize.
Yeah.
So the Dion Carter, ED, she has come here in this meeting and has offered that the city take charge of the roundtable. She has said it in the meeting that we had, that you facilitated as well. So they are really wanting the city to step up, and the city should step up, and we can have that conversation to solidify exactly what is it that they want us to do. But they're very interested in us taking it.
Okay. So I've got pursue faith-based safe camping parking, follow up with Vallejo together to assume leadership of the roundtable with their consent. I have work with Recology to set up trash pickup and explore the idea of people being able to donate their large item pickups.
And you have to explore.
The data piece. What was the other one?
No, and we need to explore.
A microphone?
Yeah, we go on microphone.
Sorry, thank you. We need to explore when we talk about trash, Recology is not just going to come and clean up. So we need to work with a nonprofit organization or some nonprofit organizations that can work on our behalf in gathering the trash so Recology can come, and that might also be in connection with our Department of Public Works. I don't know exactly how we have to dovetail it all, but there needs to be this combination because there is a certain level of expertise that our Department of Public Works staff will hold, as we just discussed, whereas our nonprofit organizations aren't holding that liability. And so how do we have this interworking together to get the work done, collect the trash, and Recology be on a schedule to pick up trash and all of, however that goes.
And just to put a finer point, sorry, Councilmember Gordon.
We're devolving. I was trying so hard to create order earlier, but let's go ahead. Let's go to Councilmember Gordon, and then we'll come back over and just make sure. We're just throwing stuff on the list, and then I'm going to read back the list. We're going to vote, and we're going to get out of here.
All right, thank you. And make sure that, remember how we restore the location and insurance, and make sure that we're not being held accountable for anybody who puts that RFP in, saying that they will want to help us clean up. We make sure that they assume full responsibility, because we don't want the one to come back and sue us. So please, in our language, let's make sure that's perfectly clear. And then regarding the sweep, we want to make sure that we still want to do that, but make sure that we do it accordingly. I think I heard you say that. I want to make sure I clarify that.
Councilmember Matias.
Just following up on Dr. Leditch's point, and to give more insight into my thinking there, you have a list of quote-unquote sweeps you're carrying out every week, right? At the same time, and I think San Jose, there's a distinction between like a cleanup and an enhanced cleanup, which also involves like moving people away from the location, right? So as you're still working through that list and you are also moving people from one location to the other, there should still be a route that's going around picking up trash, because like there's a lot of fires, folks, and I think we have to and then all the stuff with the rodents, and so that's what we need to also tackle too while we make our way through the list.
Okay, we have a lot of stuff. I don't necessarily want to include, I think the sweeps gets into it a little more, but I have pursued the faith-based safe camping parking, follow up with Vallejo together to assume leadership of the roundtable. Rather than an ad hoc committee, council members can attend and support that roundtable, create a plan for trash pickup, and liaise with Recology to set up donation of large item pickups and do the necessary collaboration, and then, create a plan and publish our plan to clean up high priority areas. Does that capture everything? And then we have the data piece. Okay. And then we need to do
So through the
go
chair,
ahead.
can I ask a quick question? So we didn't do the the sweep right here because there was an ADA request, so all they did is came and clean up. But we want to make sure that we're still continuing the sweeps, right? We're not stopping that, right? Okay, just want to make sure that the staff is clear with that.
Okay, we'll put that in there. Continue the sweeps. As is. Okay. And then the data piece?
Yes, definitely.
All right, outreach and data collection as discussed. All right, can someone make this motion? I'm not in favor of sweeps without some people having somewhere to go, but I'm in favor of everything else. So I'll have someone else make the motion. You could just say so moved if you want.
I didn't write it all down, but I would say that I will make a motion that we approve this direction that the mayor is going to provide.
Faith-based leadership, trash pickup, identifying and communicating high priority areas, continuing the sweeps as is, and doing the outreach and the data collection so we understand our population.
And
Yep.
no ad hoc.
No ad hoc. All right, I think we're ready to vote.
I don't think so. It was 159.
Motion
All right.
carries with Mayor Source opposed.
We're adjourned at 1:58 a.m. Do you want me to email?
Well, I'm actually gonna see people in 24 hours because we have our open house for the Divergent Diamond that's going on.
Day after tomorrow. Yeah.
Or is that day after?
Yeah, it's Thursday.
It's Thursday. Good.